Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter became guard at Haunted Freddy's house? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Not having received any word from his friends and also seeing what the Daily Prophet had written about him, Harry felt both betrayed and depressed. Then his uncle decided that he needed a job. A job that turned out to be at a pizzeria Harry had many good childhood memories of. The young wizard could never have guessed that becoming a night guard would change his future, exported with the assistance of, "Hello dear, Golden Freddy." As he walked across the darkened parking lot, Harry glanced around continuously. Not even a week into the summer after his 4th year, he had finally had enough. His friends had cut off all contact from him, and there was nothing on the news about Voldemort. Even worse was when he decided to read the rest of the prophets and discovered what they had said about him. Needless to say, he had felt betrayed and depressed. Strangely enough, it was his uncle who had come up with a solution and had told him that if he was just going to laze around, then he should get a job. Of course, the walrus-like man had then thrown a newspaper at him, but that was beside the point. Upon checking the job section, he found that there was an opening for a night watchman at Freddy's Fazbear's Pizzeria, and while the pay was lousy, it would get him out of the house. Not to mention giving him a place where he could work on his summer homework in peace without needing to worry about his relatives stumbling on him. Harry continued to walk across the parking lot, taking a moment to put on his crud and pull out his keys. Meanwhile, he continued to think about that day. He had been rather excited as the restaurant was the one place he had any good memories of from when he was a child. The young wizard had used to run inside to escape Dudley and his gang as well as the summer heat. Hours would pass while he listened to the songs of the Fazbear Band. The fact that the old manager sometimes gave him free food helped, though even then it had looked run down due to problems relating to a bite of 77 and disappearing children. His younger self had ignored that though, as it was a safe place and one where he could have fun. The fact that his aunt was scared of it and despised it helped. Though Harry had thought it odd that while she wanted Dudley nowhere near it, she had no problems with him being there. The reasons being what he found out later on. Having closed and locked the door behind him, Harry checked the clock in the security office. Only 11:25. I got some time, I suppose. Doing a check of the pizzeria, Harry gave a wave at the band on stage and called out a greeting toward the Cove as he made his way to the kitchen. At least this summer I won't starve. Pay's bad, but at least I get free food and drink. As the wizard in training made himself a sandwich, he thought back to his first week. A week of terror and danger as he worked to keep himself alive. Thankfully though, he had become rather used to such things over the years at Hogwarts, so killer animatronics were not too out there. And when they turned out to be possessed by the spirits of murdered children who had been stuffed into them, it became rather normal. A fact that still caused Harry to pause whenever he thought about that. Well, that and the fact that it was normal due to being a wizard. But he made it through the first week, though the animatronics had begun acting weirdly toward him after a Golden Freddy had appeared in the security office and stayed there for several minutes just staring at him before it vanished. Then a strange puppet one appeared and had tried to kill him, controlling the other 4 to help. It seems that it had a thing for the joys of creation and saw him as a way to continue on along that path. Turned out that it was responsible in the end for all the disappearances. In fact, he nearly died that night. Having reached the security office, Harry set down his sandwich and a soda he had grabbed before he sat down. He then noted that it was midnight and stretched before he started to check the cameras. The band hasn't left the stage yet, and Foxy is still in the Cove. As he checked the hallway and saw a familiar poster of a Golden Freddy, he smiled. Yes, he should have died that night, except a relative he had never known about saved him and stopped the puppet with his help once and for all. Harry then looked up to see a Golden Freddy costume slumped in the room. It was weird that he had never known that he had another aunt. The costume slowly rose up. An aunt who was magical like his mother and who had decided to protect him when possible. With a groan, the costume faced him. the aunt who had one summer day disappeared the year before she had been going to go to Hogwarts along with 4 other children. There was silence, and then 2 green eyes opened in the costume's face, and it gave him a smile as it opened its arms. "Hello, Harry dear." The young teen just placed the tablet to the side and got up before he hugged the animatronic. "Hey, Aunt Rose." As Harry walked down the hallway chatting with his undead aunt after having eaten his snack, he could just barely hear sounds from the dining room. A moment later he turned at the sounds of running just in time for a reddish blur to nearly run into him if not for Golden Freddy yanking him to the side. Said blur then tripped and went tumbling before it came to rest on its back to reveal Foxy. "Ow, the be not fair me mateys." It was then that a yellow blur passed them before it resolved into an angry Chica who grabbed Foxy and lifted him into the air. "Give me back my bib." Freddy walked up with what could only be an annoyed expression on his face, as Chica continued to shake Foxy. "Give Chica back her bib, Foxy." The pirate fox just tried to shake his head as it went back and forth from Chica shaking him while he held the bib out of her reach to the side. "Nay, I be not giving me booty back." What he had not noticed was Harry sneaking up on him before the night watchman grabbed the bib and leaped away. Harry then held it out to the animatronic chicken. "Here you go, Chica." With a smile, Chica dropped Foxy none too gently on his ass before she took the bib and spoke up in a shy voice. "Would you mind helping me tie it, Harry?" All the wizard did was shrug. "No, not at all." After he tied it, Chica turned and pulled him into a hug. "Thank you, Harry." She then shot a glare over her shoulder at Foxy, not seeing Harry struggling to breath. At least some people know how to treat a lady properly. As he blinked and flipped up his eye patch, Foxy made a show of looking her up and down. "You be a lady, lass?" So it was to no one's surprise that he had to dodge a swipe from an angry Chica before he ran off with a chortle. Meanwhile, Freddy face-bombed a bunch of freak children. While she snickered, Rose Golden Freddy patted him on the shoulder. There. With a smile, she looked over to where a concerned Chica was apologizing to a breathless Harry for nearly suffocating him. "Don't mind them, Freddy. They're still getting used to be free of the Marionette's control after all. And we were kids at one time after all." Freddy just rolled his eyes. "I know that, Goldie. But still, even with that, we're all old enough to be better." She just snickered again. "You were always rather uptight, weren't you?" The golden bear suit ignored his scowl before she turned back to the scene before her as Bonnie walked up. Besides, Harry doesn't mind in the least. Having spotted her thoughtful tone, Freddy turned to her. "Any idea what plan Harry has to rescue the pizzeria?" He said he had some ideas to stop us from closing. All he got was a shake of the head. "No, he hasn't told me a thing." If anyone else was there except for Harry and the others, they would have been shocked at the sight of an animatronic pouting. He's too much like his mother in that way. As the 2 Freddys softly talked, Chica continued to apologize. "I am so sorry, Harry. I forgot how strong I am." With a wave of his hand, Harry smiled up at her. "No real harm done, Chica. Just be a bit more gentle next time. Okay?" The chicken animatronic just nodded. I will. She then got a serious look on her face as she walked off. "I'll even bake you a pizza for you to make up for it." Bonnie and Harry shared a look and a snicker before the rabbit tapped his chin. "Yeah, Harry?" At the nod he got, he continued. "Did you get my extra strings for my guitar? That broken one is really throwing me off, and I know that management won't replace it." For a moment, Harry blinked before he grinned and pulled out a bag of guitar strings. "Yeah, I did. How about while Chica is making that pizza, we go and fix your guitar? Sound good?" With a nod from Bonnie, the 2 walked off as Freddy and Golden Freddy followed, still immersed in their conversation. Harry had just bitten into a slice of Chica's famous pizzas when said animatronic took a seat next to him. Harry?" Hurriedly swallowing, Harry turned to her with a raised eyebrow as beside them, Freddy sat down with one of the newspapers Harry brought for him. "Yes, Chica? What is it?" For a few moments she thought over what she had been going to ask before she did so. I noticed the other day that you took 2 of the hallway posters with you. Can I ask why?" With a hum, Harry took another bite of pizza, tossing and turning. Ron finally sat up in bed with a groan. Bloody heck, part of the reason, of course, was a small amount of guilt. The guilt came from the fact that despite Harry sending letters, they had not replied to a single one, though Hermione was the one who felt far more guilty over that fact. But they had been ordered to not contact him. That thought caused him to glance toward the desk where the latest letter to him sat. Harry had demanded an explanation why they would not talk to him, as well as asking if he had done something to cause them not to. He had even asked if they no longer wanted to be friends. Even though the tone of the letter seeped with feelings of frustration and betrayal, neither of the two replied. That had gotten them a glare from Hedwig, but they just shooed her off. After all, Dumbledore had told them not to. Of course, then there was the two posters. For some reason that Ron still could not understand, Hermione had freaked out when she found out that Harry was working at some pizzeria. Something about a person getting their frontal lobe bitten off by an animatronic, whatever that was. From what she explained, it sounded like an animated armor or something of that sort. Then there was a bit about missing kids. Sounded a bit freaky, but Ron really could not fault his friend for wanting some cash, even if it was Muggle stuff. Heck, he wondered if he could get free food. Having took a deep breath, Ron frowned as he could have sworn that he could actually smell pizza. He shrugged it off though as he spotted the poster on the floor. Ron got out of bed and picked it up and blinked. What the bloody heck? The poster had shown a strange-looking brown bear when he had gotten it. But now it showed a really creepy golden one with empty eyes. Weird, he had just set it down and turned when he stopped. There, by the door slumped, was what looked like the bear on the poster. Wait, where did that come from? Not really taking an eye from it, Ron glanced around the room as if expecting the twins to be seen. And then the costume leaped up and screamed in his face, with the red head soon joining. When the rest of the house rushed in, they found him up against the wall looking around, claiming that there was a costume that screamed at him. Something that they just figured was a nightmare or a boggart. That was until the next night when Hermione also screamed and stated that she had seen it as well. A fact that caused some to want to check out Harry's place of work. After he swallowed, Harry shrugged some. Aunt Rose suggested that I show my friends where I'm working right now, so I sent them the poster. Chica just shrugged before she grabbed a piece of pizza and bit into it. Somehow, despite being a robot, she could still taste it. Besides, the old pizza stains on them were gone after Harry used some kind of spray potion to get rid of them. Next to them, Freddy was trying to stop Foxy from grabbing his paper. Foxy, bugger off. The pirate was having none of it though as he kept trying to grab it. Arf. I just be wantin' to get the funnies. Yeah, not one to appreciate them. What none of them noticed was Bonnie sneak up behind Freddy and grab some pages. Yoink. Thanks for the entertainment section, Freddy. With a snarl, Freddy whipped around. Damn it, Bonnie. Which gave Foxy the chance to grab the funnies and lead to both the rabbit and fox getting chased by an annoyed bear. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Still wearing his uniform, Harry had switched out his normal crud for a bandana as he scanned around the ship with a telescope. He turned though as he heard footsteps behind him. Captain Foxy. The animatronic walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder as he looked out on the sea. So, Mr. Potter, how goes things today? Harry just nodded with a smile. It's going fine, Captain. Having been walking past Pirate Cove with a pizza, Chica stopped and looked up at them with a disbelieving look. What the heck are you two doing up there? She was ignored by them as Foxy smiled. Arf. The be good then, my first mate. 'Tis a fine day for sailing the open sea. Un impressive. Chica blinked. You're on a fake sailing ship in a pizzeria. With a smile, Foxy then closed his eyes and sighed as he moved his ears around. Just listen to the sounds of the wide open ocean, the waves against the bow, the seagulls drifting in the breeze, still giving them a stare. Chica pointed to the side. You've got a tape deck playing sounds of the open sea. As he took a deep breath, Harry smiled. And the smell of the sea, Captain. The salt water smells wonderful to me. Bonnie, who had walked up, pointed toward the back of the cove. That would be the air freshener plugged in over there. I think you're using a sea breeze one. He trailed off as he became thoughtful before he turned to Chica. Are we even allowed air fresheners here? Now frowning herself, Chica blinked. I don't know, her frown only deepened. I could have sworn that we're a scent-free place. For a few moments, both Foxy and Harry were still before the animatronic continued. This be a wonderful day for sailing upon the Saucy Vixen. Me first mate. Arf. This time it was Freddy who rolled his eyes as he walked by with newspaper open in front of him. Foxy, you know that's not what your ship is called, especially as that is not very kid-friendly. It's the Flying Fox. As with Chica and Bonnie though, the two would-be pirates ignored him as Harry brought his spyglass up to his eye and looked around. Suddenly he came to a stop on Chica and grinned. Captain, I just found a load of some fine booty. The chicken animatronic's eyes flew wide open for a moment, and if she could have, her whole face would have been red and felt like it was on fire. Oh my! Foxy pulled out his own spyglass and looked through it before he patted Harry on the shoulder. I'd that be a fine pizza indeed. And as if a switch had been flicked, Chica's expression switched from being embarrassed and pleased to being deeply annoyed. Screw you, Foxy. Screw you. Having gotten the pizza, Foxy held up a plastic cutlass as he gestured forward a few minutes later. Helmsbear, let us be off east-northeast. At the wheel for the ship, Goldie nodded as she saluted, a fake sword on her hip and a parrot plush on her shoulder. Aye aye, Captain. As he nodded, Foxy grinned. Arf, we be getting not just loot, but a hostage to ransom back. Behind him, and tied up next to where Harry stood, Chica blinked with an utterly annoyed look on her face before she turned to the boy next to her. Did you guys really have to tie me up like this? Really? Harry just smiled and shrugged as he took a bite of his pizza. Sorry, Chica, Captain's orders. And thanks for bringing me the pizza, by the way. With a smile, Chica gave him a coy look. You're very welcome. She then sighed and noticed that Harry was watching her with a raised eyebrow which caused her to look away. It's nothing. A moment later though, the chicken animatronic found that a peak of pizza was being held out so that she could eat it. Well, here you go. Having noticed her surprised look, Harry chuckled and held it closer to her beak. You didn't honestly think that I was going to eat and not share with you, did you, Chica? I'm not that mean. If she could have. Chica would have blushed as she leaned forward as much as possible and took a bite of the pizza that Harry was hand-feeding her. It was then that Foxy turned and raised an eyebrow at what his first mate was doing. And what be you doing now? The young wizard looked over at him as Chica froze. I be feeding the prisoner, Captain Foxy. Foxy gave Chica a look before he rolled his eyes and turned around. Very well then, me first mate. He was looking through his spyglass a few minutes later when he saw Freddy making his way toward them with Bonnie. Me crew. To battle stations. We got incoming trouble. Getting up. Harry ignored the grumbling from the still tied-up Chica. What be the trouble, Captain? The pirate pointed toward where an annoyed Freddy stood as Goldie walked up behind Harry. It be none other than dread pirate Hunter Fazbear, sworn enemy of the Brotherhood of the Waves. Me crew. A growl escaped Freddy as he placed his hands on his waist. Untie Chica this very moment, you guys. And also get down here and clean up your mess or else I swear I will come over there. He got his answer a moment later as a foam ball hit him in the head as Foxy shouted at him. We be pirates and pirates never surrender. Freddy just blinked as Bonnie looked up before he looked at the foam ball. Then slowly he turned back to the ship in time to catch another foam ball between the eyes. For a moment he took a breath as he closed his eyes. The pirates all froze when he opened them to reveal that they were now completely black except for a small white dot. That's it. While his own eyes widened, Harry reacted as Freddy grabbed one of the foam balls and ducked in time as he whipped it at them. Hearing a groan, he watched as Goldie stumbled back from the hit to the face. Oh boy! He then turned just in time to see Foxy having thrown another ball, only to get knocked on his ass as both Bonnie and Freddy hit him with two foam balls, one in the head and the other in the knees. Arg! If it be a war ye wants, then a war ye shall get. Fire the cannons. Me mateys. Harry rushed over as foam balls went back and forth and grabbed one of the old pneumatic cannons that between him and Foxy, they had gotten working. He ducked another ball as he shoved one into the chamber then aimed it at Freddy and Bonnie who froze. The rabbit blinked and the ball he held dropped as he spotted the grin. Oh fiddlesticks! With a mad grin, Foxy gestured forward with his cutlass. Fire! A moment later, Freddy stumbled back as he got hit in the head before he tripped and fell onto his back. Beside him, Bonnie gasped. Freddy! With a growl, he turned toward Harry with a ball in his hands ready to throw, only to get hit by no less than 3, including one from the cannon which knocked him onto his back as well. God! No fair you guys! As they cleaned up from their battle, Bonnie thought of something as he turned toward Harry. "Harry, can I ask you something?" The wizard stopped as he leaned against his mop and shrugged. "Sure, go ahead and shoot." For a few moments, the rabbit was slightly unsure before he coughed. "Well, I was wondering about that night when the marionette was destroyed." All movement in the room stopped as they all turned to the nervous Bonnie. "I'm just wondering how the heck you were so strong. You actually managed to physically manhandle the bunch of us with some ease, and then while it was fighting Goldie, you swung that hammer into it." Harry frowned as he thought back to that night, the memories of sheer terror involving the animatronics still fresh in his mind. At first, the four main ones showed up with a fifth hanging near the door, grinning maliciously at him until he picked up and threw Freddy at him. It was then he noticed Goldie's poster on the camera and she showed up right before it went to heck in a handbasket once she caught sight of him being attacked. Mainly because she then launched herself at the unknown animatronic and began to physically fight him. Of course, the fight was rather even until Harry grabbed a 2-pound hammer he had brought with him and smashed it into the back of the unknown animatronic. Something he could only do because as soon as the fight between Goldie and what he later was told was the marionette had started, the others went glitch and were unable to do much of anything. Between the two of them, him and his undead aunt, they smashed and tore him to pieces. Then he had blacked out. When he had come to a few minutes later, he freaked out at the sight of the animatronic standing above him, just watching. It was only after they backed off some that he calmed down. Then Goldie stepped forward and began to explain what was going on, about how they had originally been children who were murdered by a former security guard. A security guard who was influenced by the marionette, an animatronic from the original Freddy Fazbear family diner back in the 50s, and who had been brought from Germany by the former owner when he returned from the war. They had then been stuffed into the suits, while still alive, and their souls trapped. Something that the marionette called the joy of creation, and to their horror he was able to control them. In fact, the only one who he was unable to control was Golden Freddy, and that was because she had hid. For years, she had tried to get help, but failed each time as she scared the other night watchmen and sometimes caused them to faint. And once they fainted, she vanished back into her poster as she lost the connection before she vanished. Meanwhile, since the night watchmen were knocked out and unable to close the doors, Harry still shivered at that. However, Harry had a blood connection with the girl that had been shoved into the Golden Freddy suit, a fact that she had somehow sensed, which had been helped along as she had recognized Harry's eyes and some of his features as being that of her older sister, Lily, that had allowed her to help him in the way that she had as well as throw off the attempts at control by the marionette. It was the very next night that he had made friends with each of the animatronics as they came to him one by one to apologize and talk with him. A hand on his shoulder shook him out of it as he saw the worried expression on Chica's face as she gently shook him. "Are you okay, Harry?" Having shaken off his thoughts, Harry smiled before he went back to mop the floor. "Sorry about that, guys." He rinsed the mop before he hummed. "As to how I did all that, I managed to get my hands on some Riem blood. That stuff will make a human who drinks it immensely physically powerful. Apparently powerful enough to fight you guys on equal terms." As he walked past with a large garbage bag, Freddy frowned. "Huh." Freddy then stopped and looked at Harry and thought, "Whatever did you do with the marionette's remains? Anyways, you said that you were going to get rid of them, though I didn't see you do so." With a small grin, Harry chuckled. "I put them into an expanded box and sent them to my godfather, Sirius, with a note asking him to destroy what was inside." Sirius slowly set the box into the fireplace in the basement of Grimmauld Place as Remus glanced at the letter. What the heck is in that box that Harry wants us to destroy it completely with magic?" The dog Animagus shrugged as he activated the wards around the fireplace. Looked inside and there was all these parts, looked like a puppet of some kind. It was then that the two jumped as they heard a voice behind them. "A puppet, you say? And Harry wants it completely destroyed?" Both turned as Dumbledore walked into the room with a raised eyebrow. As the old wizard walked past Sirius and opened the box, Sirius shared a look with Remus. "Yeah, he said it was really important that I do so immediately, but I kind of forgot," and he then noticed that Dumbledore had gone pale. "Something the matter, headmaster?" What happened next was Albus shoving him back before he pointed his wand at the fireplace and letting loose a burst of, to their shock, fiend fire. A moment later it struck the package, and they could hear an unearthly scream over the roar of the flames as they seemed to struggle for a moment before they consumed whatever was fighting back against them. The shock continued as Dumbledore did not let up for several minutes before he cancelled the flames, leaving the enchanted stone, which was able to withstand massive amounts of heat, charred black and beginning to run like wax. Then he turned to the others and they stared as he looked shaken. I think we need to send someone in to investigate this place that young Mr. Potter is working at. It was just after the noontime rush that a shabbily dressed man walked across the parking lot for Freddy's. Oddly enough, no one gave him a second glance. Not even when he walked inside the pizzeria. Once the doors closed behind him though, Remus looked around the rundown place. A moment later, he heard a whistle and turned to see Tonks walk on behind him. Merlin, this place has seen some better days. All the werewolf did was nod, slightly distracted by the smells of food. That it has, a frown then crossed his face. I think that I remember this place. That bit of information caused Tonks to turn and look at him. I thought that neither you or Padfoot knew anything about this place. When it was brought up in a meeting, still frowning, Remus glanced at her. Because the Freddy's that Sirius and I knew about was quite a distance away. And well, I had forgotten about it. Tonks frowned a bit as she looked around. Oh, with a grimace, Remus nodded. Yeah, it's coming back to me now. A sigh escaped him as he looked at the younger woman. Lily's youngest sister, Rose Evans I think her name was, got word that she was going to Hogwarts. Both her and Lily were excited over it, and her parents brought her to a place called FREDDY'S for a party. He felt a hand clap him on the shoulder. What happened? Lost in his memories, Remus frowned a bit. She went missing with 4 other children. Slowly he shook his head. I only remember because James found out a week later and we all came down to search for her. Even questioned the guard they caught. Nothing ever turned up though, and we never did find her. They just figured that the guard murdered them and hid the bodies. Not that we ever really believed that. Having seen the look on Tonks' face, Remus sighed. The guard showed signs of having been under magical influence. And considering that the Death Eaters were around, we just always figured that they were behind it. But now, while she grimaced, Tonks nodded. Yeah, with how Dumbledore reacted to that puppet thing, they started to walk down the hall when the Auror spotted something and stopped Remus. Hey Wolfie, what is that? Turning, Remus spotted an open office and took a sniff. Harry's scent is all over there, so I think that this might be his office. He then leaned down to 2 switches. Lights and door? Slowly, Remus tilted his head back and frowned before he turned to Tonks. Could you? As she nodded, she pulled out her wand and cast some spells. There, no one will notice a thing now. Tonks jumped back though when he pressed the door button, and a heavy steel door slammed down from the ceiling with a bang. What the bloody heck? However, Remus' frown only deepened. Curiouser and curiouser. He knocked his knuckle against it and shook his head. I don't think that I could break through this even when transformed. Which begs the question, why would you need this heavy duty of security for a rundown pizzeria? As he pressed the button again and the door rose, Tonks rubbed her arms. I am really not liking this. Remus glanced at her and nodded. Agreed. They exited the office and canceled the spells behind them as they walked down the hall. You head over to the manager's office and I'll walk around a bit more. Maybe find some clues. After Tonks had nodded and left, Remus continued into the main dining room. He had to suppress a shiver though, as it seemed that the animatronics on stage were following him. But then the werewolf dismissed the thought. They were just muggle robots after all, nothing more and nothing less. He did though check out what looked like a stage and noted a damaged animatronic there. A part of him wondered why Harry's scent was back here as well. Maybe he does patrols? Not finding anything, though he noted the tracks in the dust, Remus left. What he hadn't noticed was the eyes of the fox animatronic following him. I wonder who that be? Up on stage, the Fezbear band also noted the man as he left the cove. All of them had noticed how no one seemed to realize that he was there, which worried them because they didn't know if he was a threat to the children. Unable to do anything since it was the day, though, they decided to talk with Harry that night. Remus meanwhile knew nothing of this and entered another hall and stopped when he saw Tonks there looking at something on the wall. I thought that you were seeing the manager? The Aura glanced at him before she shrugged her shoulders. I did. Once I did the Confundus though, he pretty much did everything on the spot surprisingly enough. She then tapped the bulletin board with a frown. I think that you should read this, Remus though, slightly unnerved by her serious tone. He walked over and read them himself. At one of them he raised an eyebrow. Animated corpses? With a frown, Tonks looked over at him. You ever hear of anything like that before? All Remus did was shake his head. No. He then glanced at the direction he had come from and frowned before he started to walk. I'll be right back. It was a few minutes later when Tonks saw a disturbed-looked Remus walking toward her. Before she could say anything though, he shook his head. I snuck into the backstage art to look. I've done some work in the Muggle world, so I know that would be where the spare parts are for these robots. Tonks crossed her arms under her chest and raised her eyebrows. And, if anything, Remus looked more disturbed as he shivered. Underneath the smells of cleaners, it smelt of blood and death. For a few moments there was silence before Tonks blinked. Okay, now I'm really wondering what is going on here, and how Harry's involved. Harry leaned back in his chair in thought as he watched the animatronics in front of him. So you guys saw a man today who wasn't there for most? Giving a glance at Freddy, Bonnie shrugged his shoulders. Well, yeah. He gestured at the others as he continued. All of us could see him, but none of the humans in the room seemed to. A moment later, Freddy hummed a bit as he rubbed his chin. Then he shook one finger. Actually, it was like they could see him but didn't notice him. It was rather odd, to say the least. With a frown, Harry shook his head. Yeah, that does sound rather odd. It almost sounds like a wizard. He trailed off as a thought occurred to him, and then Harry looked up. What did he look like? Before anyone could say anything, Chica spoke up. He looked like a pervert. The silence that accompanied her declaration was so utterly complete that a pin drop in the security office could have been heard by the group, despite them being at the show stage. For a moment, Harry blinked before he hung his head and pinched his nose. I just know that I'm going to regret this. After he took a deep breath, Harry raised his head to look at the nodding chicken animatronic. Okay. Chica, how did he look like a pervert? Chica frowned at him for a moment before she ticked off her fingers. Well, for one thing, he was an older man lurking around in a place for children by himself. There was a collective blink at that. 2, he was really shabby when it came to clothing. Really worn down and dirty. Perverts are always like that, I've heard. As one, Harry, Freddy, and Bonnie turned to Foxy, who scowled. Stow it. However, Chica just dismissed him. Foxy isn't a pervert. The fox smiled, only for it to become a scowl with her next words. He would know how to, even if he had the chance. She ignored it as she ticked off on another finger. Thirdly, he was hunched over as he walked through the pizzeria. The others could only blink as she did a comical impression of someone sneaking around before Chica continued. Fourth, he was sniffing as he walked and watched everything around him. The animatronic stood up and shivered a bit. Creeped me out when he watched me. Really? But there was one big thing that told me he was a pervert. While he smiled, Harry leaned back and coughed. And what would that be now? The chicken looked around before she leaned in and performed a stage whisper. He had a pervert's mustache. This time, the period of utter silence lasted longer as even the other animatronics stared at her. Meanwhile, Harry raised a finger and tried several times to get something out before he managed it. He had a pervert's mustache. He watched as Chica nodded, as if she had imparted some form of great wisdom. And, how would you know this? As she blinked, Chica gave him an odd look. Well, I've overheard parents talking about perverts before over the years. He showed all the signs of being a pervert from what I have heard. But the mustache is something that I've heard described before. And they always belong to perverts. A shiver ran down her body as she cradled her cupcake to her. I was worried over what he might do to me or Cupcake, feeling a slight headache coming on. Harry pinched his nose again and took a deep breath. Okay then, so did this guy actually do anything, odd besides what you've already said? Bonnie ignored Chica as she gently stroked her cupcake plush and muttered to it. Well, he did go backstage for a bit, but I already checked before you came down and everything seems okay. Once more, Chica attracted stares as she muttered to her plush. He was back there with my spare parts doing who knows what brrr. It was Foxy who broke the silence as he blinked and his expression became blank. Lass, trust me when I say that yeah are the last one to worry about perverts wantin' something. From. Chica smiled at him and was about to say something when she blinked. Hey, wait a second, from where he sat, Harry sighed. This is going to be one of those nights where I wish that this place had a bar. Isn't it? He shook it off though as he remembered something. Guys? His voice was enough to cause Chica to pause in her choking of Foxy. I just remembered something that management left for me in a note. Might be a coincidence, but apparently they're going to have me train on call guard for when I'd be unavailable for whatever reason, though it's a she. Frowning, Freddy tapped his fingers against the tabletop. That's odd. They've never done anything like that before. All Harry did was shrug. I know, but there's not much that I can do. Suddenly, grin crossed his face, which reminded Goldie of when Lily would be planning something mischievous. But if we're getting a new guard, we should put them through their paces and see if they can last 5 nights at Freddy's. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. Having gotten there really early that night, Harry frowned as he looked at his watch. It's already 11:30. Hopefully she gets here soon. It was then that he heard footsteps rushing up and noticed a woman running toward him. Just in time. Upon reaching him, she stopped and panted as she bent over with her hands on her knees. Sorry, missed my bus and that. A chuckle caused her to look up. No worries, but at least you made it and that's what counts. Harry then held out his hand with a smile. Name's Harry Potter. I'm the guard who's going to train you for whenever you get called in, Nymphadora, wasn't it? As she scowled, Nymphadora shook his hand and squeezed as hard as she could. Don't call me that, I prefer Tonks. The only reaction that she got from Harry to her annoyance was a raised eyebrow. Sure, Tonks. Once she let go, he turned and began to unlock the door. Now, management decided to freak off early tonight along with the janitors, which means that I'm going to have to show you around and such. Firstly, when you get in here you need to do a quick patrol of the building to make sure that all the doors are secured and no one is inside. While she followed, Tonks listened with one ear to him as she glanced around and suppressed a shiver. Okay, this place, somehow, is creepier than Grindlewald. Her attention was caught as Harry stopped in front of the office. Okay, this is our office where we'll be staying for the night. Before you ask though, management, the bloody cheapskates they are, turn off the power here for the night before they leave, so all we got is emergency power via batteries in the basement. What that means is that as the night goes on, we'll slowly run out of power since the light in the office, the fan, and the tablet all use power. Closing either the security doors or turning on the hall lights will only make it go down quicker. Do it too much or too long and you'll run out of power before 6 a.m. in the morning, when we reconnect to the grid proper. For a moment, Tonks blinked as that sunk in. Okay, that's cheap. She turned to Harry with a frown. So what? If the power goes out the food will spoil or something. A dark chuckle escaped Harry that caused the hairs on her neck to raise. Oh, among other things, Harry then gestured her to follow him. Once they reached the main dining room, checking exits on the way, he nodded toward the animatronics. Anyways, these are who will be guarding. The bear is Freddy Fazbear's, the leader of the band. Beside him you'll see Bonnie the rabbit, not Bunny. Very important to remember that. Then Harry pointed toward Chica, but before he could say anything, Tonks spoke up. And that's the duck, right? There was a deafening silence at that, though the Auror in disguise could have sworn that the yellow animatronic was giving her a glare from the corner of her eye. Before she could turn to check though, Harry scowled at her. Chica is a chicken, not a duck. Trust me when I say that it is very important to show them proper respect, and not just because they're important to the children. Slightly unnerved, Tonks raised her hands in surrender. Sorry about that. A frown then crossed her face. They seem rather important to you. To her surprise, a soft smile crossed his face. Yeah, this place holds a lot of good memories for me from my childhood. For about a minute, Tonks waited as Harry watched the animatronics fondly. Then the moment was broken as she cleared her throat. So, what's with the out-of-order place? Harry glanced at it and shook his head. The There Be Pirates Cove, lass. It be the domain of the fiercest and most infamous pirate in all the seven seas, Captain Foxy Arf. However, all he got was a blank look from her, to which he rolled his eyes. Everyone's a critic. Having shaken it off, Tonks gave him a look as she followed. Okay. He's not quite what I was expecting. Her head turned toward the blocked-off cove, as she could have sworn she had heard the faint sounds of laughter. Unknown to her, Harry had noticed her not paying attention and rolled his eyes before he decided to mention something that caught her attention. And as a reminder, Fazbear Entertainment is not liable in any way for injuries or dismemberment on the property. That brought her up short, but before she could say anything, Harry jerked his thumb at the kitchen. Anyways, we got about 10 minutes before we need to be back at the desk, so if you want something to eat, you can grab it from the kitchen. Same with drinks, as we get free stuff like that. Confused, Tonks frowned at him. Wait, why do we need to be back at the desk in 10 minutes? She did shiver at the dark smirk on Harry's face when he answered with a chuckle. Trust me, you do not want to be here when the clock strikes midnight or after. Despite her instincts telling her to get out of there, Tonks just ignored them and nodded as she headed to the kitchen. Okay. As Harry stood there, he watched as she walked to the kitchen door and inside. Upon hearing a snicker, he snorted. I know, but can you blame me, Bonnie? There was a soft snort and Harry shook his head. Yeah, she was barely listening to me, so I doubt that she's going to make it through the night. Now if you guys will excuse me, I'm going to go grab a slice or two and a drink before the show really begins. Oh, and Chica? I know that you're annoyed, but don't be too bad tonight. And with that, Harry walked over to the kitchen and walked in to grab himself something. Hey, wonder how she'll do. Once Harry had rejoined her, and as they walked back to the security office, Tonks took a big bite out of her pizza slice and smiled. At least the pizza here is good. If I wasn't an Auror and the pay was better, then I could have been tempted. It was then that she noticed that Harry had stopped in front of the door. Oh, before I forget, there is one last thing. Harry slowly turned, and the way he was shaded in the dim light and shadows, as well as his grin, gave him a sinister air. One that caused a shiver to run down Tonks' spine. If you're here, well, you just made a very poor career choice. Still unnerved, Tonks still followed him into the office, though a glance at a ventilation duct caused her to relax. Mainly because she could just barely see a tabby before it slowly backed up and disappeared. At least I have backup here. Polishing off her slice, she took a quick drink as Harry held out a tablet. This is for the cameras, right? Harry chuckled and nodded. Yeah, you can flip through each camera easily like this. He showed her, and she nodded as she memorized it in time for Harry to notice something as he held out one hand and gestured with it. And here we go. Confused, Tonks was about to say something when the phone rang. However, Harry stopped her from answering it, which caused it to come through the speaker. Hello? Hello? I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in on your first night. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact. So I know that it can be a bit overwhelming, but I'm here to tell you that there's nothing to worry about. Tonks watched Harry eat his second slice, unconcerned with what was on the phone, until something caught her ear and she whipped around. Wait, what was that about death? The guy on the phone just continued. Blah blah blah. Now, I know that might sound bad, but there's nothing to worry about. However, as he continued, the hairs on the neck of the Auror in disguise rose. These things bloody kill people? What the bloody freak heck? Freak the children and what they think of it. As the phone clicked off, she gave a nervous chuckle at Harry. This is some kind of hazing, right? At his shrug, she decided to check the camera for the show stage, only to see that Chica was missing. Where the bloody heck did it go? Quickly, she flipped through the cameras, but couldn't find it. Having finished his pizza, Harry raised a finger as he took a drink. No, there's blind spots on the camera, which is why when you can't find one of them you should use your door lights, such as the one on your left. For a brief moment, she froze before she reached out and tapped the door light. There, in the window looking in, was Chica before she slowly opened her beak to reveal a second set of teeth in the back which formed a ghastly grin. Bloody heck. After the door slammed down, Harry took another drink as he leaned back against the desk. Here's a piece of advice. Chica approaches the office via the East Hall, and Bonnie does it by the West Hall. Also, Chica likes to hang around to suck your power while Bonnie often leaves quickly. Best to check your door lights before you open your doors though. Also, keep checking those cameras. After checking the cameras again, Tonks found Chica in the washroom, but then noticed something else. Shite, the rabbit's gone. And so it went, hour by hour as the two animatronics tried to get in. However, the two made it through the night and the chime sounded for 6 a.m. With one final check of the stage, where she found them all back there, Tonks finally relaxed and stared at Harry, who acted calm and collected. Unlike her, since she had her shirt stained with sweat. How are you so calm? Harry just chuckled as he shook his head. Simple, this is all old hat for me. He then smiled as he patted her on the shoulder. Anyways, good work, rookie. You made it through the night, so I guess I'll be seeing you again tonight. The young wizard ignored the stare from the young woman as he left the office. Anyways, just gonna do a quick patrol to check around. Wanna come? Harry was completely unsurprised to see her gone and hear the door outside open and close, which caused him to chuckle as he left. What he didn't notice was the wide-eyed cat in the vent who had been there all night watching. Dumbledore nodded as Snape finished his report before he hummed. Before we finish though, Nymphadora, what do you have to report on what happened last night at young Mr. Potter's job? At the sound of a snore, he turned and raised an eyebrow as he noticed that said Auror was uneasily sleeping on the table. Even more curious was the sight of McGonagall trying to take a sip of tea as her hands shook. Snape had been about to sneer about wanting to know about a muggle job when he noted the same things. However, Dumbledore tried again. Nymphadora? Kingsley rolled his eyes before he poked his partner in the side. He didn't expect her to scream as she swung and slugged him in the face. Freak chicken. Get the bloody freak heck away from me, you freak. It was only when she noticed the fact that she was not in the pizzeria that she blushed. Having fixed his busted nose, Kingsley sniffled a bit before he turned a glare on her. What was that about? What none of them expected was the shiver that ran down Tonks and McGonagall's bodies. I thought that I was back in that place again. At the looks, she rubbed her arms. Back at Freddy's where Harry works. Now Mad Eye was intrigued as he leaned forward. Oh, how so, lass? Part of him was even more interested when he noticed that there was the spark of fear. Well, I'm not going back there again tonight, right? Both Dumbledore and Mad Eye shared a look before the headmaster frowned. I'm afraid that I fail to see why you shouldn't go back. Upon seeing her expression, he coughed and brought out his pensieve. Perhaps you might find it easier to show us some of what happened then? It was with agonizing slowness that Tonks slowly placed some memories into the bowl-shaped artifact. Once she was done, Dumbledore touched some runes and what looked like a screen popped up and projected Tonks' surroundings. The various order members listened as Harry took her through the building, though several who were there narrowed their eyes at what Harry mentioned and his tone. When they got to the introductions of the animatronics, there were mutters of them being creepy. However, those mutters were drowned out as Tonks stood up and screamed. I knew it. I bloody freak knew that darn chicken was glaring at me. Giving her a raised eyebrow alongside some of the others, Remus noted that it did look like it was glaring at her. His attention was caught by something that Harry said. Did he really just mention dismemberment? Sirius just nodded, slyly unnerved. Yeah, I think that he did. Eventually, they reached the point where the phone rang and were listening to the introduction when one part caught all their attentions. Let's see. First, there's an introductory greeting from the company that I'm supposed to read. It's kind of a legal thing, you know. Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a magical place for kids and grown-ups alike, where fantasy and fun come to life. Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for damage to property or person. Upon discovering that damage or death has occurred, a missing person report will be filed within 90 days, or as soon property and premises have been thoroughly cleaned and bleached, and the carpets have been replaced. For once, even Snape had issues saying something sarcastic before he glanced at Dumbledore, who leaned forward. This has to be some kind of joke. When it reached a bit about someone losing their frontal lobe, Dumbledore stopped the recording and looked at Hestia, who had medical training. Considering that such an injury is hinted at being fatal usually for a muggle, how bad would it be? Hestia was slightly green before she answered. You know the long bottoms? If one survived an injury like that, then they'd be lucky to end up like them. That caused more than one face to blanch before Dumbledore restarted the recording in time for the next bit. Now concerning your safety, the only real risk to you as a night watchman here, if any, is the fact that these characters, if they happen to see you after hours, probably won't recognize you as a person. They'll most likely see you as a metal endoskeleton without its costume on. Now since that's against the rules here at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, they'll probably try to forcefully stuff you inside a Freddy Fazbear suit. Now, that wouldn't be so bad if the suits themselves weren't filled with crossbeams, wires, and animatronic devices, especially around the facial area. So, you could imagine how having your head forcefully pressed inside one of those could cause a bit of discomfort and death. The only parts of you that would likely see the light of day again would be your eyeballs and teeth when they pop out the front of the mask. Heh. Unknowingly, Kingsley echoed Tonks in the pensive. This has to be some form of hazing. While he shook his head, Remus shook his head. This might explain why the backstage area smelt like blood and death so much. Several members jumped out of their seats when Chica appeared in the window. As the night continued to the end, several Order members commented on how calm and collected Harry seemed. The fact that he gave her bits of advice to get through the night raised yet more eyebrows from certain members of the Order, such as Dumbledore. Once it was all done, Tonks looked over at Dumbledore hopefully, only for her expression to fall at his frown. You don't want McGonagall and myself to go back there, right? Right? Her stomach just dropped as he shook his head. I'm sorry, Nymphadora, but we need you to continue to investigate. Before she could say anything, he raised his hand. And no, we can't use any extreme forms of magic, as that might catch the attention of the Ministry and they would use it against us. I will let you use magic though if you or Mr. Potter are in danger of being harmed, though. Immediate danger, that is. After the meeting was over, Miss Weasley wrung her hands in nervousness. Headmaster, why are you letting this continue instead of protecting Harry? That poor dear must be traumatized. The headmaster was silent for a moment before he spoke up. Because Molly, I noticed something in Harry's face. Something that I have no doubt that Severus, Alastair, and some others noticed, such as you, Arthur. With a slow nod, Arthur frowned. He knows far more about the situation and was also interested in what Tonks' reactions were, I think. Albus frowned himself in thought. It certainly seems that way. Harry tapped his wristwatch as he looked around. When he noticed the woman walking toward him, he just smiled. Welcome back for your second night, rookie. All Harry did was rock back and forth on his heels as Tonks gave him a glare through her nervousness, which he nodded at. Good, you do have some steel inside. Slowly, Tonks nodded as she followed him in. Tonks? Guess? She turned him down when he asked if she wanted to do a patrol with him and left the office whistling a tune. After a moment, Tonks heard a small meow and looked at the vent to see a worried-looking tabby there. A glance at the camera let her know where Harry was, and she pulled out her wand. A quick bit of magic saw the screws securing the vent fall out and the tabby come out into the security room. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with him. Despite wanting to disagree, Minerva nodded as she transformed back. As much as I would like to say otherwise, perhaps you might be right. Her expression then took on a soured look as she shook her head. Miss Granger could be right since she said that cutting Mr. Potter off from everyone could see him go a bit crazy emotionally. With a grimace, Tonks glanced through the cameras to see Harry near the show stage watching the 3 animatronics there. I think that this is a little more than a bit. Kid's either got the biggest bollocks that I have ever seen or he's got a death wish. I just wish I knew which one it was. While the two talked and Tonks continued to observe Harry's progress through the pizzeria, neither of them paid much attention to the office around them. Of course, if they had then they would have seen the cupcake plush blink at them. They also would have seen it move the slightest amount to better see them. Harry was just about to walk away from the show stage when he noticed that Chica's eyes flew open and then sank into a glare at her cupcake. Knowing what he did now about the cupcakes, Harry frowned before he whispered, "Leave me a note about what you saw in the kitchen, okay?" Chica? He got the barest of nods, which was the best she could do before she would get freed up that night. With that done, Harry walked into the kitchen and made himself a snack before he moseyed over to Pirate Cove and poked his head in. "Ye be up tonight, Captain? Scare the last good, would ye?" He then got a wink before he headed back to the security office slowly, still checking as he went. I wonder if my suspicions about her are correct. Finally, he walked into the office just as the clock hit midnight. Tonks glanced at the cameras with a nervous look and then back at him. Aren't you even the least bit worried about those things catching you? For a moment, Harry held up his finger as he took a bite of his sandwich before he pointed it at the phone. And just in time for it to ring before the voice that Tonks had begun to call phone guy spoke up. Hello? Hello? If you're hearing this, then you made it to day 2, congrats. An expression of annoyance crossed the Auror's face. Gee, thanks. Nonetheless, she did as he recommended and continued to look through the cameras, though she shot a slight glare at Harry when he slurped his soda. When it reached the end though, she blinked. Wait, Pirate Cove? With a smile, Harry nodded. Yeah, where Captain Foxy is. I introduced him to you last night, remember? He took in Tonks' expression and raised an eyebrow, though he was laughing manically on the inside. You were listening to what I was telling you last night on the patrol, right? A sheepish grin crossed Tonks' face as she looked anywhere but him. Yeah. Of course I was listening to what you were telling me. In fact, I was hanging on to your every word. All Harry did was bite his sandwich and chew it with one eyebrow raised. Right, oh, and as to your last question, after so long of dealing with them, I'm not really all that scared of the animatronics. It's like a big game to me now. Taking another slurp of his soda, making sure to have it sound as obnoxious as possible, he gestured at the camera tablet. Anyways, you really should check the Cove just in case. While she frowned and cursed at him internally, Tonks switched to the cameras watching the Cove, only to see an animatronic poking its head out. Is that, the guard across from her grinned as he polished off his sandwich. There be none other than the infamous pirate, Captain Foxy Lass. Yeah, best be careful with him, see? If and yeah see him disappear with the curtains open, the means he be comin' for yeah booty. Yeah would have a boot 5 seconds ter close yonder door before he comes in ter snatch yeah. And I be thinkin' 'tis would be a loss of such a fine booty if he get it yeah, lass. An eyebrow twitched on Tonks' face as she stared at him while in the vent. McGonagall placed a paw over her face. Are you hitting on me? All she got as she continued to flip through cameras. Checking on Bonnie and Chica was a grin. I'm almost 15, you know. Before she could respond though, she changed the view back to the Cove and noticed that Foxy was gone, and the out-of-order sign had been flipped and now said it's me. All of which took her less than a quarter of a second to realize before she slammed the door button down. Shy-eye-it teety. And not a moment too soon since, as soon as it closed, there was a bang and a tooth-rattling unearthly scream from the other side of the door. Harry smiled as Tonks ran out the door behind him as he did the morning check. Looks like the combination of Aunt Rose and Foxy really freak her out. As he walked past the stage, he nodded at them. Great job, you guys. And Chica? I hope that you left the note like I asked. She only blinked in response before he entered the kitchen. And, sure enough, there was a note left on one of the tables there. Now let's see what got her so angry last night. Giving it a quick glance, Harry smiled at how it was written in crayon of all things and somewhat childishly. A moment later, though, he began to frown as he started to read it. Harry, new guard had someone else in office with them while you were in dining room. She used a wand and magic to open vent, which a cat came from and transformed into a woman. Cat Lady and her then talked with each other as they watched you, and mentioned that they had been watching you for a long time. Then Cat Lady turned back into a cat and went into the vents before new guard used magic to resecure vent grate. Slowly, Harry placed down the note and frowned in thought. A cat who transforms into a woman? That sounds like Professor McGonagall, but that means that they're watching me? Though, he remembered that a number of animagi were unregistered and frowned. It could be someone else, I suppose. A scowl then crossed his face. Still, that means that I was right that Tonks is a witch and this whole thing reeks. While he continued to think, he folded the note and placed it into his pocket as he walked out. Just as he was about to pass the stage, he stopped and looked at Freddy. Hey, Freddy? She's not ready for you, so I think that tonight you should go all out with her. For a moment, Harry's talk was greeted with a grin from Freddy and the others, just as Molly shooed her kids and Hermione out of the kitchen. They stopped as they noticed a tired Tonks in front of them. For 2 minutes she just stared at Hermione and Ron. Suddenly, she pulled them into a hug and sniffled. I am so sorry that I never believed you about the bear. So bloody sorry. The two stiffened before they relaxed in her arms. Meanwhile, Molly watched with wide eyes as she had not believed them about the bear and thought it just nightmares brought on by guilt. She was further surprised when McGonagall hugged them and apologized for the same thing that Tonks did. Wait, that thing is real. As with the previous night, Dumbledore waited until the end of the meeting to turn to Tonks and McGonagall. Nymphador, Minerva, anything to report in regards to last night at the pizzeria? Tonks glanced around and shuddered. Last night was, if anything, even worse than the first night. At the looks, she continued as she rubbed her arms as if cold. It seems that as the week goes on, the animatronics there get more and more active, with more becoming active. It was then that Molly piped up. Dearie, you mentioned to Ron and Hermione that you saw the bear that they have. That caught a number of people's attention, as both Tonks and McGonagall nodding, the cat explaining. We both saw it last night in the security office. It seems that it can teleport into the room at times. She then frowned a bit in thought. According to Mr. Potter, all you need to do is avert your eyes from both it and the poster it uses to announce its impending arrival, and it'll disappear without scaring you. But that it by itself is rather harmless besides scares. With a nod, Tonks crossed her arms as she tried to fight back the shivers. Apparently feeling faint from it is normal, which would give time for the other animatronics to get you if you're not careful. While the other members of the order muttered amongst themselves, Albus stepped her fingers in front of his face before he placed the pensieve in front of the oar. If you wouldn't mind placing some of the memories of the night in there, I believe that we should see how your night went firsthand. With a swallow, Tonks nodded, and not too soon after, the order was treated to the sights of her second night at Freddy's. There was some shouts and a shriek when Foxy appeared. But unnoticed by most there, Dumbledore and some others were more interested in how Harry was acting. What really caught their attention was how he continually watched Tonks between giving her snippets of advice. Once it was all finished though, Tonks spoke up by swinging her hands to the side. Also, I'm done with that place. I am not going back there at all. As he sighed, Dumbledore nodded, slightly saddened. I suppose. A triumphant expression crossed Tonks' face, only for it to be wiped off as Mad-Eye chuckled. Seems that Potter has more steel in him than you, a professional auror, does. He barely reacted as she slammed a hand onto the table and demanded to know what he meant by that. Lass, Potter has been at that job for more than 3 weeks. It barely even bothers him anymore. Taking a swing of his flask, he continued. Though I will give you that might be a consequence of your current training. For a moment Tonks blinked. What do you mean by that? A chuckle escaped the grizzled old man as he shook his head. They're teaching aurors how to deal with short fights with criminals. Fights that are over in minutes at best. Moody's false eye then focused on her, and Tonks shivered as she was reminded of Foxy for some reason. But back during the First War, there were times when you would be hopping from one fight to another. Some days and nights it was nearly non-stop. You and the other currently trained aurors would likely not be able to keep up with something like that. Potter has likely dealt with something similar, so I have no doubt that if it came to it, he would be able to deal with what we had to in the First War. If he had been aiming for her to continue on, it worked. However, when the meeting broke up and she had left for her shift, Dumbledore shared a look with Moody as well as Sirius and Remus, both of whom stuck behind. Alastair, I would prefer it if you would not egg on some of the members. All he got in reply was Moody snorting. The rookie could use some toughening up, especially since we'll be dealing with a war soon. Enough. He took another swing of his flask. She has the talent and the potential to go far. This will help her with that. Then he went silent and gave the few wizards around a look as he watched Molly check on the teens. Potter knows Albus. From where he sat, Remus frowned. I don't think that he knows, Mad-Eye. I think that he suspects that she might be a witch though. Sirius just waved him off. Same thing with him really. Sometimes I see James in him, but he does have Lily's ability to suspect things though. There was a silence before Albus spoke up. There's more to it than that, my friends. If we go by what Nymphadora and Minerva has told us, then this Golden Freddy can use posters to teleport. His eyes narrowed a little. Posters? such as the ones that Harry had sent to Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. With a thoughtful expression, Sirius rubbed his chin. Well, according to Tonks, Harry said that all this Golden Freddy thing can do is scare. And to be frank, after seeing some of the letters he sent them, I can't blame him for becoming frustrated enough with them to scare the bloody heck out of them. Harry whistled a jaunty tune as he twisted the screwdriver in his hands as the screws securing the vent slowly twisted with squeaks. Finally, the last one popped out, as did the screen, before he placed some double-sided tape on the back and put it back into place. After he placed the screws into a baggie and everything into the knapsack he used, Harry walked to the door still whistling. Tonight should be interesting. With a smile, he exited the door and locked it before he made his way toward a nearby late-night coffee shop and got himself a drink with some donuts. When he arrived back at the pizzeria, he spotted a nervous Tonks already there and waiting. She then noticed him and gave him a glare. "Where the bloody heck did you get off to?" As he raised his eyebrow, Harry took a sip of his drink and shrugged. "Felt like hot chocolate and donuts tonight. Want one?" Internally, he laughed at her disbelieving expression before he externally shrugged and unlocked the door. "Suit yourself." He ignored Tonks' grumbles as he did a patrol through the darkened pizzeria before he stepped into the kitchen and left a note for Chica there about the vents. Upon getting back to the office, he snatched a donut and started munching on it. "Hope that you're ready for Freddy." For his troubles, he got a glare from Tonks right before it hit midnight, and the phone rang, which attracted her attention. "Hello? Hello? Hey, you're doing great. Most people don't last this long. I mean, no, they usually move on to other things by now. I'm not implying that they died. Tch, that's not what I meant. Anyway, I better not take up too much of your time. Things start getting real tonight." Once more, Harry nearly laughed at how Tonks' eyebrow twitched. "It wasn't real before now, you jackass?" The phone guy continued, though, as if she had not talked. Hey, listen, I had an idea. If you happen to get caught and want to avoid getting stuffed into a Freddy suit, try playing dead. Go limp. Then there's a chance that maybe they'll think that you're an empty costume instead. Then again, if they think you're an empty costume, they might try to stuff a metal skeleton into you. I wonder how that would work. Yeah, never mind, scratch that. It's best just not to get caught. Tonks just glared at the phone. Gee, it's best not to get caught? Wow, what a brilliant insight. However, luckily for the object of her ire, the call ended a moment later. Okay, I'll leave you to it. See you on the flip side. It was then that she noted that Harry had raised a finger and blinked before he pointed it at a door. Her eyes widening, Tonks switched on the light to find that Bonnie stood just outside the door. Except his eyes were black as night with a single spot of white in them. Bloody freak heck. As the door was slammed down, Harry shook his head and sighed. As he told you last night, keep an eye on the cameras as he's talking, as they might sneak up on you. He smirked, though, as he got a glare before Tonks turned back to the cameras. Flicking to the show stage, she noted that Chica was also gone, since Freddy was the only one on the stage, and grimaced. "Where is that bloody chicken?" Going through the cameras, she sighed as she heard banging in the kitchen over the disabled camera. "There she is." It was at that moment that a deep and creepy laugh echoed through the building, and she startled a bit. "What the heck?" Having taken a gulp of his drink, Harry gestured at her. "Like I said, are you ready for Freddy?" With her eyes widened, Tonks went back to the show stage to see that Freddy was gone. However, she soon found him again, with him standing in the shadows of the dining room, staring at the cameras with black eyes that had white pupils. Creepy. As he shrugged, Harry leaned against the desk. "I'll make a note, though, Tonks." Seeing her perk up a little, he smirked. "By the way, you can cause him to pause in his movements by keeping the camera on him, at the risk of missing one of the others about to get you. And if you see Freddy in the East Hall corner, then close that door immediately until he leaves. He'll have a chance to sneak into the office without you knowing otherwise." At her look, he shrugged. It was a minute before 6. While Tonks tried to hide the wince, she turned back to the monitors. Bloody heck, that would be close. And so it went through the night as each of the animatronics tried to enter the office, but she closed the door just in time each time. Around 5:30, though, Tonks looked at the power level and shivered. "Harry, we got a problem." Cracking his back, Harry looked at her with a raised eyebrow. What's the problem? The disguised witch swallowed heavily. We only got 8% power. She reached out and closed the door right before Foxy slammed into it. Make that only 6. Harry hummed a bit as he scratched his chin in thought. Yeah, that could be troublesome. He then leaned over to the tablet. Where's the animatronics? There was a widening of Tonk's eyes as she quickly swept through all the cameras. A cold sinking feeling settled in her gut, though, as she noticed that Chica was nowhere to be found. Where's the chicken? Where is that bloody demented chicken? Quickly, she pressed the light for one of the doors and turned it on. Only for nothing to be there. It was the same story for the other. Where is it? Now, with a raised eyebrow, Harry took the tablet as Tonks continued to check each door before she suddenly closed them both. Of course, Harry took a look at the clock and smirked. 5:48. He then spotted something. Ah, so that's what she's done, clever girl. Having frozen, Tonks rushed over to him and grabbed the tablet. Where? With a chuckle, Harry reached behind the desk and considered the Freddy mask he hid there before he decided not to pull it out. Look near the corner of the room there. Her frown now more pronounced. Tonks looked and felt all the blood leave her face as she spotted the fallen grate. Chica's into the ventilation ducts, not having seen the eyes of a cat in the vent nearby widen. Harry nodded. Yeah, she must have pried it open somehow, or they forgot to secure it. Ours are good though, since they take a couple of minutes of work to unscrew, let alone pry them open. It was then that McGonagall heard something and turned in time to see Chica staring at her. Said animatronic's eyes went black and it opened its mouth to show both sets of teeth as it seemed to spasm before it stopped and focused on her. Harry looked over as he heard a yowl and the sounds of 2 different somethings scrabbling through the ductwork. Sounds like a cat must have snuck in and met Chica. Meanwhile, Tonks was frozen with an expression of horror on her face as the sounds got more distant. Oh shoot! As he frowned, Harry pretended to take it as being from the battery level, which he looked at and cursed. Shoot! We're at 2%. The 2 stared at each other while internally Harry considered his options, as he saw it was about 5 minutes before the shift ended. Then he internally shrugged. Screw it, you only live once after all. Just as Tonks was about to pull out her wand as the power went out, Harry grabbed her and sat down in the chair with her in his lap. Stay still and pretend that you're dead and it'll stall him for a few minutes. Though she was about to hiss at him as she felt him keep her in his lap with her arms held to the side. She froze a minute later as in a flickering light, Freddy appeared at the door. He stood there for a moment as a music box tune played before he stepped into the office and watched them silently, his face illuminated from the flickering light. Freddy then walked right up to them and stared the 2 in the face before the song ended. And then the chimes for the end of their shift sounded and the lights came back on. Slowly, Freddy stood straight and then walked out of the room. As Harry released a breath, he looked at Tonks, who stared wide-eyed ahead. So, wanna help me do a last patrol? A moment later he was left spinning in his chair as she took off. Tonks just reached outside to see a breathless McGonagall, her normally well-kept hair messy, before the 2 shared a look. You okay, Professor? With a gulp, Minerva nodded as she panted. Yes, it wasn't as fast nor as maneuverable as me. She then shook her head. When I get back to Hogwarts, I am asking for a dreamless sleep potion. Tonks only nodded in agreement before they vanished with a crack. Inside the office, Harry laughed before he stopped and tapped his chin. Maybe I'm being a bit mean to her. Then he shrugged as he got up and grabbed the screwdriver and screws from his knapsack. Got to fix that vent now. As she walked across the darkened parking lot toward Freddy's, Tonks could not help the shiver that ran down her back. With a gulp, she glanced at the side with a frown as she whispered out the side of her mouth. Are you sure that you guys will be right bloody there? Because otherwise, a sigh could be heard before Remus spoke up. Yes, Tonks will be disillusioned and right outside the door ready to get inside if anything happens. Especially as I copied Harry's keys to this place earlier when he was sleeping, which means we won't need to bust down the door first. There was a snicker before Sirius, also disillusioned, let her know where he was. So don't worry, cuz, as the deal you made with Dumbledore said, you'll have more backup than you did, especially as Moody is going to be with us and you'll have the unbreakable communication mirror in your pocket and on so we can hear everything. Tonks frowned a bit at that. Where is he? Anyways, she could just feel the shrug that Sirius did from his disembodied voice. He's on the roof with McGonagall putting the portkey collar on her neck just in case she needs it. After a moment, he continued. Which makes you wonder since she had no issues with, thankfully for Tonks. Remus interrupted Sirius. Could you please get your mind out of the gutter? Before Sirius could respond, they got within earshot of Harry, who frowned for a moment and looked around before he shrugged. Then he turned to Tonks and smiled. Well now, look at who has shown up for her 4th night. Congratulations, as very few guards ever make it quite this far. The disguised Auror just shuddered a bit as she stared at him. How can you be so chipper? Especially as those things are trying to kill us. She reminded herself that she was undercover. So she added a bit. Aren't you worried about how your family might react to you dying? Or any friends that you might have? For a moment there was stillness before Harry bitterly snorted. Family? To say that my relatives I live with dislike me is putting it mildly. Heck, I know for a fact that my aunt knew about the murders back in the 70s, seeing as I had another aunt who was a victim. Not to mention knowing about the bite of 77. Looking back, she encouraged me to come here, probably hoping that something would happen. Not to mention that they were rather happy that I got this job. Other than them, all I got is my godfather, who I haven't heard from for weeks now. With a wince, Tonks was reminded that said godfather was right beside her as she heard a soft hiss. Ouch! Now annoyed and feeling the familiar feeling of anger and betrayal in his chest, Harry nearly snarled. As for friends, I thought that I had friends only for something to happen at school and they left. Told me that they would be in contact with me over the summer since I really needed their support, only for them to cut me off from them and tell me not to contact them. Bloody great friends those are. Slowly, he let out a breath before he shook his head. Well, in such a situation where no one actually cares, you'll find that one stops caring themselves. Not wanting to say any more, the teenaged guard unlocked the door and opened it. Anyways, we should get inside before we attract any attention, and I still got to do my patrol. As she frowned, Tonks used the fact that he was facing away from her to spare a sympathetic glance for where she guessed that Sirius was before she turned and followed Harry. I think that we screwed up. Once the door was closed and Harry disappeared down the hallway, there was the sound of something scrapping against the wall before Sirius' voice could be heard. Bloody heck, Mooney, I really made a freak mess of things, didn't I? He heard a sigh. I think that we all screwed up, Padfoot. We should have kept fighting Albus on the letter issue, but all Sirius could do was nod. Tonks turned from the still slightly peeved off Harry to the phone when it rang. By the end of the call, though, she was staring at it with widened eyes before she looked at Harry. He's slowly. Harry nodded as he ripped off a bite from his pizza. Dead? Yeah, he's dead and has been for a long time. He nodded at the phone. That was recorded back in the late 70s, so it's been more than a decade since then. And before you ask, I've checked the costumes in the back room, there's nothing there. A shaky chuckle escaped Tonks as she quickly glanced through the cameras. Rewrite, of course they would have been cleaned. She glanced at Pirates Cove in time to slam down the door as Foxy made a run for the door. When she turned back to the cameras, though, she nearly leapt out of her chair as she saw a black-eyed Bonnie in the view. A view which soon changed to the words, "It's me," before switching to a human-eyed Freddy. What the bloody freak? With a hum, Harry walked over. Something the matter? Shaken, Tonks explained what happened, to which she shrugged. Yeah, that sort of thing happens sometimes. He ignored the disbelieving stare before he tapped the tablet. You should keep an eye on the cameras, you know. Her eyes wide, Tonks whipped back to the tablet and started to go through the cameras. Shoot! As he smirked, Harry got up behind her and glanced down to see that there was a wand sticking out of her pocket. There it is. So the night went until just when the clock reached 3 a.m. Tonks had noticed that Foxy had partially exited the cove when she heard a laugh and checked the corner of the east hall to see Freddy there in the shadows. Oh bloody heck no! A whimper escaped her as she noticed that Harry had his back turned to sort something. Not wanting to ask him to check the east hall, she quickly turned to the door to the west hall and shut it in time to hear running feet. That was a close one. With a smile, she was about to check the cameras when she found Freddy in her face before he clamped his hands down on her wrists and screamed in her face as he shook the chair. which of course caused Tonks to scream in terror as she was unable to pull her wand, only to stop as he shoved a noisemaker into her mouth with one hand as Bonnie, who had entered, placed a princess crown normally used for little girls getting a birthday party on her head. Then she heard laughing and went red as she saw Harry nearly falling from where he leaned against the desk. "You should see your face." A loud growl escaped her as she spat out the noisemaker. "What the bloody freak is going on here?" Neither Harry nor Tonks noticed the sound of someone just outside the doorstop as Harry stopped laughing and glared at her. "I could ask the same, seeing as it's rather odd that I have a witch pretending to be a muggle and spying on me with animagi help." He then turned and glared at the vent before he shined a flashlight into it to reveal a wide-eyed cat. "Or am I wrong, Professor?" What was going on was interrupted as Chica came rushing in with Foxy, only for the chicken to collide with something invisible in the doorway, which shouted as the two went down. "Ah, ghost!" Everyone in the office just stared as Chica scrambled on her back with something. "Help me, Harry. A ghost has me." There was a whispered word and the ghost became visible to reveal a dazed Remus, which caused Harry to look at the doorway to see Sirius there with a shaky grin. Hey, hi there, Pronkslet." However, Chica realized who was on her and screamed, "It's the pervert. The pervert is on me and is trying to feel me up. Get him off. Get him off." Harry just face-bombed and sighed. "Can someone just tell me what the heck is going on here? Please." A snort could be heard as Mad Eye appeared behind Sirius, who jumped as the old grizzled aura growled. "That's something that I want to know." "Hello, my dear." Golden Freddy Rose Evans. "Hello? Hello? Phone guy." "Dear Harry." Writing. Harry sat in a chair at one of the tables before he glanced at the kitchen door where Chica had retreated to get away from the pervert. Something which still brought a smile to his face as he recalled Remus' expression at being called such. And speaking of expressions, the teen looked toward Tonks, who had not stopped glaring at him. "You know that if you don't stop, then your face might freeze that way, right?" A snarl split her face. "You made my life bloody heck these past few nights on purpose, you jackass." However, Harry was nonplussed as he wagged a finger at him. "And you've been spying on me for at least the past few days for someone. Call it even and leave it at that." He then noted that Sirius was leaning back and just watching him with a depressed look. "Something the matter?" With a wince, Sirius sighed. "Not with you, just me screwing up again." He then looked up with an unhappy look on his face. "If we had not agreed to explain things to you, would have really, All he got was a raised eyebrow. "Thrown you out or called the Aurors or cops to arrest you for trespassing and stalking if you didn't leave." At the slight nod he got, a scowl crossed his face and his answer caused winces from both marauders. "Yes, I would have." For a few moments, Harry frowned with a thoughtful look before he glanced at a similarly regretful Remus. "I may have something that the two of you can give me a hand with that would go a long ways to making it up to me." The two men shared a look before they turned back to Harry and nodded with smiles. A moment later, though, Mad Eye grunted as his eye focused on the kitchen. "Mind explaining why the chicken is cooking in the kitchen besides to get away from Lupin?" As Remus winced, still not knowing why she kept denouncing him as a pervert, Harry shrugged a bit. "Chica cooks when she's nervous and scared." Bonnie looked up from where he was tuning his guitar. "Or when she's happy." From where he was working on putting tables back into order, Freddy chimed in. "Or when she's angry or frustrated." Finally, Foxy piped up. Or when the lass is sad." With his lips twitching, Harry chuckled. "Basically, she loves to cook." His eyes closed as he leaned back and caught a whiff of pizza. And she's a good cook too, since she had over 20 years of experience." Harry then opened one eye and glanced at a still angered Tonks. "Which you should know enough about, considering that the small pizzas that you ate on the second night were made specifically for you by Chica after the first night." That caused Tonks' anger to melt into confusion. "Wait, she made those for me?" It was Bonnie who answered her as the rabbit nodded shyly. "Yeah, she really felt bad that she scared you so much, so she made them for you to snack on." Now interested, Tonks frowned as she turned in her seat to look at him. "Wait, why would you continue to scare me then?" Freddy looked over at her. "We wanted to make sure that you could deal with anything, and then Chica saw you talking with that cat lady." It took everything Sirius had not to snort at what they obviously called McGonagall, as well as the shocked expression on Tonks' face. And we need to make sure that you weren't a threat to Harry. The Auror looked between the animatronics and Harry with confusion written across her face. Wait. How the heck did you see that now? I checked the cameras and Harry was nowhere near the office and none of you were able to move yet. From his position picking up some garbage, Foxy shrugged. And we not be tellin' Les. We'd be fools to do such a thing. A glare was shot at Moody by the Metamorphmagus as he nodded approvingly. But before she could say anything, they heard footsteps and turned in time to see Dumbledore walk in with a frazzled McGonagall. Harry, my boy. All Harry did though was watch him with a frosty expression. Headmaster, how are you tonight? At the raised eyebrow, Harry grunted. Excuse me for my bluntness, but I am rather annoyed that I've been watched my whole summer. And yet no one could be bothered to talk to me. Makes one rather disgruntled with those around them. A sigh escaped Albus as he shook his head, not looking Harry in the eye. I'm afraid that the blame for that can be laid entirely on my shoulders, Harry. I had thought that after your ordeal at the end of the school year that you needed some time for yourself. While he scowled, Harry glared at him. Right, just at the time when I needed to be either around those that I cared about most, you decide to leave me to stew in negative thoughts. He ignored the gasp from McGonagall before he sighed and rubbed his forehead. But that's another issue. You're here about the pizzeria, right? At his nod, Harry was about to say something when the kitchen door was kicked open by Chica, who held a pizza in either hand and a small one on her beak. Pizzas, everyone. It was then that she noted Dumbledore and McGonagall and blinked. Oh, I hope that I have enough for everyone, including the cat lady, barely holding back a snort as McGonagall's eyebrow twitched. Harry smiled at her. Oh, I think that you have more than enough, Chica, right guys? There was nods and mumbles from everyone which brought a wide smile from the chicken before she walked over and placed the 2 large pizzas down, and then took the small one and put it in front of Tonks. And this is for you. At the look of surprise, Chica wrung her hands nervously. I'm really sorry about scaring you and everything, Miss Tonks. So I made this pizza just for you to say sorry to you. With a blink, Tonks slowly looked from Chica to the pizza and back. Okay. Why am I reminded of a little girl who has done wrong and is expecting to be scolded? She shook it off and smiled shakenly. I guess that I can forgive you as long as you don't do it again. Chica's jaw dropped in surprise, which caused a wince from both Tonks and McGonagall. Really? After Tonks had nodded and before the witch could react, Chica grabbed her in a tight hug and started swinging her around as she bounced on her feet. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She stopped though as an amused Harry tapped her on the shoulder. Something the matter, Harry? As he chuckled, Harry pointed at the struggling Auror. She needs to breath, Chica. With a yelp, the animatronic dropped her and started to apologize as Tonks gulped down lungfuls of air. However, Tonks just waved her off. That's okay, Chica, still concerned. Chica slowly nodded before she looked toward a nervous McGonagall. Then she looked at the pizzas and frowned with a sigh. Sorry, Miss Cat Lady. I didn't know that you would be here or else I would have added some anchovies to a pizza for you when Harry and Sirius burst out laughing as Remus snickered. Chica blinked as she turned toward embarrassed Cat Animagi while Dumbledore looked on with a slight smile. What did I say? Once everything had calmed down though and the laughter stopped, Harry sighed as he took a bite of pizza. So then what exactly do you want to know? A slam brought his attention to where Tonks had smacked her open palms onto the table as she growled. I want to know what the heck was with making me think that they were going to kill me, especially with you getting someone to record those messages to scare me. Everything went quiet as the animatronics looked anywhere but at the humans there. Meanwhile, Harry sighed and rubbed his face as he put his half-eaten slice back onto the plate. Tonks, firstly, I didn't get phone guy to make those calls. What I told you about him was the truth. As for what you went through, I also went through it, but it wasn't a game in my case. I was in actual danger, Tonks. That caused a silence to descend as expressions of shame crossed the faces of the animatronics. Having noticed, Tonks felt her heart stop while Sirius looked at each one in shock. You mean to tell me that you actually killed people and were trying to kill my godson? Chica sniffled a bit. We never wanted to hurt anyone. It's just that. She stopped as Freddy placed a hand on her shoulder and took over. I know how you all must feel, but you must understand. If we had the choice, then we would have always left the guards alone and just do our own things. But we were never given that choice. We were forced into the roles we played by something evil that took our lives away. Thanks to Harry and one other, that particular nightmare is now over and will never, hopefully, reoccur. It looked like Moody was about to say something, but Dumbledore cut him off. You're speaking of the puppet master whose remains Harry sent to Sirius to be disposed of? At the expressions he received, Albus grimaced. I came upon Sirius preparing to destroy what was left of it and recognized it for what it was. Harry frowned a bit before he narrowed his eyes. You know what that thing was? When he got a nod, he raised a finger. Before we go any further, I have to go and get one last person. She'll want to be here for this. While he watched Harry leave, Remus frowned a bit. Wonder who he needs to get? Then he noticed that Tonks had paled a bit. I take it that you know? As she gulped, Tonks nodded. He's gonna get Golden Freddy, I think. Meanwhile, Moody turned toward Dumbledore with a scowl. I don't like this, Albus. They're not trustworthy, and the fact that they have admitted to killing who knows how many makes me wonder when they'll turn on us. The headmaster just continued to watch as Chica scowled at Remus, muttering about perverts. I understand where you're coming from, old friend. And while they may be dangerous, they're not so us with the puppet master destroyed. Suddenly, he turned as he heard two sets of footsteps re-entering the main dining room. And Indo believed that the last piece of the puzzle has arrived. While Harry walked toward them, just behind him was Golden Freddy, who observed the group with a familiar pair of green eyes. A pair which soon focused on the two marauders as the animatronic's mouth smiled. Well, if it isn't Siri and Remy. Aren't the two of you a sight for sore eyes? And I do mean sore eyes, as I can see that Siri hasn't improved any in the looks department over the years, despite the distortion of the voice, her mannerisms, and what she said along with her eyes. WWW, the two wizards rise to their feet in shock. Then Sirius took a step forward. Rose? Rose Evans? Is that really you? Rose slowly nodded. It's me, though I can prove that it's me if you want. Both Sirius and Remus shared a look before they nodded. A moment later, Rose pointed at Sirius. He visited where Lily and I lived just after her 6th year alongside James. He got bored of those two sucking face in the sitting room and wandered into the kitchen to get some food and ate some baked goods on the counter. What he didn't know was that they were rather special baked goods left behind by Toonie's boyfriend at the time, which ended up with him flying higher than a kite and trying on my mother's clothing and attempting to seduce a oak tree. She was cut off by a flustered Sirius. Her. The Animagus ignored the snickers from both Tonks and Remus as he made his way over and hugged her. I'm glad to see you, Rose. Bloody heck. After me and the others couldn't find you, we thought that you were dead. Remus just nodded. And here you are in a costume, oddly enough. There was a moment before Rose leaned in. Want to know a secret? After she got some nods, she winked. I'm actually deader than a doorknob. Should be pushing up daisies. Lost all 9 lives. I'm dead, Jim. As one, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, and McGonagall stared at her before saying the same thing. What? When he sat back down, Harry sighed. She's actually dead. Moody frowned a bit as he looked between Harry and Rose before his eye narrowed, while his magical wand spun to focus in on the other animatronics. Is she some kind of inferi? With a shrug, Rose sat down on one of the chairs which groaned under her weight. I don't have the slightest idea whatever that is that you're talking about. As he scratched the side of his head, Harry looked over at her. Think zombies, but brought back with dark magic and unable to cause another person to become one through biting them. While she tilted her head to think it over, Harry turned to Mad Eye. As to if she is? I'm pretty sure that she isn't, considering from what I know. Inferi are pretty much mindless, and she certainly is not that. A frown crossed Dumbledore's face as he sighed. And I do believe that can be said for the others with you as well? That drew Harry's attention back onto him, and the younger wizard frowned. You said that you knew something about the Marionette headmaster? Grimacing at the memories, Dumbledore slowly nodded. I do, though we called them puppet masters back during the war with Grindlewald, which was during what the Muggles have called World War II. Closing his eyes, Dumbledore continued on. Many know that Grindlewald had what he called his greater good during the war. The belief that wizards and witches should rule over all overs, with muggles being just above other beings. In fact, he was one of those wizards who helped Nazi Germany get as far as they did during the war. But as they expanded their reach, Grindlewald came to a conclusion. Now intently listening, Alastair leaned toward his old friend. A conclusion? Albus? What sort of conclusion? Dumbledore's eyes opened as he seemed to stare at something far off in the distance. He realized that as large as his army of followers were, they simply were not large enough. They could not hold their gains for long due to resistance fighters. Even the Germans had issues with that. But then he had thought of a solution, Inferi. Upon having seen Remus about to say something, he raised a hand. Know that they are generally weak dark creations, which a simple flame spell can drive off. But you must also remember that few Muggle weapons could harm them. With a deepening frown, Harry continued to listen as Dumbledore talked. Grindelwald's Inferi project was to create thinking Inferi who kept their skills. And more than that, they also used Muggle technology to try and make them better fighters, adding things like gears and pistons driven by the necromantic magic that gave the undead their animation. Eventually, though, he had to ask what was on his mind. As disturbing as this is, I'm wondering what this has to do with the Marionette? A sad smile crossed Dumbledore's face as he watched Harry. I believed that you needed some background. You see, for all the brilliance that Grindelwald and his followers had, there was one major issue. Those who would be awoken as the partially mechanical Inferi would find their minds soon snapping under the realization of their new state of existence. An expression of extreme distaste crossed the elderly wizard's face. And it's not as if they had a lack of test subjects, it was simply, from notes left behind and some interrogations I was at, that the minds were simply not flexible enough to deal with what had happened to them. An issue it seems that adults had. He glanced over at the animatronics and, in particular, Rose. Hence why they created the puppet masters. They would serve as a control unit, if you would, that would still allow the mechanical Inferi to use their skills even if the original mind was gone, and they could even make more if needed. As a shudder ran through him, Harry turned to the animatronics who were now glancing at each other between watching each wizard. I guess that you know who they are now? Moony was the one who spoke up. They're the kids that went missing that day, aren't they? Trapped and, though he trailed off, Dumbledore slowly nodded. A child's mind is far more pliable than an adult's. It seems that they were able to adapt to what had happened to them and keep their sanity, though they were forced to do things that they didn't want to. Nervous, Bonnie looked at Dumbledore as he shook. What are you going to do to us? You're not going to destroy us, are you? Seeing how scared they looked, Dumbledore's eyes softened. Is that what you want? When they shook their heads rapidly, Harry stood up in front of them with his wand in his hands. If you think that I'll bloody well let you kill them without a fight, then you have another bloody thing coming. A scowl blossomed on McGonagall's face as she stood up as well. Mr. Potter, you realize that any magic that you would use would alert the Ministry, and with your current relationship with them, they would not hesitate to expel you from school due to underaged magic. If anything, Harry's expression hardened as he glared at his head of house at school. Just bloody. Try me. For them I'll do it. However, just as McGonagall seemed to be building herself up for what would be for her a rant, Dumbledore reached out and grasped her arm. In shock, she turned to see him watching Harry and how besides Rose, the others were behind him as if seeking protection. No one said anything about actually destroying them, Harry my boy. I was just asking what they wanted, that is all. His eyes twinkled a bit as Harry relaxed some. To actually destroy them, I feel, would be murder. After all, they are not much different in a sense than vampires or ghosts are. Dumbledore then smiled and gestured at the pizza. Besides, it would be a crime to never again taste such a delicious pizza. With the tension now gone, Harry laughed as the smiling headmaster took a bite of his slice. Meanwhile, Chica clapped her hands. Oh, thank you. Not too long later, the adults had left, though Harry had a private chat with the two remaining marauders before they left. As he flopped into his seat, Harry scratched his head with an explosive sigh. Well, at least that went as well as could be expected. I now know what is going on. You guys are safe. All's right with the world. Chica Navid. And you know what this calls for? The group besides her shared a look before they spoke as one in the same deadpan tone. Making pizza. She just nodded though and snapped a finger. Making pizza. A smile crossed Harry's face as he glanced at each of the animatronics and chuckled. Just as the stormy skies above opened up, Harry opened the doors to the pizzeria and walked inside. Ugh, I would hate to be outside on a night like tonight. He gave a glance out the window and grimaced at the sheets of rain that blanketed everything, the low areas of the parking lot already filling with water. Bloody heck. With a shrug though, the teenaged wizard threw his jacket onto the chair of his office and set down a box. At least you didn't get wet. Harry then chuckled as he dragged his box down to the party room and set it on one of the tables before he grinned at the animatronics. I got a gift for you guys, hopefully you'll enjoy it. Stretching some, he looked toward the kitchen after checking his watch. Still got 15 minutes before shift starts, might as well do a check then. He looked up at the stage and winked. And no peeking from you bunch to see what I bought you. A laugh escaped Harry as he noticed that their eyes narrowed in puzzlement. You'll find out soon enough. However, he jumped a bit as there was a crash of thunder that shook the building and the wind began to howl as he could hear more thunder in the distance. At least we got emergency power if the power goes out. Up on stage, Chica watched as Harry walked off to do his rounds before she looked back at the bag. I want to know what he got us. I want it now. If she could have, she would have sniffled a bit. 15 minutes is going to feel like forever. Meanwhile, Bonnie had different thoughts running through his mind as another peal of thunder shook the building as the storm raged outside. Get back soon, Harry. I hate thunderstorms. By the time that he was done, it was a minute before midnight and Harry sat down on a chair. Soon enough, once they could fully move, Chica leapt off the stage and rushed over with a gleeful expression. What did you get us? What did you get us? Ha! Ha! Laughing lightly, Harry gently shoved her away before he reached in and pulled out a newspaper-wrapped gift. Just one moment, Chica, he went through the monitors as he called out. Hey, Foxy. Got something for you. A moment later his aunt materialized as Foxy joined the group. Puzzled, the fox looked at the gift. Now what be this now? Still smiling, Harry gently shoved the wrapped box toward them. Why not unwrap it and see? Just one thing though. Harry waited until they were all listening though he could see Chica twitching as she wanted to unwrap it. This is for all of you to enjoy, understood? They all just unwrapped it before they gasped as Freddy lifted it out of the mass of ruined paper. It's a stereo. As he softly smiled at the happy looks, Harry shrugged. I figured that you guys would want to listen to something other than the same songs over and over. So I got you guys that and a bunch of music tapes to play. Or you can listen to the radio. A few seconds later he gasped as he was lifted into the air by all 5 animatronics and hugged tightly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Grimacing a little, Harry still smiled some as he patted them on the back. You're all welcome. Once they let him down, he coughed a bit as he caught his breath before he gestured back at the box. That's not all I got you guys. Freddy stepped forward and noted some other boxes in the bag. You didn't have to do that, Harry. It is your money after all. All the wizard did was shrug. Maybe, but I find spending some money to make my friends happy is a wonderful feeling to say the least. He then passed out the other boxes which had their wrap torn off and Harry started to point at the items. Now then, that one would be tapes. I got a bunch of them for you. Those boxes there are... He got interrupted by an excited Bonnie who jumped a bit. They're Game Boys. I don't believe it. At the looks, he chuckled shyly. I've seen some of the kids playing with them at times and always wanted to try one. Harry just shook his head with a grin. Well, they're a bit used but still work perfectly. Got some games with them for you guys as well for whenever you want to play them. He then gestured at another box that was unwrapped. There's a bunch of novels in there for you to read if you want. With a hungry look, Freddy began to sort through the books which caused Harry to chuckle. He was brought back to earth though by his aunt who sighed. As much as I would hate to ruin the moment, and trust me, I really do, but what are we going to do about keeping the staff in the dark? I have no doubt that they would take this stuff for themselves in a moment. While he rubbed his jaw with the top of his hook, Foxy nodded. Yeah, be bringing up a good point, lass, but I think that old Foxy be having a solution to the problem. Noticing that the other animatronics had hopeful expressions as they turned to him, Foxy gestured back to the Cove. Me Cove have an old treasure chest with a false bottom. Used to store candy in there for all the little children, back in the day. He shook off the familiar melancholy and continued. It be empty except fair dust now, and I not see anyone check it fair years. Now, be a perfect place to hide our booty after some cleaning. Arf, leaping into the air, Chica shouted. You know what this calls for? A party? She then grinned as she swung one arm in front of her and bent over some. Give me about 20 minutes and I'll have some pizza ready. And with that, she rushed off for the kitchen as Harry shook his head. Then he turned to the others with a smile. In the meantime, let's get this stereo set up since I got some batteries for it, as he polished off his slice of pizza as the various animatronics enjoyed the stereo. Harry nearly choked as he overheard a conversation between Bonnie and Chica. The two were dancing separate on the party room floor before the bunny rolled his eyes as he caught sight of what Chica was doing. The chicken dance? Really? Chica huffed a bit as the red lights inside her cheeks came on to give the appearance of a blush. Don't judge me. After he pounded his chest to stop himself from choking, Harry took a quick drink of soda to calm down before he looked over at the concerned Freddy. I'm okay. Quickly wiping his mouth, he sighed and got up. I'm just going to head over to the supply closer and grab some cleaning stuff for later when we clean up the storage area in the Cove. Slowly, Freddy nodded as he watched Rose doing, of all things, the robot which nearly set Harry off again. Sure, you do that and I'll hold the fort here. Then he noticed something and blinked. What in the heck are you doing, Foxy? The pirate blinked and looked at him. What do you mean? I be doing a sailor's dance. Both Harry and Freddy shared a look but decided to keep that it looked like Foxy was malfunctioning and spasming all over the place to themselves. Then Harry shook his head and coughed into one hand. Right? I'll, be right back. He left the party room with a big grin as the others took notice of Foxy and just stared at him. Just as he reached the supply closet though, he heard something and turned toward the door in time for a lightning flash to illuminate someone's silhouette at the door. Someone's there. There was another flash and he could hear pounding over the sounds of the storm. Hey, is anyone in there? For a moment, Harry considered his options. I've seen enough horror movies to know what happens next. He blinked for a moment as he could hear the music from the party room. Then again, haunted animatronics that have killed people. I'm practically in a horror movie as is, so. Having decided, Harry walked toward the door and upon reaching it, shined his flashlight through it and he could see a young woman a few years older than himself who jerked back in fright. We're closed, you know. From the answering sarcastic shout, Harry guessed that she was a little bit annoyed with him. You think? The fact that the sign on the door says closed might have been a big clue, you know. After a second, the woman banged her forehead on the door with a sigh. Can I come in and use your phone? Please? My car broke down and I need to call for a lift from a friend. Shaking his head, Harry unlocked the door. Sure, I don't see a problem with that. He had to hold onto the door as he opened it though as the storm outside threatened to grab it before smashing it into the wall. Come on in. With a thankful sigh, the woman quickly came in before Harry closed and secured the door. Hey, thanks for that. I really appreciate you letting me use your phone. As Harry was about to smile at her, he noted that water was practically streaming from her clothes. Give me a second. Since his office was just a few meters away, he quickly darted inside as the woman rubbed her arms. I didn't know if I was going to make it for my shift before the storm broke, so I brought a towel to dry myself off just in case. Harry then reappeared with a towel in hand that he handed to the woman. Here. Thankful, the woman took it and began to dry off. Thanks for that. She stopped for a moment and blinked before she slapped her forehead. Right, sorry for that. The woman then held out one hand to Harry.
Hey, I'm Michelle Schmidt.
While he chuckled, Harry grasped her hand and shook it. Name's Potter, Harry Potter, and I'm the night watchman here. A snort escaped Michelle as she went back to drying off. And how long have you been waiting to use that line? With a smile, Harry shrugged. For a while now. Part of Harry noted how her wet clothes clung to her figure before he shook it off. So, tourist then? Having gotten a strange look, he rubbed the back of his neck. Your accent sounds like you're from the States. Michelle just smiled and shook her head though. No, I'm studying here in the UK. but I was born here before my parents left for the US where I grew up. For a moment, she looked him up and down before she hummed. You look rather young for a night watchman." Seeing the annoyance on his face, she held out one hand as she cleaned the water out of her ear. "I don't mean anything, it's just that my dad was one and he told me some horror stories and just like that, Harry's annoyance vanished and he chuckles. "Yeah, I can understand that." Getting a raised eyebrow from her, he shakes his head. "The horror stories bit. Anyways, it's just a summer job, you know?" To his relief, she smiles back. "Yeah, I know." There was a silence as the two stood there in the hallway and stared at each other before Michelle cleared her throat. "So, about that phone." Shaken from his trance, Harry nodded and gestured for her to follow. "My office is right over here, you can use the phone there to call someone." Still drying her hair, Michelle missed how most of the office looked as she walked in and spotted the phone. As she walked over to it, she called back over her shoulder. "Do I need to dial anything to an outside line?" After Harry told her which number, she started to dial. "I thought that you said that you're closed?" At this, Harry blinked. "Huh? Well, yeah, we're closed right now." However, part of him was paying more attention at something else as she bent over to use the phone. "Dear sweet Merlin, those hips." A snort shook him from his thoughts, though, as he refocused. "I can hear music blasting from here." Rapidly, Harry searched his mind for an excuse. Yeah, I decided that I needed some noise at night, so I brought a radio to listen to. Best place to hear it throughout the building, you know?" He was pretty thankful that she bought it, though, as she nodded. Makes sense." Suddenly she brightened.
Lisa.
"It's Michelle. Look, my car broke down and I need a lift." "What? What do you mean Erica has your car and won't be by until the storm calms down?" "Ah, damn it." Michelle then sighed as she ran a hand through her still damp hair. "Where am I?" "Some strip mall in Little Whinging." "Which store?" "1 second, let me ask the night watchman." She then turned her head a little. "Which store is this?" With a shrug, Harry answered her. "Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria." Nodding, Michelle turned back to the phone. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. In the next second, if Harry could have seen it, her face turned from relaxed to horrified as the name registered. In fact, she barely answered her friend's next words. "Yeah, I'll wait for you guys to pick me up." However, Harry noticed that she seemed to be shaking as she set the phone down, so he got up from where he had been leaning against the desk. "Hey, you okay? You look like you're cold or something." He blinked, though, as she grabbed him and got up into his face. "Freddy Fazbear's." Harry nodded and she brought her face closer to his. "Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, which has animatronics." Once more, he nodded as she brought her face close enough that they were nearly touching. "Animatronics that kill night guards." It was then that Harry's eyes narrowed as he brought his hands up and gripped her upper arms. "How do you know about that?" Slightly hyperventilating, Michelle searched his face as she gulped and whispered. "Remember how I said that my dad had horror stories from his time as a night watchman?" For a brief moment, Harry was confused before his eyes widened. "Yeah, he worked here back in the 70s before they fired him." Before Harry could say anything, though, there was the sound of heavy footsteps behind Michelle, which caused her to stiffen before Chica's voice could be heard. "What are you doing, Harry?" "Freddy wants to know where the cleaning supplies are, and I got another pizza ready." "Oh, what's this?" Shakenly, Michelle turned to see Chica in the doorway with a grin. "Harry, you didn't tell me that you were bring a girlfriend, and were you about to kiss?" A whimper escaped the woman's mouth as she watched Chica enter the office with a glance given to the door button. Harry meanwhile realized exactly what it looked like they were doing. But before he could say anything, Michelle leapt forward, having forgotten that he was in front of her. The results, needless to say, were expected as the two went down in a tangle of limbs. MMPH, considering the position they ended up in on the floor, Harry thought that he was about to be slapped due to where his face was. A slap that never came as Michelle then noticed 2 metal feet in front of her. 2 metal feet that she slowly followed up as they became mechanical legs. Finally, her eyes met that of an animatronic fox as he flipped his eye patch with his hook to better see her. Why did ye never tell us that you were bringing a lass tonight?" Foxy blinked, though, as she gave a whimper before her eyes rolled back into her head and she went limp. With a wince, Chica walked into the office and leaned down. Are you okay, Harry? A moment later, Harry held up his hand and raised his index finger before he pointed it at the chicken. MMPH, scratching her head. Chica shrugged. I think you said that you're okay? She then nodded as the finger jerked around. Right? Slightly confused, Chica ignored how Foxy was using the curved top of his hook to move the woman's limp head around, like a kid poking something with a stick. She then leaned out the office door. Hey, Freddy, Bonnie, bring some of those smelling salt thingies. I think that we need them since Harry's girlfriend fainted at the sight of Foxy's ugly mug. That caused Foxy's head to snap up. Oh! From his position under Michelle's limp body, Harry just sighed. This looks like it's going to be a long night. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans, hello? Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. All around Michelle, there was darkness before a pungent odor caused her to jerk as she slowly awoke. Ah! I had the strangest dream. A male voice spoke up and she could detect a bit of amusement. A strange dream. Huh? Slowly, she nodded as she blinked her eyes. Yeah, I dreamt that I was in the pizzeria that my dad worked before I was born, where there were these animatronics who would stuff people they caught after hours into suits, killing said people in the process. Finally, she opened her eyes and she could see clearly as in front of her was the guard who let her inside with 4 animatronics right behind him. That wasn't a dream. Her finger came up as a squeak not too different from a frightened mouse escaped her mouth as she pointed at them, which caused Harry to rub the back of his neck. Yeah, they're real. Still frightened out of her mind, Michelle calmed down a little bit. Shouldn't they be, trying to kill us? To her surprise, though, they all flinched before Freddy made a noise as if he had cleared his throat. While that may have been true as late as at the beginning of the summer, it no longer is. He then clapped one large hand onto Harry's shoulders. Our friend here took care of that particular issue rather permanently. Beside him, Bonnie nodded as he nervously rubbed his hands against each other. Yeah, we really don't have that issue anymore. Unsure, the young woman looked at each one and gulped. So you're not going to think that I'm an endoskeleton and then stuff me into a suit? At their heads shaking, she continued as the tension bled from her. And I'm not in danger? Foxy just rolled his eyes and gestured at Harry with his hook. Not unless ye be a danger to us or Harry here, arf. By this point, the fright had almost completely vanished from her as she slowly examined the animatronics in front of her, part of her mind going back to the stories that her father had told her. Oh, a cough drew her attention as Harry gave her a raised eyebrow. How are you feeling? With a frown, she looked herself over and tested the different parts of her body before she nodded. Everything seems to be fine. Michelle looked up though as Harry asked who her father was. Oh, his name was Michael Schmidt and he worked here for a few weeks as a night watchman during 1978, I think. It was the year I was born. Now frowning, the animatronics became thoughtful as they thought back. Bonnie couldn't hear anything in the office, which meant that the guard was probably cowering, possibly gone. Please be gone, mister. Please be gone. Against his will, the marionette forced his body to step inside the door. A moment later, he stumbled back as a folding chair smashed into his face. Freak off, you freak waste of fur. Moment later, the door slammed shut. Foxy was rushing down the hallway as fast as he could, when he suddenly stepped on a bunch of marbles that had been painted black. Gah-wah! He skidded down the hallway trying to get some traction right until he slammed into an arm that stuck out of the office, which caused the animatronic to go flying. The guard whose arm it was stuck his head out of the office and looked at the fox where it twitched before he laughed. Stupid freak fox. Then he blinked and stuck his head back into the office as Chica, who had been rushing to help Foxy, hit the marbles and went flying. Zeech. Once more, the grinning guard poked his head out. BWA. Ha 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 ha. He then ducked back into the room and closed the door. Freddy sighed and took a step forward, only to trip as someone had wrapped a chain around his ankles, which sent him tumbling off the stage. A moment later, laughter echoed through the building as the camera focused on him. How do you like that, fuckbear? With a blink, they all turned to Michelle and replied in the same deadpan voice. We remember him. She just shrugged as she rubbed the back of her neck. Yeah, Dad is rather, memorable for people. The young woman then lifted a finger. He is an awesome dad though. As he chuckled, Harry slowly nodded as he smiled. Oh, no doubt about that. It was then that a gurgling noise could be heard that stopped everyone. A moment later they all turned toward a sheepish Michelle who had a hand placed on her stomach. Sorry about that. She flinched a little as Bonnie leaned in. When was the last time that you ate? Once more, Michelle's stomach could be heard to growl before she sighed and hung her head. This afternoon, I guess, got caught up in studying and left the university late, and then you know what happened next. However, the young woman blinked as a hand was held out to her, and she looked up to see a smiling Harry. Chica's got some fresh pizza ready if you want a slice or two. She is a good cook after all. Suddenly, Chica smacked him in the shoulder, which sent him stumbling forward as the lights in her cheeks came on. Oh, stop, Harry. You're embarrassing me. She blinked though as she heard a squeak and noticed that Harry had fallen right into Michelle's chest. What are you doing there? Red-faced, Harry scrambled off and equally flushed Michelle and coughed. You forgot your own strength again. Chica. He then turned back to Michelle and rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry about that, though still embarrassed. A smile bloomed on Michelle's face before she waved him off. No harm done. Then a frown crossed her face. About that pizza, are you sure? I mean, I don't want you to get in trouble or anything due to being caught on cameras. The last thing that she expected though was for him to snort. The cameras are all live and have no recordings at all unless it's during the day when the other employees are here, for rather obvious reasons considering the placement of some of them. A wince was shared before Harry reached out with a hand. So no worries about getting caught having a pizza. A final growl came from Michelle's stomach before she grasped his hand and let him help her to her feet. Sounds good. Both of them stopped as they heard a snicker and turned to see a grinning Foxy watching them. I sounds like a date then. Harry and Michelle. Up in a tree, KISSIOW. As he rubbed where Freddy had smacked him in the back of the head. Harry nodded. Thanks, Freddy. Beside him, Michelle giggled as the two animatronics got into a small verbal spat. Then a thoughtful expression crossed her face before she looked toward Harry. Of course, it was then that she noticed that they were still holding hands before she cleared her throat to catch Harry's attention. Having done that, she gestured with her head at their hands, which he let go with a sheepish smile. Sorry about that. Another giggle escaped her before she shook her head. Don't worry about it. Michelle then hummed as they slowly walked out of the office, the animatronics following as the storm outside continued unabated. So, mind telling me some stories then about them? Ron sighed as he flopped back onto the bed. Can you stop pacing, Hermione? It's not helping any. The witch sighed before she stopped and sat down onto a bed with a groan. I'm just really worried over what's going on and what Sirius told us. Both teens winced at that while Ginny huffed from where she sat on an armchair. I don't see why you're so surprised that Harry told him that he hoped that he wouldn't see either of you until September 1st. If I was him, I would be rather bloody peeved off as well. A scowl crossed over Hermione's face as she turned toward the red-haired witch. We were told by the headmaster and the others that we weren't allowed to talk with Harry, that he needed some space to get over what happened. Rolling her eyes, a sarcasm dripped from Ginny's tone of voice. Yeah, great idea there, you know. Turned out rather perfectly, now didn't it? With a sigh, Hermione deflated some. I know, we screwed up. A few tears came to her eyes, though she tried to stop them. And now I might have screwed up one of the first and strongest friendships that I have ever had. Now frowning herself, Ginny walked over and pulled the slightly distraught witch into an embrace. Hey, it's not that bad, you know. Still on the bed? Ron shrugged. Yeah, Harry will forgive us, you know. All we have to do is see him and talk to him face to face and explain ourselves. While she scowled, Hermione turned toward him and suddenly stopped. Wait, go back, say that again? Raising one of his eyebrows, Ron frowned. What? About him forgiving us? Hermione just shook her head as her eyes sparkled. No, about talking to Harry face to face. If we try to explain ourselves by doing that, and soon maybe we can save our friendship. There was a moment of silence before Ginny raised a finger. A few problems, not the least of which is actually getting to Private Drive, considering that with all the adults around we won't get past them. and then there's actually getting there. However, Hermione just shook her head. Look, we do it at night since we already know where Harry is and no one will really be watching. I even know how to get outside since I found an old servant's entrance just the other day. Michelle giggled as she watched the animatronics dancing to the music before she took another bite of her slice. After all the stories that my dad told me, I still can hardly believe what I am seeing. Animatronics dancing and laughing with one of them able to make a good pizza. It's like some sort of strange dream. Taking a bite from his own pizza, Harry nodded. Yeah, and I count each and every one of them as close friends. With a frown, Michelle turned to look at him closely and he raised an eyebrow at her. Then her frown became thoughtful as she leaned against her hand and watched him. You really do care for them deeply, don't you? As he sighed, Harry leaned back some and glanced at her. Yeah, I really do, and I'm about the only one who does. Just as she was about to say something, Harry continued. And I'm not just saying that because my aunt is one of them. Having realized what he had said, Harry face-bombed. I should not have said anything about that. Her eyes narrowed. Michelle stared at him. What do you mean by that? She trailed off as suddenly some things clicked her mind and she turned to stare at the animatronics who had not heard the quiet conversation over their own, the music of the stereo, and the storm. They act like kids, and Dad always figured that the kids had been. Her eyes now wide, she looked at Harry. The animatronics, it's not just AI for them, is it? They're the kids that got murdered. While he rubbed his face, Harry slowly nodded. Yeah, long story short, when the kids got murdered, they were stuffed into the suits. Something had manipulated the day guard at the time to do so, and then controlled them like puppets to do its bidding. Which you can likely guess from both your father's stories and what you're seeing. A moment later, after she had searched his face for any lie, Michelle slumped back. It was trying to create more like them for some reason, even though it wasn't needed to confirm it. Harry nodded his head. Yeah, pretty sure that it never actually worked again except for the kids, just don't ask them about what happened. Okay? As she placed a strand of hair behind her ear, Michelle nodded. No worries about that. She frowned a little before she spoke. No, I'm here in England getting an education, because I hope to one day become a teacher. Found out that I really get along with kids and like helping them learn things since I started to tutor some when I was in high school. A small tear dripped from her eyes before she sighed. And knowing this, I pity them, making sure that the animatronics were not watching. Harry shook his head. Maybe, but they're happy now and that's what's important to say the least. However, Michelle frowned a bit. Yeah, but for how long? Seeing his look, she gave him a raised eyebrow. While I didn't know that this was the spot, when I came to England, I did some research and found that they're closing their doors this year for good. Probably no later than November. While he coughed into his hand, Harry whispered to her. Let's just say I have a plan for that and leave it there. Though she was curious, Michelle just nodded. A moment later though, Chica came rushing up to them and grinned. Yes, Chica? With a giggle, she pulled Harry to his feet and dragged him out to the dance floor. Don't just sit there. This is a party, so you should dance. Despite not really knowing her, Michelle soon met the same fate as Bonnie dragged her out and a few moments later had her laughing as she danced. Minutes passed before she bumped into Harry. Okay, this is officially not just the weirdest late-night party, but also one of the most fun. Harry just grinned as nodded. Tell me about it. Then Michelle squealed with joy as Harry lifted her up a bit and then set her down, only for Freddy to take her hand as he did his best Baloo dancing impression. Have fun. A few hours passed before Michelle noticed something and looked up at the roof. Sounds like the storm's over. After a moment, she walked over to Harry and tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, this is fun and all, but I think that my friends might show up soon, so... Before Harry could answer though, the animatronics stopped dancing before Bonnie walked forward with a saddened expression. Does that mean that you're leaving then? At her nod, he sighed and hung his head as did the others. Bonnie was surprised though when he felt a hand on his shoulder and saw a smiling Michelle look up at him. Hey, we're friends now, right? Slowly, the rabbit nodded and the woman smiled wider. And friends don't leave forever, so expect me back. She winked at him. Okay, now cheered up, he nodded. I will. As she chuckled, Michelle hugged each one before her and Harry left for the front door before the night watchman turned to her. Thanks for that, they'll be on cloud 9 now for who knows how long. All Michelle did was snort as she waved him off. No prov. Besides, I wasn't lying when I said that I would be back. She then threw an arm over Harry's shoulders. And they're not the only ones to get a new friend. It was then that they reached the doors in time for two people to walk up and peer in. Harry waved his flashlight toward them and Michelle smiled before she opened the door.
Lisa.
Erica, you're here. One of them grinned as she popped some bubblegum in her mouth. Of course we are. What? Did you think that we would leave you stranded? She then winked at Harry. Granted, stranded with a cutie in uniform is not the worst thing that could happen. While she face-bombed, Michelle sighed. Do you mind, Erica? A laugh escaped Lisa as she shook her head. Anyways, we should get going in case the storm starts up again. The young woman turned to Harry and gave him a smile. Thanks for looking after our friend and not leaving her outside. With a sheepish grin, Harry rubbed the back of his neck. Well, you know. Suddenly Michelle straightened a bit and looked at her two friends. Do either of you have pen or paper on you? At their shaking heads, she turned toward Harry and frowned. How about you? Confused, Harry gestured at the office. Yeah, I got a pad of paper and a pen just in case. But why? Michelle just walked past him before he shared a glance with her two friends and then held open the door for them. They followed him to the office and all three raised eyebrows at Michelle writing something. What are you doing? As she blinked, Michelle looked at him. I'm writing down some contact information for you. At his raised eyebrow, she shrugged and smiled. I wasn't kidding when I said that we were friends now, by the way, mind writing down yours? Still confused, Harry did and eventually handed her a sheet after she gave him one. Here. Just to let you know though, I go to a private school up in the Highlands for most of the year and it's kind of hard to get post up there. Erica straightened a bit and turned toward him. Wait, this wouldn't be a school for, unique children and teens, would it? When he slowly nodded and gave her a weary look, she smiled. My cousin who lives with me at the moment goes there. Her parents left on a multi-year cruise just last year and she's staying with me until they get back. Humming, Harry nodded before he shrugged. Okay. The other two women shared confused looks before Erica gently took them and guided them out. Anyways, Michelle will see you later, cutie. Once the three were outside and heading toward the car, Michelle gave Erica a glare. What was that all about? And is it really the same school that Sally goes to? With a smile, Erica nodded. It is. After she trailed off though, she gave her friend a look that made her feel like a mouse before a cat. So then, got yourself a nice boyfriend in uniform there. Eh? She could only laugh as Michelle sputtered indignantly, while Lisa also started asking for details. Getting out of a car, Remus looked himself over and sighed. It's a good thing that Molly knows how to repair clothing. I wasn't sure if these old things would be reparable. The driver's door opened and a woman that some wizards and witches might have mistaken for Bellatrix stepped out, if not for the fact that she had softer features and brown eyes. Said woman was dressed in a business suit and gave Remus a once-over. I think that the last time I saw you wear those was just before Lily and James went into hiding. A sigh escaped Remus before he ran a hand through his hair. Yeah, we all got together for Lily's and James' anniversary at a Muggle restaurant seeing, as things were too dangerous in the wizarding world at the time. Slowly a frown crossed his face as he examined them. Lily bought them for me, actually had a rather big fight with her over if I remember correctly. Having felt a hand clasp his shoulder, he turned and saw Andromeda giving him a soft smile. And Lily would be happy that you kept it, especially with the reason why. Seeing his surprise, she laughed. I was wondering why Sirius wanted my help in buying this place for Harry, especially after I did some digging into its rather dark past. Finally dragged it out of my daughter. Andromeda laughed a bit louder. Well, after about a half hour of her cursing and swearing about how Harry was a little arsehole. Something that I think I should encourage. Shaking his head, Remus sighed. He's definitely Lily's son, that's for sure. Heck, the whole thing is something that she would have pulled on us if she had the chance and thought of it. It was then that he spotted someone walking out of Freddy's and had to blink. Susan Bones, is that you? If anything, she seemed more surprised to see her former professor there. Professor Lupin? What are you doing here? The werewolf shared a look with Andromeda before he smiled back at her. I'm no longer your professor, Miss Bones. As for why I am here, I have some business to take care of for someone. Susan looked at who was accompanying him and her eyes widened, though she heard his next question. And you? Shaking off her surprise at seeing one of the few solicitors that her aunt spoke of with respect, Susan blushed some. I actually work here as one of the waitresses. Auntie thought that I should have a job this summer, but rather than have me get one from just the Bones name, we went muggle, get in touch with my mother's roots and all, you know? Chuckling, Remus nodded with a smile. I understand, he then mused a bit to himself. That's 2 Hogwarts students working here. Surprised, Susan readjusted her bag and looked at him intently. The second? Who's the first? When he frowned, she rolled her eyes. I'm pretty sure that I would have recognized someone else from Hogwarts here, you know. For a few moments, Remus considered not telling her, before he shrugged as he figured that she would just do some research and find out anyhow. It's Harry, he works here as the night watchman. As her eyes bugged out, Susan sputtered. Harry? Are you telling me that Harry Potter is the invincible guardsman? Having spotted the amused looks, she blushed some. What? That's what all the employees call him, you know, since he's the longest-lasting night watchman in the history of the place. For a moment, she scrunched her nose in confusion. Still don't understand what they mean when they say that he's a badass, though. No one wants to say why. Once more, Remus and Andromeda shared a look before the witch smiled. No doubt. She then gently guided Remus past Susan and into Freddy's. And I'm sorry to cut this short, but we have a meeting that we can't be late for. Please say hello to your aunt for me. Would you? And before Susan could say anything, they were inside the pizzeria and out of sight. With a raised eyebrow, Remus looked at his companion. That was rather rude. All the former Black did was snort. She understands, especially with the way that you two were gossiping like 2 old ladies. She ignored the werewolf sputters as she continued to walk down the hall, her eyes taking in every detail. Are you sure that those friends of yours can fix this place up? Having stopped sputtering, Remus sighed as he looked around. They're a good crew and got a lot of experience in construction in various things. It's just hard for them to find work when they have to take 1 day off a month. Besides, they'll be rather thankful for having long-term work and good pay. It was then that Andromeda noticed the animatronics on the stage. My word, is that them? When Remus replied that it was only some, she shook her head. I'm still having trouble believing what Nymphadora told me about them. And I come from one of the darkest families in Britain. Watching the animatronics, Remus slowly nodded. Of course, they had noticed him and Chica was freak out inside her head. Hey, the pervert is back. Oh no, he's staring at me. Why is he staring at me? Is he imagining me without my bib or... Internally, she gasped. He's imagining me without my suit. Chica blinked and, if she could have, she would have sniffled. Oh, I wish that Harry was here, he's protect me. Not too long after, much to her relief, Remus and the unknown woman met with the manager and owner before they went to his office. Sighing, Harry leaned back into his chair and hummed to himself. So, you overheard Hermione and Ron talking about coming here and talking with me? Remus shrugged as he watched Harry spin around in his chair, having taken guard duty for Harry that night. Hermione especially seemed to be rather broken up over what happened and wants to make some amends with you. He could hear that Harry was still humming to himself. So what are you going to do? Okay, what's with that smirk on your face? With a raised eyebrow, Harry stopped his spinning. What smirk? The werewolf just pointed at Harry's face with one finger. That smirk on your face. It reminds me so much about... He was cut off by Harry, who gave a roll of his eyes. Let me guess, it reminds you of my father when he was about to perform a prank or some such thing. To his surprise, though, Remus shook his head and shuddered. Nope, that smirk is exactly the one when your mother was planning something as payback. Trust me, it was never a good thing to be on the other end of it. For a moment, Harry blinked before a soft smile crossed his face. Thanks. Anyways, want to give me a hand? Mooney? A grin answered him before he reached behind the desk and pulled out something that he tossed to Remus, who caught it. The wizard blinked as he turned it over in his hands. Put that on. As he turned it over in his hands, Remus blinked. What the heck? This looks like Foxy's face. Harry just nodded as he continued to walk, a Freddy mask in one hand. Yeah, we're gonna need them, trust me on that. Before we do anything though, he poked his head into the main party room. "Hey, Freddy, Bonnie, mind giving me a hand with something?" After the two animatronics looked at each other, they shrugged and followed Harry as he walked toward a door. Frowning, Mooney glanced at them and then back at Harry. "Mind explaining to an old wolf why we need them? Or what's with the masks?" However, his answer came from none other than Freddy himself, who slowly nodded. "We're heading down into the basement, aren't we?" Confused, Remus looked between the three as they reached a door that had a large steel bar across it and was locked in place. "Okay, what's the deal with the basement and why do we need these? And why the heck is it that secured?" A sigh escaped Harry as he brought out his keys and began to unlock the various locks. The basement is where a bunch of old animatronics, non-possessed ones, from the old place are stored as a source of spare parts for Freddy and the others. There's also some old costumes which I want one of for certain reasons. Due to them having free roam as well, the masks work by tricking them think that we're in costume except for Mangle, which is where Freddy and Bonnie come in. The large rabbit animatronic just nods. "Our job is basically to back you up and keep Mangle off you. I don't expect much trouble, though." Finally finishing with unlocking the door, Harry opened it. Well, masks on. Both him and Remus put on the masks before they slowly walked down the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom, though, Remus could see a shambling shape wandering around before Harry turned on the flashlight and revealed that it looked like a beaten-up and slightly run-down Chica. Then he noticed that instead of the feather felt that Chica had, its skin was composed of hard plastic, though some was missing in places, as well as the beak not being on her face, leaving an open mouth in a creepy smile. However, it was something else that caught his attention. "Is she wearing panties?" From above a voice shouted down that caused Remus to flinch as he recognized it as Chica's. "Stop perving on my little sister." With a sigh, Remus glanced back at the door. "I wish that I knew why she called me a pervert." Now bored, the Chica wandered off as Harry walked through the stacks of boxes and the like. "Where is it? Where the bloody heck is it?" Suddenly, a voice piped up. "Hello." The group turned to see what looked like a caricature of a little round boy with a beanie hat. Of course, the fact that half his face was ripped off to reveal the metal endoskeleton face underneath caused them to grimace at the creepiness. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Bonnie just blinked before one arm swung up and smacked a blur into a bunch of boxes before he turned to Freddy. "Guess that Mangle's found us. I'll take care of her." As he wandered off to where the blur had landed, Harry turned back to the boxes. "Anyways, I swear that I saw it around here. Somewhere." Finally, he spotted what he was looking for. "There it is." "Hey, Freddy, mind helping me with this box?" While he rubbed his jaw, Freddy thought it over before he walked over and grabbed it. "Sure." He easily lifted the box up and started carrying it toward the stairwell. "Hey Bonnie, we're heading out. Time to stop playing." A grunt sounded before Bonnie rolled into view with what looked like a broken-up white version of Foxy somehow wrapped around him. "Screw you, Freddy." To his annoyance, they just stepped around him and started to make their way out of the basement. "Never mind. Screw each and every one of you." "Ow, that was my bloody tail, you mutant." Remus glanced back at him through the mask. "Shouldn't we, help him?" Both Freddy and Harry stopped, looked at each other before they turned toward the struggling Bonnie, then back to each other. Then they simply shrugged and continued walking. Nah, it was just as they reached the top of the stairs that a winded though how, no one could figure out Bonnie caught up with them. "I really hate you guys sometimes." As Harry was locking up the basement, the other animatronics came over with Foxy looking over the box. "Now what be this, Mr. Harry?" With a smile, Harry gestured for Freddy to open it and they peered in. It was of course Chica who was most confused. "It looks like a version of me, but colored black instead of yellow?" Harry nodded some as he placed his hands on his hips. "Yeah, someone screwed up an order for you and got the wrong colors, so it's never been used. Thankfully." He then tilted his head back some and grinned at the marauder. "So, how good are you with vanishing spells?" "Hello, my dear." Golden Freddy Rose evens hello? "Hello? Phone guy." "Dear Harry." Writing. The next night, the animatronics all gathered around the empty Shadow Chica costume as Harry opened up the back. Frowning, Chica looked inside. "So what are we doing then? And why does it seem smaller on the inside now?" Harry looked over his shoulder and grinned. Well, to answer your second question, Remus used a reverse expansion charm on it so it is smaller. As to the first, he chuckled some. I'm going to wear it when Hermione and Ron show up to scare the bloody daylights out of them. A moment later, he clapped his hands over his ears as the animatronics all shouted. What? Wiggling on finger in his ear, Harry grimaced. I'll be wearing it to scare the heck out of them. For a moment, Rose stared at him as the others shared an uneasy look before she sighed and pinched her muzzle. Harry, have you forgotten that we were killed by a security guard wearing a suit? As he cringed, her expression turned deadpan. You forgot, didn't you? Rubbing the back of his neck, Harry frowned. Yeah, I kind of did. It was then that Foxy raised his hook. Besides, laddie, there also be what is inside the suit. All of them crossbeams and wires as well as animatronic parts. 'Tis would be deadly, and yeah would be deader than a bilge rat trapped on a sinking ship in shark-infested waters. Ark. To his and the others' surprise, Harry just smirked. Seems that I'm not the only forgetful one as Remus removed all that stuff. Remember? The group stood there stunned and Harry waited until they face-bombed to continue. Anyways, Remus and Sirius went over it with a bunch of spells. According to them, it will move for me as if I was an endoskeleton. Suddenly, Harry frowned. By the way, you guys don't really mind this, do you? I won't use the suit if it makes you uncomfortable. There was silence as each animatronic turned and looked at the others. Their years of knowing each other almost seeming to give them the ability to read the mind of the others. After about a minute, Freddy turned to him and shook his head. No, it doesn't really bother us. Bonnie then grinned some. Besides, once you have the suit on, it'll almost be like you're one of us, right? Like family or something. For a brief moment, Harry froze as those words echoed through his head before a soft smile crossed his face. Family, huh? Unknown to Harry, the animatronics were also considering those words. After giving the suit a glance, Chica made her way over and smiled at Harry. Do you need any, help? Harry frowned before he looked back at the suit and nodded. Yeah, I think that I do. Mind giving me a hand? With only a slight frown on her face, Chica lifted him up so that he could more easily slide into the suit. Just tell me if anything is hurting you. Okay? She shuddered a bit as what she was doing brought back old memories. I don't want you to get hurt. The young wizard's next words caused the lights in her cheeks to turn on and for a warm fuzzy feeling to flow through her. I trust you, Chica. I trust all of you. After she looked at the others, Chica allowed a similar expression of happiness to cross her face before she turned back and helped Harry into the suit. There we go, gently. Once he was fully inside with only the back open and the head missing, the chicken animatronic tilted her head some. How does it feel? While he smiled, Harry looked over his shoulder. I'll tell you in a moment if you could close the back. It was only the work of a minute, due to Chica taking it slowly and carefully, for the back to be closed. Having brought one hand in front of his face, Harry felt his fingers moving at the same time as the suits. This doesn't feel that bad, I suppose. With a nod, he pushed off the stool where the suit had sat. However, he misjudged some things and started to pitch forward. Whoa! Thankfully for him, though, Foxy was right there and caught him before he could hit the ground. Easy there, lad. Ya not be used to moving around in a suit just yet. After he was brought to his feet, Harry reached back with one arm and used the table there to help support himself. Thanks, Foxy. His attention was grabbed a moment later by Chica. Harry, looking over, he smiled as he saw that she had the head of the costume in her hands. There that is, mind helping? With a shake of the head, Chica waited until he bent over and, with care and gentleness, she placed the costume's head over Harry's. Once she was sure it was on, she gave a light twist and with a click, it locked into the joint. There we go. Straightening, Harry smiled at her and to her amazement, the costume's expression shifted to what Harry's was as he gazed out, the eye holes with his green eyes. Perfect. As he felt a clap on the shoulder, he turned to see Freddy giving him a smile. Looking good. Isn't he, gang? Bonnie grinned and gave him a thumbs up. You're looking like one of us now. While the other talked with him, Chica looked him over and Bonnie's earlier words about then being like a family came back to her. Well, he's using one of my suits. With a slight frown, She realized that it was not just the color that was off, as the Chica suit was slightly taller and bulkier than her own. Oh wow, it's more like a boy me. It was then that a tickle grew at the back of her mind, as if she was remembering something. Wait, a boy me? Harry turned to the still quiet Chica and frowned some. Something the matter? Shaken from her thoughts, the chicken animatronic shook her head as she felt her cheeks light up. Oh, nothing, just thinking. A frown was still present on Harry's face as he nodded. As long as there's nothing the matter. As he turned back to the others, Chica shook her head. He's always worrying about us. Finally, it all clicked in her head. He worries about us, wants to see us happy and cheers us up when we're sad. Tries his best to protect us. Like he's our brother. Emotions bubbled up in her chest as she smiled. The glass cleaner dispensers in her eyelids releasing some and giving her eyes a shimmering look. And he's in a suit that's like a boy versions of my own. It's like he's my. Before Harry could do anything, Chica Tackle hugged him, which caused him to blink before he looked at the others. However, they were just as confused as he was, so all Harry did was reach up and place one arm over her shoulders. I wonder what brought this on. Meanwhile, Chica could not stop smiling with her eyes closed. I always wanted a big brother. It took Harry about 2 nights, but he eventually mastered walking around in the Chica costume. It was at just midnight on the 3rd day that Remus poked his head into the main party room and cleared his throat. Guys, Sirius just confirmed that they left Grindlewald. According to him, they snuck out with the twins' side, allonging them both, and then they took the night bus. Grimacing, Harry leaned back in his chair. That does not give us much time at all to prepare. It was then that he noticed Remus smirk, though that fell away as Chica called him a pervert again. What is it? Having given Chica an annoyed look, Remus turned back to Harry. Actually, it'll be a bit, as Sirius overheard Hermione mention that they were going to get on it a few blocks from headquarters and get off a few blocks from here. That caused Harry's face to light up before he grinned and rubbed his hands together. Excellent, that means that we got a bit before they get here, Bonnie. Here, take the tablet back to the office and mess it up a little. The rabbit frowned as he rubbed his head some. How do you want me to mess it up? After a moment's thought, Harry frowned. Knock over the chair, put some papers on the floor and scatter them, that sort of thing. Basically, make it look like there was a struggle of sorts. Okay? Bonnie nodded and gave a grin as he walked off while Harry turned to Foxy. I need you to keep a lookout. As soon as you see them, rush back here and let us know. Then he looked at Freddy. And I need you to. As he chuckled, Freddy shook his head. You need me to go and get the extra chunky sauce that we're going to be using. And with that, he ambled off as Harry turned toward Chica and Rose. And you two are going to be helping me suit up and put me into place. While they walked toward parts and service, Remus cleared his throat. So why exactly do you need extra chunky pizza sauce? Harry hummed and turned toward him. We're going to spread some on the table there and onto the suit, especially by the mouth. A chuckle came from him as he grinned. Under the camera, it'll look like blood and shredded gore. For a few seconds, Remus watched him before he sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. You're going to try and get me in Padfoot, aren't you? However, Harry just gave a chuckle as Chica picked him up and Rose steadied the suit. Nah, you two are actually making it up to me by being helpful. Wiggling a bit in place as Chica sealed the back of the suit, the wizard smiled as he spotted Freddy walk in. Thanks, you sure that you don't mind the suit getting a bit dirty? Chica? Having glanced up from where she had been inspecting a seam, Chica have a shake of her head as she grabbed the head of the suit. Not at all, besides you can always clean it. As he leaned forward, Harry hummed as she placed the costume's head over his and secured it with a twist and a click. True enough, while he watched them set Harry up on the steel table, Remus frowned. So then what exactly is the plan? When Harry glanced over at him, Remus had to suppress a shudder at how it looked to see Harry's eyes staring out from the sockets of the face. Creepy. Then Harry grinned and it gave it an even creepier air. Oh, they'll get in the office and most likely start going through the cameras. Then the guys show up to keep them in the office. They'll see me here and freak before I make my way over with Chica and Bonnie doing their little interference bit with the cameras. They'll ramp it up until they're both watching the cameras and so miss me sneak in through the hole in the wall of the office, whereupon I scare the pants off them. With Freddy pouring out the old sauce around Harry and Chica taking some newer stuff and putting it around his mask's eye holes and in the beak. As if it was leaking out, Remus just nodded. Once they were done, Harry slumped in place and glanced at Remus before he asked how it looked. Really, really creepy. Chica glanced at him and shuddered, which the werewolf pointingly ignored. Good thing that Harry's here to protect me. Us. From the pervert. It was then that Foxy stuck his head in. Arg, mateys, the scallywags be at the entrance of the parking lot. Inside the mask, Harry's eyes seemed to glow as he laughed and rubbed his hands together. Excellent. Showtime, everyone. During the time that the others filed out, Remus shook his head and cast a disillusionment charm on himself. He's Lily's son. The two magicals looked around as they quietly snuck up toward the door to the pizzeria. When she gripped the door, though, Hermione frowned and stopped, which caused Ron to give her an odd look. What's the matter? Still with a frown, Hermione turned and looked at him. The door, it's not locked. However, the redhead shrugged. Better for us then, I guess. We don't need to knock on the door and wait until Harry answers then. Before Hermione could stop him, Ron opened the door and walked inside. As he looked around, he shivered a bit. Okay, this place is really creepy. A hand grabbed his and started to drag him toward an open door. That should be the security office. Once she had reached the open door, Hermione stopped and stared into it with a look of shock. What in the world? Slowly, the witch walked in, careful not to step on anything. Behind her, Ron whistled as he took in the mess. Bloody heck. Looks like someone held a fight in here or something. If he had turned, he would have seen Hermione stiffen. Instead, Ron's attention was grabbed by a strange-to-him device that was on the floor. What's this now? It was snatched from his hands, though, from Hermione. This looks like the tablet that we overheard Remus talking about. She started to flip through the camera views and stopped, though, as she came across one. Ron. He was right there in a moment and looked over her shoulder. What is it, WHO? What the bloody heck? For a few moments, Hermione just stood there. She stared at the black bird costume that sat on a table slumped over, another bird nearby staring at the camera. With a sick feeling, she guessed what the puddle of goo that seemed to be spreading from the costume was. Oh no, Ron gulped down some bile that rose in his throat before he blinked. Did you hear that? They turned to the darkened doorway and shakingly Ron pressed the button. As soon as he saw the leering face of Bonnie, he screamed and Hermione slammed her hand on the door button. Oh shite, the youngest of the male Weasleys jumped up as Hermione slammed the other door shut after a few seconds and whipped around to see a fox as it stared in.
Arg, velkomme Matteis tatata Freddy Fazbear's, Family Pizzeria.
A deep laugh caused the two to look at the other window where a bear animatronic looked in as some music box sound could be barely heard. His face lit from below by a flickering light. Gulping, Hermione looked from one door to the other. Oh, this isn't good. The other heard conversation between Sirius and Remus came back to her, and she slowly lifted the tablet to look and froze. Bloody heck. Surprised, Ron turned from the staring contest with the bear and blinked as he pointed at her. You swore. For his troubles, he got a glare from Hermione as she shoved the tablet into his face. Ron, it's gone. After a moment, Ron recoiled as the room where they had seen the two birds in it was now empty, except for all the heads having been turned to stare at the camera. So there's two more then? With a scowl, the emotional which grabbed him by his collar. Ron, remember what we heard Remus and Sirius talking about? What? These tears started to leak from her eyes. What these things do to night watchmen that they catch. Ron just blinked and scratched his head. Yeah, they stuff them into the suits and kill them. Why? He trailed off as his eyes widened and he went pale except for a slight greenish tinge. Oh, as she nodded, Hermione glared at the windows and noticed that one of the birds had joined the fox. Ron, Harry worked here and he's not here. And we saw a stained costume with something leaking from it, which is now missing. Slowly, Ron looked from one window to another. Wait, then where is the final one? A bang caused them to flinch and look at where the bear could be seen as the door took another hit. Shaking her head, Hermione turned back to the tablet. Wherever it is, we should be safe as long as those doors hold up. She gulped though as she looked at the battery, which might not be long since the power has dropped a bit. Another bang caused her to flinch. And getting shorter all the time. Turning from the door, Ron walked over and looked over her shoulder as she flipped through the cameras. Wait, there it is. Both Hermione and Ron leaned in to see the costume where it was slumped across one of the party tables when there was another bang and the view went fuzzy for about 10 seconds. When it cleared up, the other suit bird was gone. What the bloody heck? While a shiver made its way down her spine, Hermione flipped through the cameras again before she found the suit. This time slumped in the cleaning closet as it dripped something thick onto the floor from its mouth. Then there was another interruption and it vanished once more. How the heck is it moving and... Shut up. With that music, the witch glared at the bear which started to laugh. It was then that the animatronics started to tap against the windows and bang on the door, the noise causing the two magicals to sweat as they turned back to the tablet. Where is that thing? So noisy was it, that none of them heard the poster behind them shift out of the way, nor did they hear or see Harry crawl into the office through the hole there. In fact, Harry was right behind them before either of them noticed something. The whole place went quiet. With a blink, Ron glanced at one window to see the animatronics staring in, while Hermione stared at the other. Behind them, Harry grinned inside the suit. This is going to be good. With a frown, Hermione shivered a bit. Why? Did they just go quiet? As he shrugged, Ron stared at the window. Don't as me, and stop breathing so hard. That caused the female of the two to freeze where she was. Ron, I'm not breathing hard. While he shook, Ron raised a finger. Wait, if you're not breathing hard. The two had widened eyes as they slowly turned. Who is breathing hard? They stiffened as they saw the missing suit in front of them. It looked to be blood-stained as thick, red paste mixed with white stuff dripped from its beak. Suddenly, two startling green eyes opened in its eye holes before it grabbed them. Hey! Both of them reacted rather as expected as they screamed in fright. Ah! Having leaned backwards in her chair, Michelle stretched and cracked her back. Ugh! I swear that these late-night study sessions are killing my back. A snort drew her attention as Lisa smirked. Are you sure that it's the late-night study sessions and not something else, Michelle? The 17-year-old ignored that as she reached up and put her cup of coffee to her lips. Unfortunately for her, Lisa wasn't done. Of course, I'm sure that the cute night watchman that you had met would love to see the way you looked a few moments ago. With a chuckle, the third roommate looked up as Michelle sputtered from her coffee, having gone down the wrong pipe with some spraying from her nose. He definitely would love to see that, I think. Still coughing, Michelle pounded herself on the stomach as she grabbed some napkins and wiped her face. Damn it, you two. Lay off about that, will you? Lisa had a fake thoughtful expression on her face before she waved her off. Nah, too much fun teasing you, Michelle. As she spun in her chair, she leaned back and looked at the now blushing young woman. Besides, we both saw how you were acting. While she sipped her own coffee, Erica nodded some as she looked toward the stairs that lead to the bedroom where her cousin Sally was. Yeah, I haven't seen you smiling like that around a guy like that for a long time. Chell. And just like that, Michelle's expression really soured. And you both know why that is. For a moment, her two friends shared a look and watched as she turned back to the work on her table. Then Erica sighed and held up her hands. I know. Erica then shook her head as she crossed her arms over her chest. Still, it was great to see you happy the other night and not just burying yourself into your studying. Small smirk crossed her face. Maybe if we invite him somewhere on a day off, you might join us for a night out. With a scowl and a slight blush, Michelle glared at her two amused friends. Screw off. She then turned back to her work and mumbled at a volume she was sure that they couldn't catch. Besides, he's only just around 15 years old. Alas, it wasn't as Lisa raised an eyebrow. Oh, and here I thought that you didn't actually know his age. From her own chair, Erica took over. Or rather, you didn't know when we asked after we had picked you up? Slowly, she leaned forward and grinned like a shark who had caught the scent of blood in the water. You've been in contact with him, haven't you? A groan escaped from Michelle as she laid her head on her arms and faced away from them in an attempt to hide the blush on her face. Shut up, you two. Besides, like I said, he's only about 15, I'm 17. Lisa shrugged where she spun her chair. So? 2 years of difference between the two of you. She pointed at her with one finger. And you were smiling and laughing. Besides, if you're so worried about his age, then just become his friend for now. You've got, what, 2 years to wait? And by that point you'll be going to university and able to get a job within a few years. From where she sat, Erica coughed a bit. And he'll have a job waiting for him once he gets out of school. At her friend's looks, she shrugged. He goes to a very exclusive school in the Highlands. All Michelle did was raise an eyebrow at that. You still have not explained much about that, or how your cousin is apparently going to the same school. With a cough, Erica waved her off. Sally got a scholarship to go there, and the school prides itself on privacy for the students, so I can't say much, sorry. Seeing that they were still going to keep asking, Erica diverted Lisa's attention. So then, any idea when he could be free so that you can speak with him in person? As she blushed, Michelle grumbled a bit. I'll have to ask, having realized what she said. She groaned and face-bombed as her two friends grinned. I hope that you're having a fun night, Harry. Harry stopped his scream, however both Hermione and Ron continued theirs. A glance to the side showed Foxy and Bonnie both holding their hands over their ears before a chuckle escaped Harry. Finally, the two screams trailed off as Hermione hyperventilated. Harry? Is that you? The costumed wizard attempted to get his voice as low as possible. Yes, I have been stuffed into this suit, and so I shall stuff both of you into ones of your own. A whimper escaped Ron as he tried to back away.
Ooh, mamate?
And no need for that. However, Hermione noticed something about the gore that dripped from him and shakingly reached out with one finger, which she dipped into it. As he watched on amused, the witch brought the finger up to her face and her expression shifted from scared to infuriated. Harry, James Potter, his eyebrow raised in the suit, though they could not tell. Yes? With her face red, Hermione growled at him. This is not blood, tomato sauce. Tilting his head a little, he leaned in to look, and both Hermione and Ron could see that inside the suit. His skin around his mouth and eyes was unharmed as he examined her finger. What do you know? You're right, that is tomato sauce, extra chunky. As his ears started to redden, Ron gaped at him. Yo, you mean that it was all a big joke? Slowly, Harry nodded as he grinned and chuckled, a sight which was still rather creepy. Yes, as a matter of fact, this was all just a joke, and you two fell for it hook, line, and sinker. For a moment, he let go of them and reached for the door buttons on either side, which was only possible due to the size of the suit. The doors then swung open and Ron could see an amused Remus had been standing on the other side. When he turned back around, Harry could see that Hermione was gritting her teeth as her fists clenched. You guys did deserve it, though. Hermione interrupted him as her fist swung out for his head. You utter bully. A clang filled the small office as everyone stared at her except for Harry, who glanced at her. The witch then pulled her hand back and gripped her wrist as she hissed. Oh! Having raised a finger, Harry tapped the side of the unharmed suit head. Steel construction with felt and feathers covering it. Hence why I am not removing it until you calm down. Under her breath, Hermione hissed inaudible words about her best friend, Omake. Tonks alternate training. There was a widening of Tonks' eyes as she quickly swept through all the cameras. A cold sinking feeling settled in her gut, though, as she noticed that Chica was nowhere to be found. Where's the chicken? Where is that bloody demented chicken? Quickly, she pressed the light for one of the doors and turned it on, only for nothing to be there. It was the same story for the other. Where is it? Now, with a raised eyebrow, Harry took the tablet as Tonks continued to check each door before she suddenly closed them both. Of course, Harry took a look at the clock and smirked. 5:48. He then spotted something. So that's what she's done, clever girl. Having frozen, Tonks rushed over to him and grabbed the tablet. Where? With a chuckle, Harry reached behind the desk and considered the Freddy mask he hid there before he decided not to pull it out. Look near the corner of the room there. Her frown now more pronounced. Tonks looked and felt all the blood leave her face as she spotted the fallen grate. Chica's into the ventilation ducts, not having seen the eyes of a cat in the vent nearby widen. Harry nodded. Yeah, she must have pried it open somehow, or they forgot to secure it. Ours are good though, since they take a couple of minutes of work to unscrew, let alone pry them open. Tonks' eyes widened, as did McGonagall's, though Harry continued. Now, I know that this isn't the time for this. Having spotted the power percentage, Tonks gulped. Airi. All he did though was hold up a hand. Wait. Give me a moment, I don't want to forget this. Having spotted Foxy joining Bonnie, Tonks freak out as she saw Golden Freddy right behind Harry. Harry. With a sigh, Harry held out both hands as in the ducks. Chica was about to scare McGonagall. I just have to let this out. He then opened his eyes with a smirk just as Golden Freddy was about to grab him. I guess that there's nothing that we can do to prevent them. For a moment all was still as all the animatronics stopped. And on stage Freddy face-bombed as he had been watching and listening to what was going on in the office through Chica's cupcake. Golden Freddy then turned and threw up her paws as she vanished. Oh my god, Harry just snorted as he pointed to a groaning Tonks. Freak you, rookie, that was bloody funny. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans, hello? Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. With a glance at the still cursing Hermione, Ron coughed into one hand.
Mate?
He shivered some as Harry turned his head. Merlin, that thing looks creepy with him in it. After a moment, the redhead shook it off as he tried to ignore the two green orbs that seemed to look right into him. We came to, well, talk. A hiss that came from the side caused him to turn to see Hermione glare at their friend. And then you pulled this. Snorting, Harry leaned in close as he gave her the best look of mock surprise that he could. Oh, so now you want to talk. And it only took, what? A few weeks? While she blushed, Hermione huffed a bit. We wanted to write you, but the headmaster said that it was too dangerous. However, all Harry did was shake his head as he poked her in the chest. Are you or aren't you a Muggleborn? What about convincing the Order to just drop letters in the mailbox? Or sending mail through the Muggle mail? Or using a payphone? And don't say that you couldn't because obviously you're able to sneak out if you came here. Wouldn't have been much trouble to sneak out and get to a mailbox or a payphone and just talk with me. For several moments, Hermione tried to come up with some refutation of what he had said. Then she spotted Golden Freddy and pointed at her. You sent that after us, didn't you? As he glanced at Rose, Harry growled as he turned back to his friends. Yes, and? Both of them were taken aback by how Harry didn't deny it. It was a heck of a better idea than my original one. That caused Ron to blink. Your original plan? Harry turned to him. I was going to order Hedwig to peck and claw the both of you until you sent me an actual letter. Getting scared is a lot better than having cut up hands. It was Remus who walked into the office and broke up the argument. Look, let's all just calm down, shall we? How about we go into the dining room and discuss this like all adults? The three teens watched each other for a few seconds before they nodded and followed the werewolf out. Several hundred miles away, there was a creak as someone slowly for out of the bed they were in and stumbled out of the room toward the bathroom. In the meantime, in the background a radio was playing. In other news, the authorities continue to search for and hunt down the inmates that escaped from a prison transport due to a IRA attack. A giggle came from the person as they did their business and flushed the toilet. The public is asked to keep an eye out and report any sightings of the escapees to the local police and hotlines. Be aware that a number are dangerous. Still giggling, the figure stepped over the body that laid in the hallway as it looked at the clock. Time to go, to a place where fantasy and reality meet. They then turned to the bed where another body laid and held a finger to its mouth. Show you can't, another giggled, escaped his mouth as it talked in a sing-song tone. You can't stop the joy of creation. When it slunk out of the house and left the gruesome scene it had created behind, the man grinned in the moonlight which caused the bruises on his body to look purple. I will always be there. Then, with another bunch of giggles, it walked off into the darkness as it continued toward a half-remembered pull. After much screaming, shouting, and yelling, Harry and the other two-thirds of the Golden Trio had calmed down enough. Several minutes passed before Ron glanced at his friend, who still had not taken off his costume. So, does this mean that we're forgiven? Harry hummed and tilted his head a bit. You both should still make it up somehow, but I'm willing to try. With a scowl as she rubbed her bruised knuckles, Hermione glared at him. And will you stop sending your aunt to torment us? When Harry nodded, she grumbled. Good. Now I can finally get a good night's sleep. The witch looked at him with narrow eyes, but before she could say anything else, Ron spoke up. I still don't see why you were using her mate. Her teeth ground as Rose leaned over the table, which caused Ron and Hermione to lean back a bit to Remus' amusement. I am right here, stop acting like I am a thing. A grin then split Harry's face, which caused the three other humans to shudder. Besides, after I heard about her abilities, I just had to take the golden opportunity it represented. There was silence as they all stared at him before Remus groaned. Are you bloody freak kidding me, Harry? While he snickered, Harry turned toward him. What? You can't bear my golden jokes? Freddy groaned and turned as he gripped his head. Oh my God, sighing. Rose reached across the table and pat Hermione's hand as said which banged her head on the table. I am so bloody sorry. With a grimace, Chica shook her head. Harry, please no. The wizard just grinned wider. Oh come on, Chica, I'm not chicken. Enough to fear making some puns for punishment. His expression one of being unamused. Bonnie pointed at Freddy. Look, it's his job to make the bad jokes and puns around here. As he nodded in agreement, Freddy suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, before anything else could be said, Harry turned to him. Really how, Bonnie, I'm all ears. With a sigh, Ron laid his head down on the table. Can we just go back to the terror instead of this? Harry was doing some homework on one of the tables in the pizzeria when the news came on the radio and he turned to it alongside the animatronics. In other news, yet another homeless youth has succumbed to a strange ailment, this time in the Surrey area. Like a number of others, she was found on the ground brain dead with no other signs. The unidentified youth was a runaway and later died in hospital. Authorities have yet to release an official explanation as to what may have happened to her and the others. With a shake of her head, Rose sighed. Rather sad that happened to such young people. As he frowned, Harry shook his head. Sad, and actually kind of odd. I wonder if this is any relation to Voldemort being back. Looking up from the card game he was in with Chica and the others, Bonnie blinked a little. You think that it has to do with that? However, the wizard just shrugged. Maybe. It just sounds really odd. Unknown by him, the two causes of the mysterious happenings were heading straight for the pizzeria. The two Dementors floated toward the building when one of them hurried out in front. It could sense their prey inside, and though it was well fed, it had been told by the pink one to kiss this wizard. Both it and the other Dementor remembered him well, as they were two of those who had guarded Hogwarts, and the allure of both the sweet, sorrow-tinged soul as well as the peace of the dark soul enticed them. This time there would be no escape. When it got closer, the one in front sensed the protection around the building, but dismissed it. After all, protections never worked on it before. So, it rushed in faster toward their prey, wishing to be the first to feast upon it. However, it learned its lesson too late just before it reached the building's back. The protections that had sprung up around the building after the destruction of the Marionette were the same ones that protected the Dursley household. When Dumbledore had created it, he had considered that the family could move with Harry and so made it tied to his blood, so that wherever he stayed for a long time with someone who shared his mother's blood, the protections would spring up there. And in this case, unlike with the Dursleys, Rose loved her nephew to the point where she would be willing to sacrifice herself for his safety. And this fact made the protections around the pizzeria extremely powerful, as shown when the Dementor met them. For a brief moment, the Dementor met the protections, which flashed brightly. It was a tableau as one of the darkest of creatures came into contact with one of the lightest of magical protections. Then it screamed as its back arched as the protections surged around it, having realized its intent. And then there was a flash of light and a boom as if thunder, and all that was left were a few scraps of decayed cloth and ash. There were some other things though, little blue lights that continued to float and entered the basement where they entered the toy animatronics. Outside, the second Dementor stopped as it saw its partner's demise. If it had recognizable expressions, there would have been one of shock and fear upon its face, as nothing had done such to its kind before. Then, as if it had been target, it shot off with a screech and soon disappeared into the night. Inside the pizzeria, Harry and the animatronics all jumped as they heard the noises outside. What the bloody heck was that? Chica looked around and shivered a bit. I really don't know, but whatever it was, it scared the pizza out of me. With a frown, Harry got up and turned to the others. Okay, guys, I'm gonna just check the outside doors from the inside and make sure that they're all secure. Wanna help? At their nods, he started to walk toward the first one. Meanwhile, downstairs in the basement, the toy animatronics began to twitch and spasm. A 7-year-old Harry was sitting at a table by himself as he watched the Fazbear gang singing up on stage. Suddenly, there was a clatter and he turned as a plate with a slice of pizza and a cup of soda was placed in front of him. There you are, Harry. Harry looked up and smiled. Aya. The day guard sat down next to him with a smile as her blue eyes sparkled. She took a quick glance at the tablet in her hands before she nodded. Hey there. Harry, how are you today? With a blush, Harry shifted a little.
I'm okay, Aya.
Even though part of her wanted to coo at the adorableness that just oozed from him and grab him into a hug, Aya held herself back as she sipped at her own soda. Now that is a good thing to hear, Harry. She then took note of the look of joy he had as he looked at the Fazbear gang and smiled. Want to hear a story from when I was a kid watching them? At his nod, she began. It was 1977 and they had just opened here. The world around them blurred and soon Aya was in front of her boss who wiped his sweaty face. So you understand, Aya, we need you to cover the night shift for a few days. After some thought, Aya nodded a bit before she softly smiled. I don't mind, though I'm gonna miss Harry for the next couple of days. She had to blink though as her boss had a look of sadness on his face before he cleared his throat. Yes, well, I've made sure that he'll continue to get some free food and drink when he drops by as well as making sure that the employees won't bother him if he's here for a few hours. He then turned around and started to walk away. It's the least that I can do for you. Once more, Aya had to blink at the strange actions of her employer. Weird. The scene blurs again to show Aya in her chair screaming as Chica grabbed her. Why you're out of your suit. Ruar you rule bree eker. Aya managed to break the hold and ran for the door, but at the last moment, Chica managed to grab her leg. Oh! Just as Chica managed to nearly get her to the door, Aya grabbed the desk's leg and wrapped her arms around it. Let go. Let go. Why are you doing this, Chica? You're my favorite. For a brief moment, Chica glitched. It was then that Aya could swear that she saw self-loathing and hate in Chica's gaze as well as a deep sadness. Then it was over and Chica yanked on her leg, which had the effect of breaking her grip and sending her bodily across the floor. Aya's last thought before her head slammed into the doorway was of a little boy she cared deeply for, which she recognized as having a crush on her. I am so sorry, Harry. With a sickening crack, Aya's head slammed into the doorframe, and she could feel something break before darkness overtook her. With a gasp, Harry sat up straight in his office chair and held his head. He tried to piece together the dream that he just had in his sleepy state. But the dream was already slipping through his metaphorical fingers like so much sand. All Harry could remember was a day guard he knew years before and one of the first people to treat him with kindness as he grew up in the Dursley household. However, he had been told that she had moved away many years before. Aya? With a shake of his head as the last of the dream faded, he looked at the clock on the desk and frowned. 10:50? Smacking his lips, Harry leaned back into his chair and sighed as he slowly slipped back into slumber. Bloody day guard needing to get off early. Once more, Harry found himself having the usual nightmare in the graveyard. It proceeded the usual way, with Cedric getting killed, Voldemort being resurrected, and then came the worst bit. Cedric's rotting body rose up and started shouting at him as he asked why he let him die. Then his parents appeared with them, also doing the same thing. They were also looking at him in disgust. His heart pounded in his chest as Harry turned as the Fazbear animatronics also appeared as they shouted and screamed hateful things at him along with other guards, their bodies broken and bleeding. In the background, Voldemort was laughing in pure unholy glee. Suddenly, everything went silent as a voice rang out. Leave him alone. Confused, Harry was frozen in place as Voldemort looked around. Who goes there? The voice then piped up. You did a good thing, Harry. With the marionette destroyed, way grow stronger. Now frightened, Voldemort started to shake as one by one, the others in Harry's dream vanished. Where? Who are you? For a brief moment, Harry blinked as Voldemort shuddered and his form blurred, taking on the form of a freakish toddler-like creature with flayed skin before it went back to normal. Leave him alone, he is mine. Ours. Harry could feel the scar on his head hurting as if something was burning as Voldemort stuttered in fear. Well, what are you? Who are you? Suddenly, Harry felt something press against his back that felt female and something that felt like an arm. He looked down to see what looked like an arm composed by shadow around his waist as the voice spoke next to his ear. It's me. Having come upon Harry in his chairs in the throes of a nightmare, Chica was about to wake him up as he gasped and his eyes flew open. Her own eyes wide. Chica took a step back as Harry's eyes were pitch black except for a white pinprick for a pupil. Then he blinked and they were back to normal as Harry groaned and hung his head a bit. Chica? Wah? The possessed animatronic stepped up and placed her hand on his shoulder as she dismissed what she had seen as either a trick of the light or her imagination. After all, Harry's human and alive unlike us, that was impossible. With a frown, she lightly shook his shoulder. Harry, are you all right? In pain from his scar, Harry felt something drip down. Yeah, just bad dream. When he looked up, he noticed that Chica looked shocked by something as she started to dig in his desk. Chica? When she turned around, she had a cotton ball in her hand that Harry recognized as being from the first aid kit in the office. Stay still, your scar is bleeding some. As he blinked, she dabbed at it. It's bleeding? All Chica did was frown some. I wonder if I hit it on something. Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Chica shrugged some. Maybe, though some of it seems black. At his worried expression, she shook her head. Not much. Just a few drops. Then to his surprise, she grimaced as he hissed as another pulse of pain came drifted through his head from the area around his scar. One moment, the wizard's eyes widened as she easily lifted him up and began to walk out with him in a bridal carry. What are you doing, Chica? All Chica did was snort. You're hurt, and if you hit your head, I don't want you walking around. Now come on. I'll take you to the washroom so we can use a wet cloth. With a groan, Harry slumped back into her arms. Sounds good, and maybe some painkillers. If anyone had looked back into the office after they had left, they would have seen a female figure composted of shadow. Her eyes were large, bloodshot, and blue as they sat in what seemed like open eye sockets. The being's mouth was skull-like and showed all her teeth in a rictus grin as she stared at the door before she started to fade out. Harry, it's me. As she kicked back on her bed, Michelle sighed as she blew a bang from her face. Bored, bored, bored. She glanced at her bedside table and slowly smiled, though as she took in the picture of her and her parents. Gently, Michelle took it off the stand and looked at it. Behind the picture with one hand on her shoulder was the image of her father with a rare smile. I wonder what you would think of Harry, Dad? For a moment, Michelle thought it over before she shrugged with an annoyed look. Probably respect him a bit for what he did. Annoyed that he managed it, and peeved off that Harry got to destroy an animatronic and you didn't. With a sigh, she looked at the other person in the picture, her mom, Rebecca, better known as Doll to her father and their friends. It was easy to see where Michelle got a lot of her looks from, though her mother did not quite have the same figure. Just the same, Doll had the same hair and eyes as well as kindness. Granted, she usually had red-rimmed glasses on which her father always said made her look adorable whenever he got in a sappy mood. You'd like him, Mom. He's a pretty good guy. Michelle then tapped her chin in thought. He's actually kind of a much less asshole-ish version of Dad now that I think about it. Several minutes passed before she looked up at the calendar and smiled as she reached for the phone. The young woman then dialed a number and waited a few times before a voice that carried the tone of a young girl, though sounding mature, came over the phone. Hello? Freddy Fazbear's Family Pizzeria, where fantasy and reality meet. We're closed at the moment, I'm afraid. Letting out a giggle, Michelle smiled. Chica? It's me, Michelle. Michelle had to quickly pull the phone away from her ear with a grin as Chica shouted. Shay. While she laughed, Michelle brought the phone back to her ear. Yeah, it's me. So how are things with you and the others then? For the next several minutes Chica regaled her with stories about what happened at the pizzeria recently. Once she started to wind down, Michelle spoke up. Hey, Chica? Would you mind getting me Harry? I want to talk to him. There was silence before Michelle chuckled. You were just nodding, weren't you? The teacher in training could just feel the embarrassment over the phone and barely kept from laughing at the response. No, of course not. Anyways, give me a moment, Shay. Michelle did lose it as she heard Chica shout out of the room. Harry. Shay is on the phone wanting to talk with you, of course. Harry's response back did not help her in getting her laughter under control. What? She's on the phone. For how long? Chica huffed a bit. For a few minutes. Why? There was obvious annoyance in Harry's voice as it got closer. Why didn't you tell me? As she covered her mouth to keep from laughing too much, Michelle continued to listen as her face went red with tears in her eyes. I was having some girl talk with her. I'll have you know, I don't get it that often. Then she heard Rose's voice over the phone. Oh. What am I then? Chopped liver. Sadly, Chica's response set her off again. You're not much better than Foxy when it comes to girl talk, and he's a boy. There was the sound of a scuffle in the background for several moments, as well as Chica and Rose shouting at each other before Harry came on the phone. Michelle? You there? A laugh escaped from Michelle as she twirled the cord around one finger. Yeah, I'm here, Harry. Hope that you don't mind me calling you. With a snort, Harry's voice gave the impression of two eyes rolling. You calling me is exactly the last thing that I would ever mind, Michelle. So what's up? The two started talking about whatever came to mind before Michelle finally got to why she had called in the first place. Out of curiosity, Harry, do you have a day off? For a few moments, Harry was quiet, and she could just imagine his confused expression before he answered. Actually no, I'm pretty much here 7 days a week. After all, would you trust this bunch to take care of themselves if they were alone? As she rolled her eyes and ignored the sound of something smacking Harry in the back of the head as he yelped, Michelle glanced at the calendar. Well, Lisa and Erica as well as myself go to this nice little cafe on Charing Cross for a bit as an outing. The other two have invited other friends from time to time, so not quite sure if she had been asking him what he thought. Harry's voice came through with a note of confusion. So, huffing, Michelle blew some hair out of her eyes. I'm wondering if you're free this Saturday to head on over. Both Erica and Lisa would like to get to know you a bit better after all, and this would be a good place to do it. Harry was silent for a few moments before she heard him answer. Sure, I can do the... He was cut off though by Foxy. Ah, I told ya that Michelle was his girlfriend. They'd be going on a date where they be... In the background, there was kissing sounds as Harry growled a bit. Excuse me for a moment, Michelle. A few moments later, she could hear a scuffle as Foxy yelped. Get back here right now, Foxy, and take it like a man. With a smile, she continued to listen in as Foxy's voice spoke up. I be not a man but a fox, or a little boy. There were some other sounds before Harry growled. I don't care. I'm going to kick that furry little arse of yours if you keep it up. Unless you want me to tell the others about Susan and how you keep... Foxy interrupted him. Yeah, promised never to mention that. It was then that Bonnie jumped in. Oh, what's this about Susan? As she laughed, Michelle just held her face in her hand as her shoulders shook, having been spying on her roommate. Lisa turned as she heard the door downstairs close and decided to leave as Michelle hung up. Once she reached the bottom, she raised an eyebrow at the large box that Erica had in her arms. What the heck is that now? While she blinked, Erica smiled a bit as she headed toward the basement door. It's a bunch of stuff for my class project. That caused Lisa to raise her eyebrows. That secret robotics project that you've been working on? Erica nodded as she reached for the doorknob with her tongue poking from her lips. Yeah, I got to put something together for the year-end project, and this one will get me that top-of-the-class grade for sure. Now curious, Lisa grabbed the doorknob and opened it before she turned on the basement light. Sounds neat, mind me seeing? Just as Erica was about to say no, she thought it over and shrugged her shoulders. Sure, I don't mind. Hopefully my professor won't mind. After all, Professor Fritz Smith is a bit of a hard ass about people goofing off in his class. She then set the box down and walked over to a workbench where she grabbed a knife. Still, with how hard it was to get some parts, this is going to be awesome. With a raised eyebrow, Lisa hopped up onto a stool and glanced at something covered by a large cloth on what looked like a table. So what is it? As she smiled, Erica grabbed the sheet and pulled it off to reveal a skeletal endoskeleton. Found this on one of my urban exploration trips rotting away in an old diner called FREDDY'S. From what little I managed to cobble together from the papers there, It was part of a show where it acted as a puppet to a larger one called the Marionette, controlled by the larger animatronic on strings. She then gestured at a whiteboard which had the design for something that looked like an otter with an inner tube. Once I got the endoskeleton all fixed up, I'm gonna get started on the suit. I've started to call her Otterly the Otter. Interested? Lisa leaned in to look at the endoskeleton as Erica opened the box with the cutter. What else do you need to fix? Humming, Erica shrugged a bit. I just got to replace some of the worn-out parts with newly machined ones. Though a frown crossed her face. I also got to figure out what to do with the optics. Having seen the look, she shrugged. The optics keep leaking fluid for some odd reason. And every time I activate it for a systems check, it gets worse with the voice box giving this weird sounds, almost like whimpers. Lisa raised an eyebrow at that. Like what? Is crying or something? Once more getting a shrug. Lisa shuddered a bit. Creepy. All Erica did was roll her eyes before she reached over and gently patted the child-sized endoskeleton on the head. Well, if she is crying then she shouldn't once I get her all fixed and prettied up. Now with a disturbed look, Lisa swung around. Now you're being creepy, thanks for that. Snickering, Erica started her nightly work. You're welcome. She then glanced over at her. So, anything new with Michelle? There was an expression of a cat having eaten a canary on Lisa's face. Well, we can expect some company on our trip to the cafe. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. Harry adjusted his shirt a little as he looked himself over. One good thing about my paycheck. It's small enough the Uncle Vernon doesn't bother taking and gives me some money for actual clothes. He gave himself another look and frowned before he turned. What do you think, Aunt Rose? Do I look good enough? In the shadowy corner of his room where she rested, Rose looked him over before she raised a thumb. Looking really nice there, Harry. With a smile, Harry heard a honk outside and nodded as he glanced at his wall clock. That should be them. I'll see you later. He rushed out the door only to return a moment later. Almost forgot. At her raised eyebrow, Harry grabbed his cloak from trunk and shoved it into a small carrying case on his belt that Sirius had given to him. His wand was also in a similar case which most would think had a flashlight in it. Just one more thing. Having walked over, he gave his amused and a kiss on the head and then headed out. I'll see you bunch tonight. The two ends of her suit's mouth turned upwards as Rose slowly vanished. That kid. Having gotten outside, Harry noticed the car out front which had Michelle's two friends in the front seat and Michelle herself in the back. The wizard ignored the grumbles from his uncle and aunt as he walked over and got inside. Hey, Michelle. In return, he got a bright smile from her. Hey there, Harry. Their good mood was a bit lowered though as in the front seat. Lisa giggled. So then, dressing up for a nice date? Though some are going to wonder which one of us you're with or if it's all three. Michelle face-bombed a bit and groaned. Lisa, I love you like a sister, but do shut up. All she got was more giggles from the other two before Erica glanced up in the mirror as she drove. So, Harry, how about you tell us a little about yourself? I know some from Sally since she goes to the same school, but I'd like to get to know some more about one of my best girlfriend's newest friend. The rest of the ride went by with the four just chatting. Harry got a bit more information about Michelle and vice versa, though to both Michelle's and Lisa's suspicion, neither Harry nor Erica would talk about his school. Eventually, they arrived at their destination and Harry blinked as he looked across the street. It's right across from the leaky cauldron. Despite his surprise, he shook it off and joined the other three as they went inside and got into line. Once they reached the front of the line, Harry looked at the menu in thought. So what's good here? With a similar thoughtful look, Michelle pointed at one item. Well, their coffee is generally good, same with what their hot chocolate. Harry thought it over and noticed something. Wait, they got treacle tart? At the nod from the person at the counter, Harry grinned. 2 please. As she raised an eyebrow, Michelle leaned against the counter as she waited. So, you like treacle tart then? There was a soft smile on Harry's face as he nodded and leaned beside her. Yeah, treacle tart is actually my favorite dessert and I always have it whenever I get the chance to have it. Erica then commented that Michelle makes a good treacle tart. Really? I go to give it a try one of these days then if I have a chance. While she scratched her slightly flushed cheek at his grin, Michelle was about to say something when Lisa spoke up with a cheeky expression. Oh, I'm pretty sure that you would love to have a taste of Michelle's special treacle tart, and she would love to let you. Confused, Harry took in how Michelle was completely red and had stomped her foot on her friends. Shut. Shaking it off, Harry turned back to the counter as he waited. Wonder what all that was about. Not too long later, they got a table and traded stories as they ate. Once the food was gone and all they had was their nearly finished drinks, Lisa got up. I'm gonna go and get some more. She trailed off and shivered a bit. Did it just get cold all of a sudden? His eyes wide as his breath was visible and he could hear familiar screaming in the background. Harry got to his feet and looked around. It was when he looked up into the sky that he spotted the Dementor heading toward him. Then he heard shouts alongside the others, and they all turned to the opposite side of the street where a group in cloaks had appeared. For his part, Harry saw them coming out of the leaky cauldron with one of them rushing back and screaming to get the oars. Confused, Michelle blinked at them. What's with the costumes? Her eyes widened a movement later as several lights shot from their hands into the sky. What the freak? A moment later, Harry grabbed her as he looked toward Erica. Get to the car and unlock it. Now. Bring it around the back and out of sight. Erica looked confused for a moment before she rushed off. Meanwhile, Harry also grabbed Lisa and started to drag them through the cafe toward the back as the rest of the people headed to the front to watch what was going on. Come on, you two. Hurry up. More than slightly angered, Michelle tried to fight back against him as they got through the back door to find a nervous Erica there. Hey, what the heck is going on? Harry heard several distant pops and looked back as he pulled out his invisibility cloak. No time. Get in the back seat and cover yourself with this. It'll hide you. It looked like both Michelle and Lisa were about to argue when Erica nodded. Do what he says. Me and him will be safe. Her expression was unsure as she turned to him, only to get a nod as Harry continued to scan around them as there were shouts. Do it. With some final grumbles, the two young women got into the car and draped the cloak around them. In the rearview mirror, they noticed that they had disappeared and were about to comment as Harry hissed at them. Quiet. Any further sounds were stopped as one of the clerks tried to get out of the back door, only to be hit by a light and fall onto his face, stiff as a board. A moment later, a man in a red cloak stepped out and noticed both Harry and a nervous Erica and stalked over. Okay, you two, stay still. Then he stopped as he noticed who one of them was. Harry Potter? What the heck are you doing here? His mind racing, Harry gave a nervous smile as his stomach felt like it was twisting. I was here with the older cousin of a classmate, Sally and Perks. Erica here is taking care of her while her parents are away on a world trip, so she knows all about magic. Erica rapidly nodded. Yeah, I know all about Hogwarts, the Daily Prophet, Diagon, and all that thanks to needing to take care of my cousin. Got talked to by McGonagall and such. The Auror gave them both suspicious looks and then leaned some to look into the car. After a few moments, he grunted before he waved his wand over Erica. Fine, checks out. There was then a gleam in his eye as he looked at Harry. You know, Potter, you could get in some trouble if it was found out that you were here. As he took a deep breath, Harry looked at Erica and nodded as he walked up to the Auror and spoke to him a bit quietly. The man passed him something which Harry signed and handed back before the Auror waved them off as he got to modifying the clerk's memories. Once he got in the front passenger seat, he looked at Erica, who began to drive away as he whispered toward the back. Just stay still and quiet and we'll be out of this soon. Several minutes later, he gave a nod and Michelle and Lisa pulled the cloak off as Michelle glared at him. What the freak heck just happened back there? Before Harry could say anything, Erica spoke up. Harry just saved your memories and broke some major laws that could see him in trouble for you, possibly even prison time. She then gave him a shaky smile. I'm honestly rather jealous now. Michelle just stared at her friend before she turned toward Harry. Wait, what's this about prison? Reaching out with a finger, she jabbed it into Harry's side. Talk now. Licking his lips to moisten them as the adrenaline slowly wore off, Harry slumped into his seat. Long story short, as you already know, Michelle, the supernatural exists, including magic. There are wizards and witches out there which I am learning to be. They've also hidden themselves away for the past few hundred years, and if someone who's non-magical, called Muggles see anything magical or supernatural. They have their memories wiped and replaced. There was silence in the car as they all digested what had been said. It was broken by Lisa. But what is all this about you breaking laws and going to prison? Sighing, Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose. The statute of secrecy is an international law for magicals to prevent the revealing of magic to the non-magical world. At the very least, if it's found out that I let out the secret, then I am probably going to get expelled from school. My wand snapped, and pretty much made a pariah. There's even a good chance of my own memories being erased, which, considering we're talking several years' worth, a shudder ran through all them at that. At worst, I get sent to a place called Azkaban Prison for several months. His explanation was then interrupted by Erica. And from what Sally and told me, that place is so horrible that you would either die there or go insane. Something about demented thingies sucking out all the happiness from someone. The silence from Harry was enough of an answer as Michelle stretched out her arm, reaching over the seat to grasp Harry's shoulder as she felt the slight trembling beneath it. Why? Reaching up with his own hand, Harry grasped hers as he turned to look at her. Because you're a close friend and I have few enough of those. Lisa is too, I guess. The tender moment was halted though a minute later as Erica, now calmer, nodded. And it would have killed me for that to happen. There is one thing though, at their looks, she raised an eyebrow. What's this about you knowing about the supernatural before now, Michelle? Wincing, said woman looked at Harry who had also flinched. Do you two remember that night that you had to pick me up from the pizzeria where Harry works as a night guard? At their slow nods, she took a deep breath. Well, the rumors about that place are not too far off. As she leaned forward, Lisa frowned. Which rumors are you talking about? There's a lot about that place after all. While she kept driving, Erica glanced over at Harry. Do you mean the one about how the animatronics were haunted by a bunch of murdered children and killed night guards? Because that is an urban myth. To her shock though, Harry shook his head with a grimace. Not much more of a myth than wizards and witches. Having taken a breath, he launched into his story. Way back in 1977, Freddy Fazbear's Family Pizza had just opened its doors. Among its attractions were a series of animatronics with facial recognition to catch child predators. Sadly, it didn't work. One of the night guards was shifted to the day shift, which he used to lure a bunch of kids, including my youngest aunt, into a back room where he killed them by stuffing them into the older animatronic suits. A few days later, the guard, named Vincent, was captured by police and sentenced to life. Erica shuddered some. Okay, so this guy killed the kids. Slowly, Harry nodded. He was under the partial control, and only partial as he apparently liked killing, of a being known as the Marionette, who dated back to World War II and was a dark magic creation. One of the things it was trying to do was create a cyborg zombie, I guess. And it succeeded in that case, as a few days later, the spirits of the kids woke up in the animatronics. One of them, Foxy, was on stage at the time with a security guard next to him. Being as the security guards all wore the same purple shirt and pants combo, in his confusion he lashed out at who he thought had killed him, biting the guard's frontal lobe off. Green in the face, Michelle nodded. That would be the bite of 77 then. She then rubbed her eyebrow in frustration. My dad was a night guard there for about 2 weeks in 1978 when they opened the new place after shutting the old one down. He wanted to get my mom a ring after all. From what Harry told me, the Marionette controlled the animatronics to go after the night guards and kill them in much the same way they had been. It apparently never worked, though. With a smirk, she pointed at Harry with a finger. Years later, this guy went and murdered the freak out of the demonic thing when it attacked with the others, freeing the animatronics from its control. They're actually pretty nice and still somewhat childish. About a minute of silence stretched out before Lisa said the words that were on hers and Erica's minds. That is beyond freak up. The blonde then looked between Harry and Michelle. You mean to tell me that those freaky animatronic animals are possessed by a bunch of murdered kids, including you, Aunt? That last bit was said with her finger pointing at Harry, to which he nodded. Aunt Rose is actually pretty nice, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Though I'm only the last in the long line of night guards. There. At their expressions, he shrugged. From what they told me, most guards did not last a full 5 days there as contracted. Those who made it past that usually took off once they got their paycheck. With a frown on her face, Erica furrowed her eyebrows in thought as she tapped the steering wheel. Just one thing bothers me about that. If they've been murdering people since that day, and enough that there's rumors of it, why has no one caught on? I can understand why people went for it since I remember there being a lot of people out of work. But how has no one realized how many people keep disappearing there? And what about the bodies? Lisa sat up and put her head between the two front seats. Not to mention why all the stories are just rumors. A lot of people had to talk after all. Wagging a finger in the air, Harry nodded. And right there you hit on something that bothers anyone in the know. A cloaked woman sat down across from the Freddy Fazbear's manager with a grunt as he glared at her. What? Reaching across the table, he jabbed her in the chest. You called me to meet you here and you show up late? However, she just swept his finger off her. Been busy, little brother. Had to go help with a mass obliviation in London, which is what took me so long. So stop getting all angry, Tony. With a grumble, Tony sat back. What the freak ever? I've been waiting for you for an hour after you asked for a meeting, Barb. Swishing her drink in its glass, Barb took a slow sip. Been worried that something happened since you haven't called me up to make people think that a disappearance happened somewhere else or to get rid of the evidence. Heck, been a while since you asked me to wipe someone's memories. Tony just shrugged. Going to sell the place soon enough, all the paperwork is in and all that is left is the price. Besides, got a new guard who's pretty good, was a favor to Vernon to hire him. A short escaped him. Harry something or another. He's heading back to school on the 1st of September though. So sometime in that last week I need you to get him and wipe his memory if he's still around. Like freak, I'm gonna end up like our parents and be happy being poor. With a smirk, the witch across from him grinned. We can get him sometime during the night during his last week. Just knock him out and I'll modify his memory. As he laughed, the Fazbear manager raised a bottle. Then I can fire him for not doing his job and save on money that week. Brilliant. Heck, maybe wreck the animatronics as well so that he can take the blame for it as well and hide what they get up to. Vernon wouldn't mind since it would make the kid more unemployable and he hates him. Anyways, slowly, Barb clinked her drink against her younger brothers. It's a deal. The car with Harry, Lisa, Erica, and Michelle pulled up in front of Freddy's just before Harry's shift. For several moments, the group sat there staring at the door before Harry sighed. Thanks for the drive, Erica. Anything that I can do for you? Erica bit her lip before she looked at her friends. Then after she got a nod, turned back toward Harry. There is one thing that you can do. Raising an eyebrow, Harry gestured for her to go on. Me and Lisa, we want to meet the Fazbear gang tonight. That surprised Harry and he frowned a bit. Are you sure about that? After another look, the three girls all gave a nod. I really don't see a problem, but you can't show up here until after midnight. That's when the cameras around here stop recording, so there would be no proof of what happens. With a smile that felt less shaky than it should, Michelle gave him a thumbs up. Sure, not a problem then. After a bit of small talk, Harry got out of the car and walked inside the pizzeria. Once he was out of sight, Lisa slumped back into her seat with a sigh. Well, today has been one heck of an eye-opener. Not only are there actual zombies and such, but wizards, witches, dragons, and all sort of magical stuff is real. And if you see them, they erase your memories. She then huffed a bit, pointing at her friends as she pouted. And you two knew about it. Having gotten out of the car, Michelle walked to the front and got into the front passenger seat. Then she looked back at her friend. Hey, I only knew about the ghost stuff, not the rest of it. As she pulled out of the driveway, Erica shrugged. And I only knew about the magic stuff, not what was going on here. The three fell silent as they left the parking lot before Erica spoke up. And how here I am, about to spend the night with a bunch of undead kids stuck in animatronics when I could be sleeping or, better yet, clubbing and trying to pick up some hot British guy. Michelle gave her friend a scowl. Chica and the others are nice kids, Erica. I mean, sure, they're ghosts and all haunting some animatronics, but they're still good kids. She jumped some as Lisa's head appeared beside hers as she leaned through the gap between the seats. And besides, we technically did pick up a hot British guy, even if he's more Michelle's. With a shove, the red-faced Michelle growled some as Erica kept her attention on the road despite her eyes rolling. Shut it. Lisa, we're just friends. Sighing, Erica shook her head. She's definitely in denial. She then looked at the clock. So, since we dropped Harry off early, we got some time to kill. Anyone know of a place we can go to? And, Michelle? Her face red. Michelle grunted some. What? Erica slowly blinked a bit. Stop trying to strangle Lisa. I'm trying to keep my attention on the road here. For a moment, Michelle stopped as she was partway out of her seat. And then Lisa stuck her tongue out, which caused Michelle to twitch. Then, smirking, Lisa leaned forward some. I wonder if Michelle knows of other ways that Harry is magical? Not even a moment later, she had to flatten herself against the back seat as the other woman tried to strange her. Come here, you. All through this, Erica sighed. Yup. She's her father's daughter, all right, her mother's as well. The three young women all stood in front of the pizzeria's doors about an hour later with milkshakes in their hands. About a minute after they knocked, Harry opened the door and looked around before he waved them inside. I already let the others know that you're showing up. Smiling, he looked at Michelle. They're pretty excited to see you again. Erica chuckled as she handed him a drink. Here, we found a late-night ice cream in the area and got you a strawberry milkshake. Hope you like it. With a grin, Harry nodded as he took a sip. Thanks. He then gestured them to follow, which they did. Slowly, though, Harry made sure to fall behind with a smirk on his face, and just before they entered the party room, he stopped both Lisa and Erica. Wait a moment. Confused, the two raised their eyebrows while turning toward him, only for a yellow blur to come rushing out of the party room and hug Michelle. Shay. Her breath knocked from her. Michelle gasped as the chicken animatronic gave her a bear hug. Hearing her back having creaked, she patted the excited Chica on the shoulder. Hey there, Chica, great to see you. As she grinned, Chica hugged her tighter, which caused Michelle's eyes to nearly pop from her face. Harry told me that you were coming tonight and I baked a pizza and everything, and you brought your friends and all that. Feeling a hand pat her head, she looked up to Michelle's face, which was turning purple. Chica. Too tight, can't, breath and ribs, back, cracking. The young woman was dropped a moment later and greedily sucked in air as Chica whimpered and chewed her finger some. Sorry about that. Shay, you're not mad, are you? While he chuckled, Harry watched as Michelle waved her off. I'm okay, just next time not so tight. All right? After Chica nodded, Michelle gave the grinning Harry a glare before she got to her feet. So, are the others there? Once more, Chica nodded. Yeah. Freddie and Bonnie as well as Rose set up the table already. Oh, I need to get the pizza. Having crossed her arms, Erica raised an eyebrow as the animatronic rushed off. I see what you mean by them being childlike. Michelle just winced a bit and Harry sighed as he looked toward Erica and Lisa. They just get a bit excited is all. I really don't blame them though, considering what they go through in the run of a day. He then waved for them to follow. Anyways, they should all be in the party room. Once they were in the party room, Lisa pointed at the Freddy. That must be Freddy. She then pointed at the rabbit animatronic. That's Bonnie if I remember correctly. We met Chica. A frown then crossed her face. I guess that the gold Freddy is Rose then? Her mouth turned up some in a smile. Rose got to her feet and walked over. And you would be right. As Lisa shook the offered hand, Harry frowned a bit at the same time that Chica walked out with the pizza. Where's Foxy? Setting down the pizza, Chica gestured toward Pirate Cove. He went in there to grab the stereo and hasn't come out yet. The eyebrows on her face drew together. Weird, he's not shy. While he walked past, Harry patted her arm. I'll go and check on what is taking him so long. Unslinging the flashlight from his belt hoop, Harry climbed onto the Cove stage and walked through the curtains as he turned it on. Foxy, you here? He maneuvered around the boxes as his flashlight went this way and that over the old and decaying stage. Finally, Harry found Foxy at the back, crouched down. Foxy, what are you doing there? Not having turned, Foxy brought a finger to his mouth. Shoo. Come here, matey. Curious, Harry walked over to what he could now see was a vent which Foxy gestured to. Here, listen to what be coming from yonder vent. Upon reaching him, Harry got down and listened closely with a frown. After a moment, he shook his head. What am I trying to hear? Foxy just raised his finger to his mouth again and gestured at the grate. With his frown deepening, Harry leaned in closer and closed his eyes. After a few moments, his eyes opened and he blinked as he whispered, "Is that crying?" A frown also on his face. Foxy rubbed his jaw. It be crying all right, and it be not just one who be sobbing." Suddenly, a thought occurred to Harry and his face paled unseen in the darkness. "Foxy, where does this vent lead?" Confused, the animatronic pirate thought it over and shrugged. "It be leading to the basement, arg." "Why, matey?" Foxy only got more confused as Harry jumped to his feet and took off for the Cove's exit. "Oh bloody shite. Guys, we got a major problem." The animatronics as well as the three young women all turned from the discussion they were in when they heard Harry shout. A moment later, Harry burst from the curtains at a run, followed by Foxy as Freddy stood up with a frown while Harry jumped down. "Harry, running is not really allowed in the restaurant, you know that." Slightly out of breath, Harry skidded to a stop in front of them and barely avoided Foxy as the animatronic attempted to stop. He winced a moment later as Foxy went face first into the wall. Ouch! After a moment he shook it off. "Sorry, Freddy, but this is important. Bonnie, I need you to go get the prepared masks. We need to get downstairs now." Confused, Bonnie tilted his head some. "Why do we need to go down there now?" Michelle looked from one to the other before she got between Harry and the animatronics and put her hand on Harry's and Bonnie's chests. "Whoa, wait a moment." She then turned from one to the other as Erica and Lisa watched on in interest. "What's the big deal with the basement?" Her foot lashed out and tapped Foxy on the nose as he started to talk about seeing a great booty, and she gave him a glare while Rose answered. "The basement is where the old toy animatronics from 1977 are kept. They told people that they had scrapped them, but outside of a few parts, they kept them as a source of future parts. Like us, they're on a free roam during the night down there, but due to not having any real intelligence, will see anyone as a possible child predator. The only way to fool them is to use a Freddy mask which makes them see you as one of them." With a nod, Harry finally caught his breath as Foxy stood up and rubbed his nose while the wizard explained. "Thing is, Foxy called me over to a vent that went to the basement and we could both hear crying down there." There was silence for several moments as they all processed that. And then there was a burst of activity as they all started to rush around. Not too long after, they were in front of the basement door which Harry opened up. As he slipped on the Freddy mask, he blinked though as he noted a slightly nervous Erica and Michelle slipping their own on. Erica had a Bonnie mask while Michelle used the Foxy mask. "What are you two doing?" Her hands on her hips, Michelle sternly looked at him. "Like heck, we're letting you go down there without as much help as possible." When he went to say something, she got up into his face. "Don't even try to convince me otherwise." Blinking, Harry turned to Rose, who just looked highly amused before she gestured at Lisa beside her. "I'll be handling stuff up here with Lisa. You bunch can head on down." Slowly, Harry sighed before Bonnie started to walk downstairs. The rabbit animatronic had Harry behind him, followed by Foxy, Michelle, Freddy, and finally Chica bringing up the rear. Once they reached the bottom, Harry held up a hand as they could all hear a group of sobbing and a scratchy, static sound. Frowning, Bonnie looked around as his eyes shifted to night mode. "Where is it coming from?" Harry flicked on the flashlight and started shining the beam around. "I don't know." There was a hitch in the sobs, so he called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" Having heard something, they all turned to see something dart out of sight. A moment later, Toy Chica poked her head around the corner, with what looked like leaking from her eyes, as she spoke in a small, frightened voice. Hello, mister?" They all froze as another voice joined her, and they turned in the opposite direction to see Toy Bonnie also looking at them as it wiped its eyes and sniffed in an obviously female voice. Can you help us? We don't know where we are." Another sound caused them to shift again, only to see Mangle there in a pile trying to drag herself along as cleaning fluid dripped from her eyes, her mask carrying a frightened and disturbed expression as the static burst from it. Both Bonnie and Foxy moved to get in the way, only to be stopped by Harry. "Guys," at their confused looks, Harry noted how Toy Freddy walked out from behind some boxes, as did Balloon Boy. "She's not attacking." It took them several moments to realize what Harry was getting at as Michelle grasped him in the arm, not noticing Erica moving. "What do you mean that it's not attacking?" Harry turned to her, as did Bonnie and Foxy, with the pirate answering. Our Mangle can see through the mask trick, so she always be attacking from nowhere. But for some reason, she not be attacking now. A frown crossed Chica's face as her eyes widened some. Can you feel that? They feel like we do. That caused stiffening from all of them, only for their heads to whip around at Erica's voice. Oh no, what happened to you? At her voice, they turned and their jaws dropped as she slowly cupped a crying Mangle's cheek in her hand, as she took off her mask to reveal that she was sympathically crying. Who could have done this to a beauty like yourself? Suddenly, Erica was wrapped in Mangle's functioning limbs as the animatronic fox buried its face in her neck and shook as static sounds filled the air. Reaching up, she patted it on what she took to be its back. Shoo, there. In disbelief, Harry took off his own mask, as did Michelle, and watched as the toys barely reacted besides slight surprise. Harry summed up their situation in 3 words exactly. Oh bloody heck. Having noticed Erica giving him a look, Harry sighed as he rubbed his face in thought. It didn't take long before he turned to the other toys. Can I ask you something? They shared a look before they nodded. Do any of you feel the need to attack me or any of the others? There was another look shared before Toy Freddy frowned and answered. For some reason, I feel like I should chase you and the others away, but I don't know why, so I won't. For a moment, Harry stared into their eyes as the other 3 nodded in agreement, as did Mangle. The 4 of them could not help but think that Harry was searching for something with how he looked at them. He must have found a whatever it was though, as he nodded a moment later. Okay then, we should take this upstairs. Harry ignored the silent conversation between the toys as he walked over to Erica, hiding his nervousness as best he could. Then he leaned down toward Mangle, who still had liquid leaking from her eyes. Hey! Getting the animatronic's attention, he smiled softly as he held out his arms. Here, I'll carry you upstairs. Mangle stared at him before she slowly wrapped one arm around his neck and tried to hold on as Harry stood up with a grunt. Fussing. Right beside him, Erica helped position Mangle more safely. There we go. After she nodded, Harry slowly started to climb the stairs, followed by the others. Once he got to the top, part of him was amused at how Rose freaked out. Airi! What in the name of God are you doing? Raising an eyebrow, Harry cleared his throat some as he felt the wetness soak into his shirt. I'm helping someone get somewhere that they can't. He saw that she was about to say something else, so he chose his next words knowing what type of impact that they would have. She's like you and the others now. So are the other toys. The yellow animatronic's mouth shut with a clack as she stared in shock. That's a joke, isn't it? When he shook her head, she sighed and leaned against the wall on the across from the door as she put her paw across her eyes. Oh bloody heck. Once they reached the upper part of the stairs, the toy animatronics looked around in wonder as Toy Freddy whispered, Wow, where are we? Sharing a look with Freddy, Harry cleared his throat a bit, get their attention. Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. With a dropped jaw, Toy Bonnie looked around in awe. Freddy's? I saw an ad for it and really wanted to come and see it. Her eyes then widened as she pointed at Freddy. Wait, you're actually Freddy Fazbear and Chica the Chicken and Bonnie the Bunny. For a moment, she frowned a bit before she pointed at Foxy. I don't know who you are, sorry. Foxy just snorted and polished his hook a bit on his chest. I be Foxy the pirate. Greatest pirate in the 7 seas. All 3 of the toy animatronics looked at him in pure awe as Toy Chica gasped a bit. Oh wow, a real pirate. Unnoticed by them, the living humans as well as Rose winced before they shared a look. Harry sighed a bit but gave them all a smile. How about we talk in the party room, shall we? With nods, the toy animatronics followed, all of their eyes taking in the sights around them. Even Mangle stopped crying to look around best that she could from where her head was in the crook of Harry's neck. Once they sat down, Harry let out a breath. How about some introductions? I'm Harry Potter. I'm the night guard for Freddy's. You know the Fazbear gang. Said group waved at the toy animatronics. You have my Aunt Rose, who's in the golden Freddy suit. This time Rose waved to them. And finally, these 3 ladies here are Michelle Schmidt, Lisa McDowell, and Erica Perks. Harry then gave them a kind look. How about you tell us your names and maybe how old you are? After said women waved, Toy Freddy took a breath. My name is Andrew and
I'm 10.
Toy Bonnie fidgeted with her hands some before she looked back and forth, though the damage made her look creepy. Rebecca, though I'm usually just called Becca, I'm 7. With a slightly nervous look, Toy Chica made a sound like she had cleared her throat. I'm Chelsea, and I'm 9. Standing up, Balloon Boy looked around. I'm Robbie, and I'm going to turn 7 next month. Everyone there jumped a bit from a burst of static before they realized that it was Mangle, who then drooped her head as more liquid dripped from her eyes. After some thought, Harry pulled out a notepad from his pants pocket and a pen which he set down on the table as he gave a smile to the broken-up fox. Can you write? I'll hold it for you? Still for several moments, Mangle slowly nodded and then began to write with one functioning hand. Once she was done, Harry picked up the notepad and read, I'm Vicky and I'm 13. As he looked around, Harry could see the confusion on each of the newly active animatronics' faces before Rebecca spoke up. Mr. Harry? What happened to us? Is this some kind of dream where we wake up and be back to normal? There was a lump in his stomach as he took in the hopeful looks given to him. A lump he knew that the other animatronics as well as the 3 young women felt. In fact, he absolutely loathed himself for what he had to say. I'm sorry, but this isn't some kind of dream, Rebecca. You're kind of stuck like this, all of you. Her ears drooping, Rebecca sniffled as the other toys all looked devastated. Oh, I was afraid of that. When they started to cry, the Fazbear gang got up and 3 main ones each brought their counterparts into an embrace as Foxy hugged Balloon Boy. It be okay, matey. We be here for ya now, so don't worry. Meanwhile, Harry rocked back and forth as Mangle cried more on his shoulder. Sho. SHHH, it's gonna turn out okay. Tears in her own eyes. Lisa sniffled a bit as she wiped her eyes. Oh God. This is horrible. All Michelle could do was nod as she also silently cried at the scene in front of her. Then she heard a chair scrap and turned to see her last friend stand up with her eyes shadowed by her bangs. Erica? Stopping, Erica didn't turn though her cheeks were wet. I have some tools in my car. I can use them to fix these guys up a little and make them look better. Something flew through the air, and Erica snatched it. She then looked at the key ring as Harry continued to comfort Mangle with his aunt beside him helping. Go on, you'll need those. Erica nodded and walked off toward the front. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans, hello? Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. A few minutes later, Erica returned with a bag of tools next to her which she unzipped and looked into. Let's see now. She leaned in to where Mangle was clutched onto Harry and turned on her penlight as she looked at the throat. Now this is interesting. There's a built-in police radio. Wonder why they added that. Busted though. Harry raised an eyebrow as he stroked the top of Mangle's head, fixing her voice box. While she worked with some small tools, Erica nodded. Yeah, I think that giving her voice back is far more important than anything else so that she can communicate. Is that okay, Vicky? Unsure, Vicky. Mangle nodded. Suddenly, Erica stopped and stared. What in the freak heck am I looking at here? Who the freak was the last one who worked on this? From where she was watching, Rose spoke up. Mangle was originally the toy Foxy. She was a rather beautiful animatronic. But they made it too easy to take her apart in the name of safety, so the kids and the toddlers who she entertained kept ripping her apart for kicks. Eventually, they stopped repairing her entirely because they had to do it every day and left her like, well, that. They started to call her the Mangle soon after as they made her into a take it apart and put it back together attraction. That caused Erica to pause for a moment before they could all hear her grind her teeth together. Those complete and utter. She trailed off into snarls and growls as she worked. Finally, Erica shook her head. I can't freak fix this. Half the components are fried to heck and back and the others are either corroded shoot or so filled with dirt and dust. They're nearly complete write-offs. A thought then occurred to her as dug into her bag. I have some new voice boxes here. Several minutes later, after swearing and such, Harry frowned as she pulled away. Well, Erica wiped her forehead and smiled as she closed the throat section. Should work, go ahead and give it a shot. A moment later, the broken animatronic worked her mouth for several moments before there was a burst of static and a feminine voice came out. Hello? She blinked before she smiled with some liquid escaping from her eyes as she hugged Erica. Tage, thank you. With a smile on her face, Erica just nodded and patted her back. You're welcome. Several seconds passed before Vicky pulled away from the hug and Freddy cleared his throat. As much as I hate to do this, and I do, trust me as I know how it is, I think that we need to know exactly what happened to you that caused this. Where were you and what is the last thing that you remember? There was a pause as Andrew, in the body of Toy Freddy, furrowed his eyebrows before he gestured at both Chelsea Toy Chica and Becca Toy Bonnie. We grew up together in a foster home that was not nice. So one day we ran away and have been living on the streets for about 3 months. Becca then took over. Last thing we remember was that we were settling in for the night in a stack of crates we had found and put some cardboard over. Everything suddenly got really cold and we started thinking of all the bad times in the home. Next thing I saw, Andrew was yanked up by something. There was a sucking sound and he dropped with his eyes open and unseeing. Then, she sniffled a bit. I felt something grab me and I saw this thing in a hood and felt like it was pulling something from me. Pale-faced, Harry felt like he was about to throw out. Oh, Merlin, a Dementor. At their looks, he shuddered some. They're creatures, they kind of look like the Grim Reaper or Ring Wraiths. They feed on positive emotions and suck them out of people, leaving them with their worst memories. I remember the day that my mum died and I can hear her screaming to kill her and not me. There was another shudder and Harry could feel Mangle's arms tighten best they could around him. They can also suck out a person's soul and eat it, which sounds like what happened, but why are you here now? Now also pale. Lisa gulped as she held on to Bonnie, who blinked and looked down at her in confusion. Wasn't that what attacked us earlier today? His eyebrows furrowed into a frown. Harry nodded. Yeah, they're used as prison guards at Azkaban, though they follow Voldemort. That turned out to be the wrong thing to say as Michelle stared at him. Prison guards? And he's risking that for me? However, the attention was soon attracted as Robbie Balloon Boy spoke up. Something like that happened to me, except I was under some playground equipment. Some police officers came and took away Mommy and Daddy after they found me with a box that they told me to take to one of their friends. I just ran away best that I could and was hiding when, as he trailed off, Harry glanced at Foxy, who nodded and placed a paw on Robbie's shoulders. Hearing a sound, they turned to Vicky, who sighed. Not much different in my case, though. I ran away from home when I was 10 because my dad was always angry and yelling at me. He was always telling me that I had killed my mom. So I was hiding out in an alleyway in a nearby town when the same thing as the others happened to me. Feeling something, Vicky looked up and saw Rose with her one good eye as she stroked the fox's head slowly and gently. Well, there's only one thing to say then. The golden-colored animatronic then shared a look before each of them hugged a toy animatronic. Welcome to the family. The humans all watched this happen with sad expressions on their face. After the animatronics had separated, Harry cleared his throat. We still need to come up with some plans for what happens now. We can't have them stay up here during the day when the pizzeria is active, as I know management will throw a hissy fit at the least. Possibly scrap them at worst. Bonnie grimaced as he sat down and placed his chin on his closed paw. Yeah, those guys likely would, and that's not mentioning that you would lose your job. He then rubbed his head. That's not counting that the pizzeria is closing this year. On Harry's face, there was an expression of deep thought before he sighed. You guys don't need to worry about what happens after the pizzeria closes. Not anymore. Her eyes narrow. Rose leaned toward him. Yes, you've mentioned that a number of times without actually stating why. As he looked at each of the animatronics and people, Harry took a deep breath and considered what kind of reactions he was about to get. Remember how I had a talk with Remus and Sirius about how they could make up the issues from recently? He got nods from all of those who were there. Well, I don't know how you'll take this. With an expression of compassion, Chica got up from where she had sat next to her toy counterpart and walked over to Harry, where she kneeled down and placed her hand on his shoulder. We're not going to be mad at you, Harry. All of us who have been worrying know that you have been working hard on a solution. Taking a deep breath, Harry looked into her expressive eyes and nodded. Okay, then, once more he looked around. There's no simple way to say this, but with the help of Remus and Sirius, I've bought the pizzeria and everything in it. Silence stretched on for several minutes as all there kept trying to wrap their minds across what they had heard. Finally, Rose blinked and looked at Harry.
I'm sorry, Harry.
But, could you please repeat that? I want to make sure that I had heard you correctly. Harry took a deep breath and then let it out. Through Remus and with Sirius' help, I've bought the pizzeria and everything inside it. We're just waiting for the final paperwork to go through along with the final amount to be decided on by the end of the month. But no matter what happens from this point onwards, you guys are all safe." Seeing their expressions, he mistook them for something else. "I'm sorry, guys. I know that me buying you and the pizzeria makes it seem like I'm thinking of you like objects. But no." The night guard got cut off as Chica and Rose pulled him into a hug, soon followed by Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy as all of them started jumping up and down in excitement. Not too long after, they pulled away with smiles on their faces as their eyes glistened from the lens-cleaning fluid that leaked out. It was Freddy who spoke, his voice thick with emotion as he felt a large weight lift off his shoulders. "Harry, we don't know what to say to you. This is the best thing that could happen to us. You would not believe the weight that you lifted off us with this." Placing his hook on Harry's shoulder so as to not harm him, Foxy nodded. "Yeah, didn't have to do this, and I cannot believe that the management made it cheap. Still, just the same, this old sea dog truly appreciates it." With a gulp, Andrew stepped forward some and took the hat from his head as he fiddled with it.
Mr. Harry?
"What about us?" Confused, Harry blinked at the question. "What do you mean?" Chewing her lip, Rebecca wrung her paws some as she looked anywhere but him, though he could see how she was trying to not cry. What about us? They're safe, but what about us?" Having realized what she meant, Harry looked down at the fearful, but hopeful Vicky in his arms before he walked around the table and smiled at the toys. "I said all of you are safe. That meant you too as your family, like they said." All of their expressions brightened some before they rushed in and hugged him. Sadly, they were not quite used to their strength and nearly crushed him before the others pulled them off. While she whimpered with her hands in front of her face, Chelsea looked down at the floor. "Sorry," still trying to get more air into his lungs. Harry just waved her off. "It's okay, Chelsea." After a few moments, Harry got his breathing under control and patted them on their arms to show no bad feelings as he smiled. Then the wizard turned toward Erica. "I do have a question for you, Erica." With her arms crossed, Erica shrugged a bit. "Go ahead and shoot, though make it quick as I need to make sure that I get started on them soon if I want to be done with at least an initial survey of their bodies." That caused Harry to smile some. "You mentioned that you were studying to be an animatronic engineer, right?" At her nod, he continued. "Your end of term is coming up soon, so what are you going to do after that?" Now, really confused, Erica thought it over some and frowned. "Get a job somewhere, I guess. Maybe do some robotics work for an amusement park or maybe for Halloween or something. Why?" As he glanced at the animatronics, Harry's tone became rather dry. "Well, I know of some animatronics that will need someone to repair them and maybe give them upgrades. Someone who I can trust not to harm or destroy them, who could be trusted with their secret." Erica tapped her chin in thought. "Well, I do know some people who might be trusted. Now, Michelle," said woman just gave her an annoyed look before she rolled her eyes. Suddenly, it clicked and Erica's eyes widened as she pointed at herself. "You mean me? Seriously? But I'm only a student." Snorting, Harry smiled. "One who apparently knows her way around animatronics. You did say that you helped a friend of the family in the States during holidays on the set of a local animatronic show, right?" With a slow nod from her, Harry smiled. "So you already know a bit. Now, I don't know how much I can pay you off the bat, so I'll mention it to Remus and Sirius, but you should get a bit, as well as funds to repair these guys fully." Lips dry, Erica looked over the animatronics who were now all giving her pleading looks which caused her to internally groan. "No fair, you bunch, no fair at all." Finally, she sighed. "'Kay, I'll do it then." However, as they cheered, she held up a hand. "But I need to get started on getting prepared ASAP. It'll probably take a month for some of the more simple things, and I got my own project on the go. That said, I'm worried about Vicky." Blinking, Vicky looked up from where she had placed her head on Harry's shoulder. "Why?" The answer that she got was not what she had been looking for as Erica grimaced. "Out of all of them, your endoskeleton, heck, your entire body, is the worst off damage-wise. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to repair you. I would love to take you home tonight, but..." Rose began to pace. "Management will probably start doing inventory checks if they're going to sell. That means that they'll notice that Vicky is missing from the basement. That will cause all sorts of unpleasant questions. However, it was Chica who came to the rescue. Maybe not, you can't have been the only one to notice how damaged she is. Right, Erica? The woman in question nodded. So why can't we spread some of her spare, but broken parts around the basement in a pile? Make them think that she finally gave up the ghost and fell apart or was taken apart by the others. Thinking it over, Harry nodded. That could work, though I'll need to come up with an excuse. Maybe wait a few days and tell them that I heard a lot of noise from downstairs through the vents. They'll check and discover that Mangle is in pieces and then probably forget about it. With a smile, Erica clapped her hands as she nodded. Great. In the meantime, though, I'm gonna look you guys over and take some notes on what needs to be really fixed before we leave for home. That way I can do some research and start looking for what will be needed. With a sigh, Harry looked over Vicky as she settled into the back of Erica's car. How are you doing? Her eye moved around a bit as she frowned best she could. Then Vicky tilted her head. A bit better, I guess. She then looked to where she could see Erica softly talking with Michelle and some of the animatronics. Are you sure that I'll be safe? Surprised at the trust that she showed him, Harry smiled and placed his hand on her head. I trust both her and Michelle as well as Lisa. Now you just relax some and everything will work out soon enough. As she nodded, Harry gently pulled a blanket over Vicky to hide her from anyone that might look in. Good night, Harry. Before he shut the door, Harry chuckled some. Good night, Vicky. Having shut the door, Harry looked around the empty, shadow-filled parking lot. Then he turned and walked over to where the three women were. Vicky's settled in for the drive. Looking up from her notes, Erica blinked a bit. Oh right. She then looked at her watch and gave a whistle. Man, it's 3 o'clock. God. This has been a long day. Michelle looked over at them as they continued to talk before she walked over to Freddie and Rose and cleared her throat to get their attention. I wanted to ask you both something. The two shared a look and then turned back and gave her a nod. I was wondering if you had anything planned for Harry's birthday coming up. There was silence for a moment before Rose's eyes widened and she leaned in. What? Harry didn't tell us anything about his birthday coming up. Confused, Michelle blinked at them both. Wait, you didn't know that his birthday was coming up? At the furious shakes of their heads, she scratched the back of her head. Go figure. With a frown, Freddie leaned in. Any idea when it is? I know that any birthday will be his 15th. Still slightly confused as to why they didn't know. She shrugged. We pulled it out of him during our trip earlier. He turns 15 this Monday, actually. Freddie thought this over before he looked to where Harry was still talking with Erica. Then he nodded and held out his hand to Michelle. I hate to cut this short, but I need to go and talk with the others. Once she had shaken his hand, he ambled off to where he could see Chica, Bonnie, and Foxy with the toy animatronics behind them. Then Rose attracted Michelle's attention. As for what we'll do for him, we'll set up a party for him on Sunday night and early into Monday morning. You can all show up if you want with something for him. If Vicky's fixed enough, bring her as well. All Michelle did was nod before she smiled. I'll see you then. She then walked over to Lisa and gestured toward the car as she watched Freddie speaking with the other animatronics and see their shock. After a few moments, they narrowed their eyes as they started to talk. Come on, let's get into the car. It was not much more than 2 minutes later before Erica showed up and got in. However, she had to give Michelle a look as the woman was grinning with her window open as she leaned out of it. Okay, what did you do? There was a twinkle in her eyes as she glanced at her friend with a grin. Remember how I was angry at Harry for not telling me about magic and all that? Not to mention everything else today. Lisa glanced at the blanket where she could see Vicky looking out. Yes, with that grin on her face, she chuckled. Not anymore since I got him back. At their looks, she raised one finger. Wait for it. Suddenly, Rose's voice drifted out of the night through the door as Harry re-entered the pizzeria. And when the bloody heck were you going to tell us that your birthday was this Monday? Harry? They could all hear Harry stutter some. His deep voice booming, Freddie could be heard as well. I am very disappointed in you, Harry. It's your 15th birthday. Chica then gasped. Harry. Finally, as more voices joined, they could just hear Harry's voice. Oh, for giggling. Michelle closed the window and motioned for Erica to get going. And there we go. All Erica did was facepalm. It was a few days later that Harry was sitting back in the security office's chair reading a magazine when he looked at the clock. Nearly 7. He stretched some with a yawn as he knew that the day guard was doing a round in the building. Then he heard the sound of the door open and got up. There we go. Harry entered the hall at the same time as his boss, the pizzeria's manager, walked around the corner. The man was surprised for a moment before he narrowed his eyes with a grunt. Potter, what are you doing here? For a brief moment, Harry considered what he was about to do, but then mentally shrugged it off. Well, I thought that you should know about something that happened on the night shift. Looking around furtively, the man growled before he got up in Harry's face and hissed. You signed a non-disclosure agreement. Boy, you're not to talk about the night shift to anyone under threat of legal recourse. Having long been used to his uncle, the manager's actions barely fazed him as he shrugged. I am aware of that, but what happened was out of the usual. For a few seconds, Harry gave hope to the idea that the manager was about to burst a brain vessel or suffer a heart attack due to his coloring. But it came to naught. I heard a loud crash last night, like boxes or crates falling. Confused, the manager frowned. So, what does that have to do with anything? Grimacing, Harry sighed a bit, knowing it would annoy his manager. Sir, I checked the cameras as well as on my morning patrol. There was no sign anywhere of what could have caused the crash. But it came from the vents. There was a pause before the manager answered. The vents, you say? Slowly, Harry nodded as he placed his hands into his pockets. Yes, sir, the crash came from the vents. Sounded like it came from the basement, actually. His face turning puce, the manager shoved his face again into Harry's as he yelled. And you did not think to check down there for the cause? All Harry did was reach into his pocket, take out a piece of cloth and then wipe his face off. No, sir. Mainly because I am not allowed down there without another employee present, and I thought to report to you first, sir. If anything, Harry's calm and collected attitude caused the manager to get even more peeved off, but he swallowed it and pointed toward the basement door. Open. Now, with a nod, Harry walked to the door, closely followed by the manager. He then proceeded to search through his keys slowly, knowing that each second increased the annoyance of the hated man behind him until he finally unlocked the door and opened it. After turning on the light, the two walked down the stairs and began to look through the basement past the boxes. Finally, they found what Harry knew that they would. There was a bunch of broken and bent endoskeleton parts along with dented pieces of Mangle's costume as well as a head. On top of the pile was a large crate. Well, I guess that we know what happened now. As he growled, the manager whirled on him and poked him in the chest. Is that all you got to say? He then pointed at the remains of Mangle. We just lost an animatronic, you piece of shoot. And just as we sold this place and the animatronics. Harry did not comment on what was said, only for his eyes to widen some as he whirled on Toy Bonner Rebecca, who was frozen due to the time of day. And it was likely the fault of you, freak. Looking around, Harry noticed not just Rebecca, but Chelsea, Andrew, and Robbie in the area. Shoot! They weren't supposed to be here. When he heard the manager mention scrapping them, he cleared his throat to distract him. What are you talking about, sir? They're just animatronics, so they can't do anything. One more, the manager got into his face. Do not get smart with me, boy. I only hired you as a favor for an old school buddy of mine. And I will not take any lip from the likes of you. However, Harry just blinked. The fact that he grew up with the likes of the Dursleys meant that it rolled off him like water off a duck's back. Sir, I really do not know what you mean. You've told me yourself that the animatronics can't do anything. Harry could hear the teeth grinding in the man's mouth as he continued. Besides, if someone has bought this place and the animatronics, I don't think that they will like a group of them being scrapped beforehand. For a moment, the manager's fists clenched as it seemed like he wanted to hurt Harry. However, he simply grabbed Harry and shoved him toward the stairwell. Get the heck out of here. The group of 4 animatronics followed the two as the argument continued. That night, Harry was reading a newspaper when he heard a sound and looked up to see Rebecca leaning into the room. Hey there, Becca. Something wrong? Nervous, the rabbit animatronic walked in and looked around before she spoke up. We heard you this morning, me and the others. Her ears drooped a bit. Why did you let yourself go and get in trouble? Harry slowly got out of the chair before he walked over and hugged her. I did it so that he would focus on me and not you guys. Instead of deciding to scrap you, he instead docked my pay a little. Pretty good price to pay in my mind if it means keeping you bunch safe and happy. After he pulled away, he gave her a pat on the shoulder before he left the room. Rebecca watched him leave, but a few moments later she jumped as Chica spoke up from behind her. Surprised you, huh? The rabbit animatronic turned to see Chica looking toward where Harry had gone. He always does his best to look after us and make sure that we're safe and happy. It's why I see him as a big brother of sorts. Tilting her head, Rebecca frowned a bit. Big brother? All Chica did was nod. Yeah, he's like a big brother to all of us. Some moments later, Rebecca softly smiled. He is, isn't he? I always wanted a big brother. Still deep in thought several minutes later, Rebecca watched as Harry walked up to where Foxy had been playing Scrabble with Freddy, Bonnie, and Rose when a voice startled her. Something wrong, Becca? For a moment, she held her paw against her chest to calm her heart, before she remembered that she no longer had a physical one and let it drop. I forgot about that. Shaking it off, she turned to where Andrew, Chelsea, and Robbie were watching her. It's nothing, just remembering something that Chica said about Mr. Harry. That caused Andrew's eyebrow to raise some as he rubbed the back of his head. So, what did she say then? Crossing her arms across her chest, Rebecca sighed some. Remember how they said that they were all one family? And how we're a part of it along with Mr. Harry? At their nods and confused expression, she continued as down at the table, Harry was whispering into Foxy's ear. Well, I know that his Aunt Rose is an animatronic like us, but Chica told me that Harry is like their big brother. He takes care of them, protects them, makes them happy and all that. Chelsea leaned up next to her friend as she frowned. That sounds like a big brother, all right. Having taken off his hat, Andrew frowned some. So what is the problem? Now shy, Rebecca could feel a ghostly sensation of heat in her cheeks. Well, you know how Mr. Harry came down into the basement to find us, right? Even though these bodies we're in were really dangerous before, she didn't need to add the words we possessed them, though the other three knew this. And he lets us up every night so that we're not stuck down there in the scary darkness? Not to mention him standing up to that scary man who wanted to. A shudder ran through them before Chelsea placed her hand on Rebecca's shoulders. Are you saying what I think you are? The animatronic rabbit nodded a bit as she looked over at Harry. He's really brave and stuff. I told Chica when she told me that he was like their big brother that I always wanted one. And he was acting like a big brother to us too. While he rubbed his chin, Andrew frowned some. Well, he is a lot nicer than the older boys in the home that we were told to call Big Brother. He's not mean to us and such. Robbie bounced a bit as his mouth opened in a grin. So he's our big brother, right? The other three toys present shared a look before they slowly nodded. That only made Robbie bounce even more in Balloon Boy's body. Oh wow, I always wanted a big brother. He then stopped and frowned. Or a little one. But Mom and Dad always told me to mind my own business before they sent me out to drop something off at their friends. With a soft smile, Chelsea leaned down and gave him a gentle hug. Well, it looks like we have all gotten a family. Down below, Harry glanced up at the toy animatronics before he turned back to Foxy. Okay, do you want to end this? The pirate snorted a bit but nodded. Then all you got to use is, after he whispered the word and spelling into Foxy's ear, the pirate whipped his head around. Yeah, must be pulling me leg with such a thing. When Harry shook his head, Foxy rubbed his chin and nodded. I be trusting you. The pirate then placed the letters down on the Scrabble board that was set up. Moments later, Rose, Bonnie, and Freddy leaned over to look. With a sigh, Rose face-bombed. You had to go and use that word from the movie, didn't you? Freddy nodded some with a scowl. Supercali, whatever that is, could not be a real word. Slowly though, Harry grinned and turned to Foxy. Mind getting the dictionary from my office? Foxy? Jumping up, Foxy dashed to the security office and ignored Chica, who was going through the cameras curiously as he grabbed the dictionary. He then brought it back to Harry, who opened it and began flipping through it until he stopped. Here we go. The security guard then held it out to the others. See? Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious is in fact a real word. All was silent for several moments as Bonnie, Rose, and Freddy digested this. Then, for the first time, it was not Foxy who flipped the board in anger, instead it was Freddy. I do not believe this. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. Dumbledore frowned a bit as he sat on the chair as Remus and Bill shared looks. All Mad Eye did was take a swing from his hip flask. You stated that you found something, Remus? Slowly, the werewolf nodded. Harry contacted me and asked me to look around for any signs of Dementors in the area of the pizzeria. I at first thought he was worried due to the article on the front page of the Daily Prophet the other day about the encounter with the Dementor in downtown London. There was a twinkle in Dumbledore's eye at that. Ah yes, Cornelius is trying to perform damage control from what I have been told, with his office inundated by those angry and worried. It has had the effect of making some question the official ministry line. However, Remus just nodded as he took a deep breath. So I asked for Moody to come along with Bill. At the look of surprise from Dumbledore, he shrugged. I had felt something like the protections at Privet Drive there the last few times. As he stroked his beard, Dumbledore gave a nod. When I had placed the protections on Privet Drive, I made them so that they would form wherever Harry stayed with the blood of his mother for a long period. So I suppose that it is possible that the protections have also formed there due to his Aunt Rose's presence. Grunting, Moody placed a box on the table. Lupin asked for me to come because I know the Dementor tracking spell. All Dementors from Azkaban have them, though they're easy to remove. With another swing from his flask, he continued. But putting them is hard, so no one would do so if they were trying to hide. Just the same, we did get a return on the spell. Now curious. Though he could sense the dark magic in the box, Dumbledore frowned. And what did you find? The three men shared a look before Moody opened the box and dumped the contents onto the table. After a look, Dumbledore frowned a bit as the objects appeared to be rotting pieces of a cloak with scorch marks. There was also what seemed to be ash along with a crystalline piece of bone which he picked up to better examine. Now what is this? Bill spoke up, with his next words having caused Dumbledore to drop the bone. From what we can tell, that's the remains of a Dementor. With widened eyes, Dumbledore looked up at him. Best we could figure, the Dementor ran headlong into the protections and, well, it was like a moth flying into a fire. The protections burned it to ash. Frowning in thought, Dumbledore conjured a stick with which he picked up the scraps of cloth, which he now knew belonged to a Dementor's cloak. Interesting, while the protections created thanks to Lily are quite powerful, they should not have been able to do this. Once more, Remus cleared his throat. We have a bit of a theory on that. His hands folded in front of him. Bill frowned. From what little I know, the blood protections that Lily left on Harry were fueled by her love. When you anchored them, you used anyone who shared her blood as an anchor. Nodding, Dumbledore waited for him to continue. With his Aunt Rose, Harry not only has someone who shares his mother's blood, but also, from what I have been told, loves him deeply as her nephew. Thinking it over, Dumbledore hummed. It is certainly possible that both parts work together to strengthen the protections even further than normal. He then noticed the looks. There's more, isn't there? Having taken a breath, Bill let it out slowly. There is. With slightly shaky hands, he took a cup of tea and drank it. Blood magic, you see, is unique. It, for lack of a better word, feeds on other blood magic. Something, it seems, that Freddy's is steeped in thanks to all the deaths. The protection absorbed that loose blood magic into itself and boosted it even further. The eldest Weasley child ran a hand through his hair. Honestly, anyone who attempts to attack Harry with magic within the confines of that place will be lucky if all they lose is their wand. More likely, they would be injured in the process. Dumbledore sipped at his own tea as he leaned back into the chair. Interesting, a few seconds later he smiled slightly. It seems that Harry is now even safer than he was at Privet Drive. It was then that a thought occurred to him. Remus, you mentioned before to me that you had bought the pizzeria. Correct? For Harry. Correct? At the confused nod, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Perhaps it might be in Harry's best interest to possibly build a bolt hole there if the protection is so strong. Uncomfortable, Remus frowned a bit. There's just one question remaining though. Taking another drink from his flask, Moody nodded. How the bloody heck did Potter know that there was a Dementor in the area? Rose was sitting in the security office when she perked up at the sound of a tap on the door. She quickly flipped through the cameras to check on where Harry was before getting up and heading for the door. Once Rose got there, she smiled at the sight of Michelle. "So, did you get them?" More than slightly confused, Michelle nodded as she handed her a box. "Yeah, it wasn't too hard to do so." Then she frowned a bit and looked at the box. "You still have not told me where you guys got the money for it." Freezing, Rose looked anywhere but Michelle's face. That's not really that important actually." However, the human just placed her hands on her hips and gave the golden Freddy a glare that her mother had given to her many a time while growing up. "Where did you get the money from?" With a nervous chuckle, Rose pointed at her. "Had anyone ever told you how much of a mom you look like when you do that?" All Michelle did was jab her with a finger, though she had a flush on her cheeks. "We got some of it over the years. You would be amazed at how much loose change is left around and how it can build up." That caused her to blink for a moment and stare. "Okay, and the rest of it?" For a few moments, Rose stared at her before she suddenly looked at her wrist. "Oh, will you look at that time now? I've been out here for a bit and I should get going before Harry notices. You will be at the party tomorrow, right?" The confused woman nodded, but before she could do anything, Rose slipped back inside and locked the doors. That was close. Outside, Michelle stared at the door before her eyes narrowed and her teeth ground on the inside of her mouth. "Rose," back inside the building. Rose shuddered some from a feeling that crept up her robotic spine, but then shrugged it off. "Just my imagination." She then made her way back into the security office and, after having checked that Harry was still busy, opened the box to reveal 3 small plushies of Freddy, Chica, and Bonnie. Then Rose reached behind the desk and grabbed the small Foxy plushie that was hidden there and set it on top. "It was hard cleaning you up." Thankfully, Harry didn't ask why I was in the back room washing something. A frown then crossed her face as she brought up a plushie version of herself. "Not as hard as cleaning you, though. Still, you bunch should make for a nice birthday gift." While she dug around in the desk drawer for some paper and tape, she did not see how the eyes on the plushies all seemed to move to watch her. But by the time she was done, they were back to normal, so she put them into the box and wrapped it. "All I need to do is hide you somewhere." Just before she began to look around, she stopped and stared at the wrapped box. On it was a note signed by all the animatronics stating "Happy Birthday" to Harry. Then her mind went back to just after they had confronted Harry over his birthday. Sighing, Harry ran his hand through his hair. "Guys, I didn't tell you about my birthday because it's really not that big of a deal." He was met by stares before Chica threw her arms out. "Not a big deal. Not a big deal." She then grabbed him and gave him a shake. "It's your birthday, Harry. You're turning 15. Now that is a big deal in my book." Groaning, Harry just face-bombed. "Look, it's not a big deal with me, and I've done without them for the first 10 years while growing up." It was then that everything went quiet and he realized what he had just said. Crud, eyes narrowed. Rose growled low in her throat. "What did you mean by that, Harry? Surely you have had birthdays before." However, all Harry did was sigh as he leaned against the wall. "Maybe with my parents when they were alive? Other than that, there was one time that a day guard here by the name of Aya gave me a cupcake with a single candle on it and a small packet of plastic dinosaurs when I was 7. And that was a week after my actual birthday. Other than that, Hagrid giving me a small cake on my 11th birthday with my friends sending me stuff each year since then." Once more there was shocked silence from the animatronics before the Fazbear gang clenched their hands. Though he was trying to keep calm, there was still an undercurrent of anger in Foxy's voice as he spoke. "Matey, the not be right. Yeah, should have celebrated your birthdays." Harry just shrugged and shook his head. "Well, maybe. But neither Uncle Vernon nor Aunt Petunia ever acknowledged my birthday. It was always just another day really." Unknown to him, the animatronics silently promised to give him the best birthday that they could. Flashback end. Back in the present day, Rose slammed a paw down on the desk as she growled. "You better hope that we never meet, Petunia. I would give you a chat about how you have treated our nephew over the years, though when you die, there is going to be a reckoning from Lily, of that you can be sure." Then as quickly as it had appeared, her anger dissipated into nothingness as she slumped. I am so sorry, Lily. There was nothing that I could do for him before now. But I swear, I will take care of him and protect him since you can't. Just forgive me for all the dark things that I have done. Petunia walked up the stairs with a scowl, and was about to bang on Harry's doors to tell him to be quiet as she could hear whimpers and groans on the other side when she stopped. The hairs on the back of her neck started to stand on end, and Petunia felt the crawling sensation of someone watching. When she spotted movement out of the corner of her eye, she turned quickly only to meet with nothing. After a few moments, she shivered and moved away from the door. Let the freak suffer. What she had not seen was the female body that seemed to be composed of shadow watching with hateful eyes. Once Petunia was out of sight, it moved and drifted through the wall to see Harry in his bed struggling with something. Despite it seeming not to have any lips, the spirit walked up with a growl. We told you to leave him alone. Then it jabbed out with its skeletal finger, which sunk into the scar on Harry's head. For several moments, Harry was frozen, and it gently pulled out its finger and sat down on the bed beside him as it stroked his head. Oh, Harry, things are never easy for you, are they? It then moved so that it was laying on the bed beside him. I am so sorry, Harry. I should have never taken up my manager with doing the night shift. I don't blame him with what I now know about the owners. Her eyes closed some as she let out a breath and then reopened them. I had plans and dreams, you know. I was saving up money to buy the house next door. That way I could have you come over whenever you wanted. I was even going to have a bedroom where you could stay the night when needed. It was all I could do, as I could not adopt you. Her fingers slowly threaded through his hair as she curled up behind him. But it wasn't to be, was it? I took the night shift and then, well, I died. Aya continued to hold the now calmly sleeping Harry close to her. And I did what I had never wanted to, leave you alone. For that I am so sorry, Harry. I wish that I could tell you how sorry, but I'm afraid of how you would react to me and how I am now. As she laid her head on his, she took a breath. I'm like a ghost now, though more powerful. And the others, the spirit's head came down and gave Harry a kiss on the top of the head. They're always so angry and sad. There's a lot of hate there. I don't really think that they realize it, though. Not much there besides their emotions for them. But they seem to listen to me, allow for me to direct them. Sometimes, though, I worry because I have problems forgetting where I end and they begin. I did try hard to stop them from causing you too many problems. It was so hard, though. They don't like the guards when they're alive because they remind them of what they lost. But when the Marionette attacked, when that abomination decided to kill you, Harry, if it had succeeded, then I don't know what I would have done. I don't wish this fate on you at all. Suddenly, she stilled as her expression became distant. But then, you did something that we all thought impossible. Something amazing. Her fingers once more began to gently stroke his head as she curled up as close as possible. You destroyed the abomination, and in so doing, freed all of us, spirit and animatronic. I was so proud of you when you did so. Now we're free thanks to you, no longer bound, but while a few have moved on, I won't. I can now keep that promise I made all those years ago, and I will not leave you. From now on, I will stay with you, even if you can no longer see or hear me. But I will be there to protect you from harm, I promise, and so will a number of the others. Aya then kissed him on the top of the head and laid there as she kept an eye out for any problems. With a sigh, Erica closed up her toolbox and looked over at where Vicky was sitting on one of the tables in her basement. So, how are you feeling? Cocking her head to the side, Vicky looked around. Feels pretty good, actually. She then tilted her head to the other side. Is it enough to go to the party tonight? As she thought it over, Erica slowly nodded. I think that you should be able to do so, though I am not happy with how your costume is coming along. Having gotten a confused look, Erica brought over a mirror and held it up to Vicky, whose jaw dropped. While her head was now fully repaired along with her hands, feet, and endoskeleton, all that remained of her body was her upper chest. As you can see, your body itself is going to be a long-term project, until after I get access to any of your costume spare parts, but it's better than nothing. Vicky's shoulders slumped a bit. Several moments went by before Erica glanced at the clock and sighed. I'm going to regret this due to how little sleep I've been getting. But she walked over to a cabinet and to Vicky's confusion got out several blocks of pink foam before she walked over to the table. Hold out your leg, please. Blinking, Vicky did so. What are you doing? The young woman looked up at her and frowned a bit. I'm gonna make you some covering. They will be far from perfect, but still better than bare endoskeleton. Placing a cylinder of foam against her leg, Erica made some marks before she walked over to the saw and got to work. I've got some really loose clothing laying around that we can throw on over it to help hide it even more. Lost, the animatronic fox only nodded before she asked the question that had been on her mind for a while. How did you know so much to fix me, and how did you have the parts? Erica cut the roll in half and began to make cuts down the center of each piece. I've been training for a while in the field of animatronics. As for how I had the parts, the small blade in her hand gestured at the cabinet of parts. All animatronics like you're currently can trace their ancestry of sorts back to a single animatronics company in the 50s called FREDDY'S here in Britain. Supposedly, some of the engineers came from Germany where they had created animatronics for propaganda purposes, but that was never actually proven to my knowledge. The company though went under in the 60s while having the most advanced animatronics anywhere. That caused Vicky to blink a little. Why'd they go under? While she finished with the leg, Erica snorted. They were too advanced for the day. Their animatronics were just too expensive. That said, after the dissolution of the company, various engineers and such went out and founded a whole slew of other companies, using FREDDY'S technology. Or they were swallowed up by companies like Disney who really wanted the technology. A smile spread across her face for a moment. I went to Disney World as a kid. They actually got walking animatronics there. And Orlando Studios actually had a Tyrannosaurus walking around a few years back which had been used in the Jurassic Park movie. Her eyes wide, Vicky watched as Erica fitted the foam leg covering over her bare endoskeleton and secured it. Oh wow! That sounds like it would be really amazing. As she nodded, Erica began work on another leg covering. It was actually, those were things that convinced me to become an animatronics engineer. She cut another cylinder in half. That said, a lot of the parts are close enough that with some work you can make them fit because they're all descended from the same general source. Granted, Fazbear Entertainment was actually the most advanced animatronics back in the early 80s, but have been outstripped some since then. Erica then looked over and gave her a wink. But don't worry, I'll have something done for you so you can go to the party tonight. The car came to a stop in front of the pizzeria and turned off. Inside, Erica yawned before she leaned over the side of her seat and looked into the back where Lisa and someone in a skirt and large hoodie sat. Well, we're here, Vicky. Ready to show them your new look? When the hood tilted back some, it showed Vicky's now vulpine face as she nodded. Yeah, I think that I am. She glanced toward the doors and felt her cheeks heat from the small lights in them. It'll be good to see Harry again. Michelle just rolled her eyes some as she got out. Yeah, and he'll like seeing you again. As she grinned, Lisa leaned over and stage whispered to the Fox animatronic. I think someone is a bit possessive. In return, Michelle growled under her breath as she clenched her fists before she stalked toward the doors. A moment later she reached them and pounded on them with Harry appearing once she was done. Said wizard seemed a bit surprised at her being there as he opened the door. Michelle? He then caught sight of the others and blinked.
Lisa.
Erica? What are you girls doing here and who is that with you? Once more tilting her head back, Vicky gave him a small grin.
Hey, Harry.
Blinking, Harry stared for a moment. Vicky, is that really you? At the nod, he smiled. Well, you're looking much better. I told you that Erica would take care of you. The woman in question blushed as she scratched one cheek with a smile. Keep that up and you'll give me a swelled head. It was then that Harry realized that he was keeping them out and stepped out of the way as he opened the door. Right, come on in then. He gave the bag they had an inquiring look, but then frowned as Rose poked her head out of the office. About time you bunch showed up. While his eyes narrowed, he gave his aunt a slight glare. What is going on here? Does this have something to do with why you're keeping me in the office and away from the cameras? All he got from Rose was for her to stretch a bit. Something the matter? Seeing the annoyed look, she pulled Harry back into the office. Never mind. I just managed to open that locked cabinet by the way. There's a bunch of tapes in there. The three women along with the Fox animatronic looked at each other and then giggled as they walked past the office as Harry argued with his undead aunt. Hey, what's the big idea? Once they got into the main party room, They looked around and blinked. At one end of a table, Robbie was taking the balloons given to him before he put them to his mouth. Then, a moment later, they were blown up and he tied them like an expert. Next, up on stage, Bonnie was talking with Rebecca and showing her various bits and pieces of his guitar while both Freddie and Andrew were setting up the table. The door to the kitchen opening caught their attention and Foxy walked out through them and caught sight of the four. Well, blast me barnacles. He showed up. Snorting, Michelle placed the bag onto a table. Of course we wouldn't miss it. She then flung an arm over Vicky's shoulder and pulled back the hood. And look who we have here with us. With several bounds, Foxy came within reaching distance of the slightly frightened Vicky. Ye be looking much better than what ye did when ye left. He pushed up his eye patch so that he could use both eyes. Much better at that. Though I can't understand why ye would be wearing such clothes for the life of me. Vicky just shrugged a bit. It helps hide what I am when I'm in the car. That's all. Having set down some drinks, Lisa looked toward the kitchen. Chica making a pizza? A chuckle drifted through the air as Freddie walked up. She is, though she's also making a cake as well. Taking in the looks of surprise, Freddie smiled. Though she does not do it often, Chica makes some wonderful cupcakes and cakes. At the moment, she's also teaching Chelsea how to bake a cake and make a pizza. While she frowned thoughtfully, Michelle gave the place a glance over. And I noticed that she's not the only one teaching their counterparts things either. To her surprise, Freddie just shrugged as he watched as Foxy dragged Vicky over to his cove. There's some reasons for that, besides passing things down to the next generation. At their looks, he grimaced. It also serves to get them used to the programming of their new bodies as they work and to keep their minds off what has happened. There was a similar grimace on Erica's face as she nodded. Yeah, Vicky's pretty much the same way. For a moment, she paused only for Michelle to quietly speak up. How are they doing on that front? Freddie shook his head as he looked at Andrew. They're handling it better than myself and the others had, or at least I think so from what little I remember. Slowly he rubbed his head. All the days and nights bled into one another until Harry came here and put an end to that. Then again, from what little they have told me, there wasn't much of a good childhood between them. So it has been a bit easier for them to leave their former lives behind. Suddenly, Lisa interrupted. Right, enough of that now. After all, we are here for a party and celebration. His mood lightened. Freddie nodded with a grateful smile. Right you are. All we have to do is set up some small things and we're done. Snickering, Michelle noticed something about the room. You guys put a bunch of cloths on the cameras? Really? Isn't Rose already distracting him? In reply, Freddie gave a booming laugh. Well, yes, but that does not preclude us making it any easier for Harry just in case. Now then, if you three will follow me, we could use some help to finish up. With a sigh several minutes later, Freddie stood back and looked over the room before he nodded with a smile. Looks good, gang. Using his long strides, he reached the kitchen and poked his head in. Chica? Chelsea? How are you doing in here? The two chicken animatronics looked over as they brought out a pizza and then Chica gave him a thumbs up. We're all done here, the cake is iced and all we are waiting for is the party boy to be brought out and we'll bring out the pizzas. Slowly, Freddie's smile widened into a grin as he rubbed his paws together. Excellent, positions everybody. Once they got into position, Freddie's eyes turned black with a white pupil and gave a screech which caused the humans to cover their ears with a grimace. A few moments later, they could hear Rose walking down the hall as Harry shouted at her. What are you doing, Aunt Rose? Let me down this moment and tell me what the bloody heck is going on. Hey, get those paws away from my eyes. Whistling, the golden animatronic walked into the room. She carried Harry into the room by having his arms held behind his head with her own arms as she had her paws over his eyes. Just a moment, Harry. Rose ignored Harry's struggles as she continued to walk as everyone watched with amusement. Finally, she reached the table and slowly set Harry down. Okay now, Harry. After she let go, Harry shook his head and then blinked. His eyes then widened as everyone there shouted at him. Surprise! Stumbling back some, Harry looked around. Wah-iha! It was then that he noticed the banner that had been written messily declaring a happy birthday to him. What? With an excited expression on her face, Chica walked up and gave him a hug. Happy 15th birthday, Harry. Feeling something wet, Chica blinked as she pulled away to see Harry still staring at the banner. Then she felt another drop of water on her hand and her eyes widened some at the sight of the tears that dripped down Harry's face as he turned to look in her direction. Harry swallowed thickly as he shook some. Is this real? Did you guys actually make me a birthday party? As she smiled, Rose placed a paw on his shoulder as she kneeled down. Yes, honey. We've set up a birthday party for you with us here. Knowing what his shaking meant, Rose pulled him into a hug and leaned her head against the side of his own. It's all for you. Not even a moment later, Chica hugged him from behind. She was soon joined as each of the others joined in the group hug as Harry hugged them back as tightly as he could. Thanks you guys. They stood there for several minutes just sharing in the group hug before they pulled back and Harry wiped his eyes. Sorry about this is just a bit much is all. Placing a paw on Harry's shoulders, Bonnie smiled down at him. Take your time. With a nod, Foxy grinned as he crossed his arms across his chest. The rabbit be right, we be more than willing to wait for a bit, matey. However, Harry just shook his head as on his face was the biggest and happiest smile any of them had ever seen him with. No, that's all right. Besides, we have a party to get to, right? They all nodded as Robbie bounced in place. Awesome. Time for pizza, cake, and presents. Still with a smile, Harry placed his hand on Robbie's head and rubbed it a bit. Yeah, it is. Once the pizza was finished with all there having had at least 2 pieces, Chica placed a large cake in front of Harry with 15 candles burning merrily on it. On the top was Harry's name written with the number 15 below it. Wow, this looks almost too good to eat, you two. Both Chica and Chelsea smiled as the lights in their cheeks came on to show that they were blushing. Chica then waved him off with a snort. Well, it was baked to be eaten, so go on. Blow out the candles and make a wish. For several moments, Harry stared into the flames before he looked around. What did that book say? Family is what you make of it. He then smiled a bit as he felt his eyes become misty. In that case, I got the best family I could possibly have if only Mum and Dad was here. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Harry decided on his wish as he blew out the candles. I wish for my family to stay safe and to stay with me. What none of them noticed was the shadowy figure in the corner watching the proceedings. Aya looked toward the banner and softly sighed. Happy birthday, Harry. Having eaten some of his cake, Harry watched as they set down some presents in front of him. He had just set aside Michelle's, which was several gift vouchers, when Rose set another down in front of him. Here, this is from me and the others. Confused, Harry glanced at her before he unwrapped it, and then brought out the plush dolls inside with a smile. You guys, giggling, Chica hugged him a bit. Now you can have something to remind you of us when you're at Hogwarts. Harry hugged her right back as in the box. The set of dolls seemed to watch them. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled as the summer storm raged above and around the abandoned building. Once, it was a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza like its sister location in Little Whinging. There was laughter and merriment in its halls as children of all ages had fun. But all that ended in 1980. The cause of its closing was not due to a tragedy in the building, but rather what occurred in the burned-out husk next door. Before 1980, the destroyed building had been a children's home. It was never a large amount of children there, but they had gone to the nearby pizzeria often. Then one night it blew up, killing all inside. Officially, the cause of the explosion was an old World War II bomb underneath the home had exploded. Not many had questioned it. Due to the possibility of others in the area, Freddy Fazbear's had closed its doors for the last time. Which is not to say that there was much reason to keep it open. Business had been failing for a time by that point, with part of the reason having been them removing the place's Fazbear gang after they had started to glitch up. Rather than have an incident like the bite of 77, they shut them down and went over them with a fine-toothed comb. What that had meant was at the time of their closing, their only active animatronics were the original ones attached to their pizzeria, one of which stood in front of the only gap between the boards in the front window. Lightning lit her face before she suddenly jumped as a voice behind her spoke up. Watching the storm are we, Opal? Careful that none of that rainwater gets on you. The last thing we need is you short-circuiting. Her dirty and nearly skeletal metal hand dug into the rotting fake fur that covered her chest as she turned toward the large shadow. Don't scare me like that, Theodore. You can give someone a heart attack. A bolt of lightning in the sky gave enough light to reveal that Opal looked like some sort of rodent. In fact, she was a opossum if one had checked. The same flash also revealed her companion, who could be seen to be a dinosaur of some kind. Sorry about that, Opal. Slowly, he walked up until he was next to her as he also watched the rain come down as thunder shook the building. Opal seemed uncomfortable before she finally sighed. Is Jessie okay? For a moment, Theodore considered lying, but it had been just their little group for so long that he couldn't. She's in a bad shape, Opal. I don't know if she'll make it through the winter since that homeless guy who broke in managed to get an axe into her leg when she popped up to say hi. She can barely move from her spot now. He could feel her as she leaned into his side, hoping for comfort while also giving some back. Unbidden, his mind went back to another night so long ago when they were human. Him and Opal had awoke at the sound of loud cracks and peeked out the window at a group of cloaked and masked people outside the children's home. Both of them were only 11 at the time, but they did not expect what happened. They had watched as the matron, an elderly woman who took care of them, had walked out to ask them what they were there for when a light struck her and she started to scream as the people laughed. It had gone on for several minutes before she stopped and her body stilled. Frightened, Theodore had gotten the other children together and tried to get out the back, only for the doors and windows to be all stuck. Suddenly there was fire everywhere, and he could remember how Opal and his little sister, Jessie, who was only 4 and had weird things happen around, had clutched to him as the flames licked theirs and the other children's bodies. They later woke up in what they recognized as being the animatronic bodies from Freddy's next door. But to their horror and dismay, they found the pizzeria was closed and they were trapped in. They waited for someone to come as days turned into weeks, which became months, which turned into years. No one ever came though, as their bodies slowly rusted and decayed. Theodore had done his best to keep them going, but he only knew so much, so it was not good enough. Opal's voice then spoke up. Theodore? What do you think will happen to us? While he thought over what she had asked, Theodore stroked the head of his girlfriend, careful to avoid the spots where the covering has rotted away to the steel mesh underneath. We'll get through this, somehow and together, just like always, Opal. As long as I have you by my side, we can get through anything that comes our way. Opal looked up at him as the lightning continued to flash before she tapped his thigh. Knowing what she wanted, Theodore kneeled a bit so she could climb up to where he could hold her. As they continued to watch the storm, Opal placed her head in the crook of his neck. I hope so. After a few moments, she sighed. Do you remember when we were humans and we used to be like this, though I wasn't so small compared to you? With a chuckle, Theodore nodded. Yeah, you've always loved watching storms. Smiling slightly, Opal leaned up and kissed him on the cheek. And it was always best when you would hold me like we are right now, though you weren't so big when compared to me back then. Her mood then dropped as her arm squeaked a bit from the rust. Theodore? What did we do wrong for this to happen to us? No matter how much he wanted to comfort her, Theodore couldn't find the words. Finally, he just sighed. I wish that I knew. Stretching some, Harry unlocked the door to the pizzeria a few days after his party and walked in. Just as he entered, he stopped for a moment. Something is not quite right. With narrowed eyes, Harry gently placed his backpack into the security office and then began to slowly walk through the pizzeria as he used his flashlight to illuminate the way. Every once in a while, though, Harry turned back to illuminate the hallway. As he walked, though, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Now where? Finally, he reached the end of the hallway and noticed Freddy and the others on stage. Now, frowning, he swept the room with the flashlight as his eyebrows furrowed. Where? His only warning was the Fazbear Gang's eyes opening before a strong arm grabbed him from behind and shoved a damp cloth into his mouth. Lights out, you little shoot. Chica and the others all fought the fact that they were frozen in place as they recognized the manager and owner of Freddy's. Harry! A moment later, Harry slumped in place as Tony chuckled. There we go. The snort beside him made him turn as his sister pulled off an invisibility cloak. Ready, Barb? Snorting, she twirled her wand. Been ready, let's take care of this and get out. The witch then turned on her heel and began to walk back to the office as Tony dragged the limp and conscious Harry as the animatronics screamed in their heads to stop. As he continued to drag him, Tony grunted over his shoulder. "So, you got the memories ready to replace his?" Barb flipped her hair over her shoulder with a snort. "Yeah, though I'm just gonna make it look like he hit his head and has amnesia. Better that way to hide the month's worth of memories I'm erasing." With a blink, she looked around. "Did I just hear whispers? Bah! Just the creepiness of this place." Her frown became a sneer. "It'll be good to see the back of this place. At least you got a good price for it and those soon-to-be piles of junk." Neither of the two noticed how the shadows shifted some as they reached the office and Tony unceremoniously dropped Harry. "Yeah, well, still got to smash those freak things up. Can't have them ruin anything by acting their usual way, my custom questions." He clapped his hands and then grinned at his sister. "I'll leave you to it." Once he was gone, Barb twirled her wand a bit as she looked around and then at the phone with a frown. Got to try and find the tapes for that and destroy them, darn, so much work to do." She felt the air seem to get colder and then heard the whispers again and whipped around. "Who's there?" "Freak. Get a hold of yourself, your spell showed there was no one else here." Grumbling, Barb turned back to the guard on the floor with a scowl. "Wish that I could have had some fun. But whatever. Say goodbye to your memories, kid." Oblivia, her wand started to vibrate in her hands as it let out a high-pitched whine. Then, it exploded in her hand and reducing it to what looked like hamburger. Arg! Gripping her wrist, Barb looked around in a panic through her pain. What the bloody freak? It was then that she felt something fade away and recognized it. The heck? There were protective spells on this place. A sudden clang caused her to whip around to see the security door had shut. Banging on the button, however, didn't open it. Shoot! Barb then heard another bang behind her and a shuffling noise as the faint whispers began to get stronger. Turning, she saw the security guard get to his feet slowly as if drunk. What in the name of Merlin? And then, slowly, the guard turned around to reveal a demented grin on his face as his limp head rolled around. However, that was not what caused her heart to start racing in her chest. That was caused by the fact that his eyes had turned completely black with a white dot for a pupil as a smoke-like substance drifted from the corners of his eyes. Backing up against the closed security door, Barb noticed a few small drops of black blood drip from his forehead. But before she could say anything, Harry opened his mouth and began to sing in a voice composed of not just his own, but what seemed like a dozen others, including females. Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies. To Barb's growing terror, the light began to dim and flicker as the shadows in the corners of the small room seemed to congeal into shapes. Ashes, ashes. Barb twisted and began to bang and claw at the doors. "Oh Merlin! Oh Merlin! Let me out!" She could hear the shuffling footsteps get closer and closer as she saw eyes and mouths begin to open in the shadows as Harry finished right before he reached her. "We all fall down." Her scream of terror echoed through the building. Walking of his office, Tony walked down toward the animatronics as he swung an axe he had hidden in his office. The whole way he whistled a jaunty tune as he walked. Been waiting for this for a long time now. He stopped in front of the Fazbear gang and sneered at them. "More than 20 years. I've had to deal with seeing your creepy faces day in and day out. Cleaning up your messes. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy about all the times that I did not have to pay one of those bully anything. More money for me, really." A laugh escaped him as he enjoyed mocking them. Shame about how all the memory wipes caused the old man to get dementia. I would have loved to see his face once his precious creations were found. Destroyed. Still chuckling, Tony spread his arms wide. "And best of all, I walk away with all that money. You bunch are destroyed before anything is found out to ruin my reputation. And Vernon's nephew takes all the blame while whoever that idiot that bought the place gets is a bunch of smashed parts." Brilliant. Tony walked up toward the stage and swung the axe back. Time to say good before he could finish. He heard a bang and blinked as he turned. What the heck? The lights began to flicker as there was another bang. "Barb? What the bloody heck are you doing?" However, there was no answer as the lights continued to flicker. Suddenly, a scream of pure terror ripped through the pizzeria before it cut off abruptly. "Barb!" As he rushed off, Freddy blinked a bit. "Guys!" There was a beat before he could hear Bonnie communicate with him. "Yeah, Freddy?" Shuddering best that he could, Freddy's eyes shifted a bit to look at the darkened hallway. I hope that whatever is happening, Harry's safe. He got agreements from all the others at that. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans, hello? Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. Running through the halls, Tony reached the closed security door to the office and began to bang on it. Barb? Barb?
Cease.
Suddenly, the door opened to reveal a dark office. Barb? Walking in slowly, Tony nearly did not notice the body on the floor before he shined his flashlight to see his sister staring sightlessly at the ceiling with open eyes. He dropped to his knees and let out a sigh as he saw her chest rise and fall. Oh, thank God. Barb, you're... It was then that Tony realized that she had not responded at all to his voice and looked down to see her still staring ahead. Barb? A voice seemingly composed of others then drifted through the darkness that caused his whole body to shiver. She cannot answer you anymore. She has suffered the same fate she has done to others. Upon seeing the shadow in the other doorway, Tony scrambled to his feet as he could just barely make out the security uniform. You freak little shoot. What have you done to my sister? He then shined his flashlight onto Harry and froze as he saw how Harry had a demented expression on his face with black eyes, white pinprick pupil, and the dark smoke-like substance coming from his eyes. But that was not what caused him to freeze in place, nor what caused him to nearly suffer a heart attack. That was due to what was behind and a little around Harry. Said thing was a cloud of pure darkness that his light could not penetrate, which had a mass of eyes and twisted human mouths, all of which gave off muted screams, shouts, demented laughter, and sobs. Tony took a step back as skeletal arms composed of shadows reached out from the cloud toward him. Stay back. Stay back. Harry, however, just stepped forward some. We have been waiting for this day for so long. So much pain you have caused. You sealed our fates and soon you shall suffer as we have. In a panic, Tony swung the axe at Harry's head, only for several of the skeletal arms to grab it before it even got close. They then yanked it out of his hands and into the cloud as Harry continued to step forward. He stepped over Barb as Tony continued to back toward the door. It is now your turn. With one last look at his sister, Tony turned and ran toward the door out of the building. Once outside, he dashed across the parking lot toward the car that he had parked there and got in before he peeled out of the parking lot. Sorry sis, I love you and all, but I'm not dying for you still. Guess that he's as much of a freak as Vernon said. Tony adjusted the rearview mirror in time to see Harry walk out the doors of the pizzeria. A few minutes later, he started to slow down as he took the roads and began to calm down. Suddenly, a shadowy figure sprang up in front of his car, and he swerved to avoid it, which caused him to spin out and come to rest in a ditch below a rocky outcropping. Ugh! Shaking his head, he went to open his door, only for the lock to spring shut. What? Hearing something, he looked out his windshield to see small stones start to fall on his hood and could hear them falling onto his roof. Oh freak! Panicked, he began to fight with the door, trying to unlock it only to stop as he saw the cloud of darkness hovering on the other side of the door. As it did so, he could hear a rumble as its words came back to him. Soon you shall suffer as we have. Slowly, Tony looked up and screamed just before the outcrop collapsed on top of his car, crushing his body under its mangled wreckage as the cloud slowly faded away. Harry blinked as all around him was a mist before he called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" After a few moments, a voice behind him caused him to turn. Yes, there is someone here. Having turned around fully, Harry blinked at the strange being in front of him. He could tell it was a woman from the figure, though it was composed almost entirely of shadow. Almost because there were two large, bloodshot eyes set in what seemed like skull-like sockets with a skull-like grin. It has been a while. For some reason beyond him, Harry didn't feel scared as his eyebrows furrowed some. I'm sorry, but have we met? You seem very familiar. Slowly, the being walked up and gently cupped his cheek as she ran a thumb across it. It has been a long time since we last saw each other, I suppose. She then tilted her head a bit and began to softly sing. Puff, the magic dragon, who lives by the sea, that caused Harry's eyes to widen some as it brought back a surge of memories. Aya. Reaching up, Harry grasped her shoulder. Aya, is that you? Cracks appeared in the shadows that composed the woman's body before they fell away to reveal a smiling Aya who nodded. "It's me." She then found herself pulled into a tight hug by Harry as she held him just as tightly. I missed you, Aya." But how? It then came to him and he looked up with a broken look. "You're dead, aren't you?" Her nod caused his heart to break a little as she pulled him closer to her. How were you?" Aya softly smiled some and shook her head. "Stuffed? No, I died when one of the animatronics accidentally hit my head on the doorframe. But I don't blame them at all." With a sigh, she pulled away some. "But there is much that we need to discuss and little time to do it." Taking a breath, Harry sat down on what passed for a floor wherever him and Aya were. "So you're dead, and want to talk with me?" Slowly, Aya moved until she was also sitting down across from him as she nodded with a smile. "Yes, Harry. I want to explain some things to you, and to say how sorry I am that I died or ever took the night shift job." Up, seeing him hang his head, Aya reached over and lifted it with her hand. "None of that now. I don't blame you for whatever you thought when I disappeared. In fact, if there's anyone who should be sorry, it's me." Almost embarrassed, Harry looked away slightly. So you wanted to tell me some things then?" With a nod, Aya reached over and took his hands between her own. "Harry, firstly I wish to say that I am so proud of what you have done. Also, I would like to ask you if you know what you have done by destroying that thing?" Confused, Harry slowly shook his head. "You mean the Marionette?" At her nod, Harry shrugged a bit. "Well, I know that doing so freed Freddy, Chica, Bonnie, and Foxy from its control." For several moments, Aya seemed thoughtful before she moved so she was beside him. Then, to his surprise, she pulled him into a hug. "You did more than just free them from its clutches, Harry." She waited until his eyes widened from realizing what she had meant. "Yes, Harry, you freed myself and the others from it." That caused Harry to frown. "Others? What do you mean by that?" In reply, Aya gestured at a cloud that appeared. The cloud had a mass of bloodshot eyes and mouths as it made a bunch of sounds. Every once in a while, a skeletal arm reached out from it. "What is that?" Strangely, Harry felt no need to panic. Yet, before his eyes, a blue light separated from the mass and drifted upwards as it became a balloon and then disappeared into the mists above. That, Harry, is what had become of the other night guards killed here by having been stuffed into the suits. Her eyes became saddened while Harry's widened at the revelation. The Marionette bound their souls when he had them. However, they eventually broke while trapped in the suits. So then he would replace them with a new one, shoving the old soul out of which, being still trapped, would drift through the pizzeria full of anger, hate, sadness and such. I was lucky not to meet the same fate. Harry only stared before his voice came out in an almost whisper. "Those are the other guards." At her nod, he licked his dry lips. I know that they broke, but what?" As she frowned, Aya sighed. "What happened to them?" Humming, she tilted her head. "Due to what happened to them, they, for lack of a better description, have merged into a sort of collective entity, though it is getting better." At Harry's obvious confusion, Aya smiled. "That object you saw leave was one of their souls now moving on. It will happen slowly, but they will all move on given time." With a frown, Harry gave her an odd look. "You said all of them, but not you. Does that mean?" Her eyes twinkled as she pulled him in close. "I will not leave you again, Harry. I shall only leave once you are moving on as well. So you should become used to me." A pungent odor hit Harry and caused him to jerk awake and away from the smelling salts. Ugh! For a moment, he held his head in his hands as his head pounded. "Merlin, my head is pounding." There was a cup filled with water held in front of him, and he looked up to see a worried Michelle with it in her hand. "Here, this should help some, just drink it slowly." Once he drank it, Michelle placed a hand on his shoulders. "What happened, Harry?" Trying to blink away the pain, Harry frowned. "First, what are you doing here?" Michelle had a glare on her face at how he had avoided the question before she pointed at the animatronics. "Those guys knew my number and gave me a call as soon as they could move." She bit her lip before she spilled the next bit. "They told me that the manager had attacked you with his sister and that he had planned on destroying them. But that when she had been taking care of you, she screamed and he took off, so I ask again, what happened?" With a sigh, Harry rubbed his face as he explained through the pounding headache he had. "Just when I had entered, there was this feeling that I was not alone. So I decided to check it out since I was supposed to do a patrol anyways. But I found nothing out of the ordinary until I got to the party room. That was when I felt a hand press something against my face. Suddenly, a growl caught his attention, and he looked up into the face of a furious Freddy. It was Tony and his sister. They knocked you out and dragged you back to the office. After that, he came back with an axe stating that he was going to make sure that all and any possible evidence was no longer around, including us. We were unable to do anything but watch. But then the lights flickered and we could hear the security doors slam shut from here. Then there was a scream and he ran out. As he helped Harry up, Foxy glared at the surroundings. If I see that scallywag again, I am going to keelhaul him. When Harry patted his arm, he looked down to see Harry with a slightly disturbed look on his face. Honestly, we're not going to see either of them ever again. The frown on Michelle's face deepened as she looked him over. What do you mean by that now? His answer though caused her to freeze. Mainly because they're dead now or as good as. Placing her hand on his shoulder, Chica tilted her head some. What do you mean that they're dead? There was no one here at all but you. Harry, however, seemed to be staring off into the shadows before he answered. No, it only seemed that way. Looking in the same direction Harry was, Bonnie could only see the deep shadows, though he shivered a bit. Harry, what are you talking about? Having seen the look in his eyes, the rabbit shuddered a bit. You're kind of scaring me. For a few moments, Harry was quiet before he spoke up. Did you ever wonder about the souls of the other night guards, Bonnie? The ones who got stuffed into the costume? He slowly turned toward the now slightly frightened animatronics. How the suits never moved. It was Michelle who put it together and felt a cold sensation travel up her spine. They're still here, aren't they? All of the animatronics stiffened at that and began to look around somewhat nervously as Harry nodded. They are. I even talked to one of them. That bit of information caused everyone there to focus on Harry. Her name is Aya and I actually knew her from when I was a kid. He rubbed his face a bit. Apparently, the Marionette bound them here when their bodies were stuffed, though Aya was thankfully already dead. After a while having awoken as an animatronic, the guards' minds would snap from the sheer wrongness and the Marionette would then place a new soul in the costume and expel the old one. Of course, with him around they were unable to move on, and slowly they congealed in their anger and hate. Shivering, Chica looked around as she moved so that she was right behind Harry in a position where he would protect her. So we have a BB bunch of angry ghosts after us then? Foxy nodded a bit as he looked around. I do not like. Unimpressed, Michelle gave them a look. Aren't you guys ghosts? Nervous. Freddy took off his hat and ran his fingers along the rim. That's rather besides the point, Michelle. A snort caused them to look back at Harry, who slowly rubbed the side of his aching head. Actually, they have a message for you guys. Apparently, they don't blame you or they know that you were under the control of the Marionette. They forgive you, but not the manager or his sister who they blame for their deaths. An issue that they apparently dealt with tonight. That last statement caused a shiver to run down all their spines. Suddenly, Michelle coughed into her fist. Right, anyways, maybe we should head to the party room so that you can recover some more. He just nodded and got up before he stumbled only to be caught by Michelle. Whoa there, careful now. We don't want you to be falling to the floor. Before Harry could say anything, Bonnie walked up and used his arm to support Harry as they walked toward the party room. Just lean on me now, Harry, said Wizard groaned a bit as he held his head. Merlin, I think that I now know what a hangover feels like. Ulp. The fox animatronic was fast enough to get the garbage can under his mouth as he began to puke. Worried, Chica rubbed his back gently. There, let it all out, unseen by Harry. They all looked at each other with similar expressions on their face. They did make a stop in the bathrooms so that Harry could take some water from a bottle and swish it around in his mouth before he spat it out. As he did this, Chica continued to rub his back. Better now? Gulping, Harry nodded. Yeah. Much better. A sigh then escaped him as he hung his head. And here I had some great news for you guys. Freddy just held up a hand. Just wait until we get to the party room and summon Rose. All of the animatronics flinched and Harry groaned. Aunt Rose is going to be so peeved. His prediction, of course, was extremely accurate since as soon as Rose had heard what happened, she went on the warpath. And if I ever get my paws on those two bloody freak pieces of human waste, they will wish that what waited for them would be quick. Furthermore, Rose was cut off as Harry groaned and raised a hand. Auntie, could you please stop? My head is pounding and you're not helping with the shouting. Almost as if a switch had been thrown, Rose hugged him and gently stroked his head. I am so sorry, Harry. I forgot about your headache. Sighing in relief, Harry leaned into the touch of the to him only member of his family. He interacted with worth a darn. That's okay, Aunt Rose. The coolness of her costume helped his headache slowly recede some. Besides, they've been taken care of. Harry ignored the looks that they gave each other. Anyways, I have some good news. With a raised eyebrow, Rose held him close to her. And what news is this now? Opening one eye, Harry smiled at them. As of midnight tomorrow, you're looking at the new owner for Freddy Fazbear's Family Pizzeria. Excited, Chica clapped her hands. Oh, Harry, that's great news. Around her, the other animatronics nodded as Rose hummed. It is great news, actually. I know that you'll be changing some rules very soon, no doubt. Harry yawned some as what had happened caught up with him. Yeah, I'll be letting you guys walk around outside, for example, as long as it's within view of the pizzeria and some other things. Though, first order of business will be for Erica to come in and start going through the inventory and using some of those spare parts. Rocking back and forth, Rose smiled before she kissed Harry on the head as he nodded off. That is all in the future, though. Time for you to rest a bit, mister. With a final yawn, Harry's eyes shut as he fell asleep. After a few minutes, Foxy gently took the keys from him and whispered to the others. I'll be going to inform the others about what happened. They most likely be worried about us not letting them up by now. All Freddy did was nod as he sat down with a sigh before he waved off Foxy. Yeah, sounds good. Meanwhile, Rose just held Harry close to her as she rocked him back and forth like a baby as she hummed snitches of songs. Walking into the pizzeria, Harry yawned a bit as he shook off the slight wetness on his jacket from the drizzle outside. After he dropped off his stuff, he walked into the party room and smiled at the Fazbear gang. Hey there, you bunch. He noted their eyes following him as well as what they were trying to ask. Yeah, I'm feeling much better now. Just give me a moment. Harry then hopped up on stage with a smile and walked behind Freddy as they tried to see what he was doing. The new owner has asked me to do something for you guys every night when I show up at 11. Confused, Freddy heard the back of his costume get opened up before he could feel Harry's hand inside it. Suddenly, there was a click and he could move. So now you're allowed to put us on free roam, It was all that Harry could do but grin as he moved on to Bonnie. Yup, and I don't take you off until the day shift arrived at 7. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he looked toward the Cove. Though I might leave Foxy on free roam as long as he stays in his cove behind the curtains and doesn't make too much noise. With a scoff, Bonnie rolled his eyes as his free roam mode was activated. He'd spend all his time mooning over that waitress, Susan Bones. That caused Harry to pause for a moment as he was in the process of closing up Bonnie's back hatch. Wait, Susan Bones? Long, plaited red hair with brown eyes? Surprised, Bonnie nodded and Harry finished closing up the hatch. And here I was thinking that I was the only Hogwarts student here. Might see her before I leave since my shift had been extended. While he began work on Chica, Bonnie snorted some as he watched Freddy get off the stage. Foxy will probably beg you to introduce him or tell him all about her. As he smiled, Harry flipped Chica's switch to free roam and closed up her back hatch. Suddenly, she twisted around and gave him a hug. Thank you, Harry. And I'm glad that you're much better tonight. We were rather scared at what happened last night. The animatronic then turned and gave Bonnie a glare as Harry hopped off the stage. Chica then wagged a finger in his direction. And stopped teasing poor Foxy over his crush. Besides, it's cute. 2 minutes later, Foxy was also placed on free roam and bounded out of his cove with a growl. It not be cute. 'Tis just be appreciating a fine lass is all. Bonnie grinned and snickered some. And a fine booty as well. In thought, Foxy nodded. Aye, a fine booty indeed. He paused and trailed off as he realized what he said, which caused Harry to grin along with Freddy, while Bonnie outright laughed. Then Foxy growled and leapt on top of the rabbit as the two began to wrestle, which caused Chica to throw up her arms in exasperation. Boys! With his eyebrow raised, Harry cleared his throat. You do realize that I am a boy as well, right? However, Chica just waved him off with a slight blush. You're much more mature than these two dimwits. The two male animatronics stopped what they were doing and turned to Chica with expressions of fake outrage on their faces. Hey! Freddy just shook his head and laughed. Sorry, but I'm agreeing with her. All he got in return was grumbles as a chuckling Harry walked off to open the basement and turn the toys into their free roaming mode. The chime for midnight echoed through the building and Harry heard a honk out front. When he looked out the front door, he noticed Erica there along with Lisa, Michelle, and Vicky. Harry barely got the door opened before he found himself in an embrace with all four having pulled him into it.
Ashy.
Pulling away, Michelle took a moment to look him over before she smiled. It's good to see that you're looking better now. To his surprise, she slung an arm over his shoulder as they walked in, neither of the two seeing the amused expressions on the others. So what are we doing tonight then? With a slight shrug, Harry stuck his hands in his pockets. Not too much. Basically, we're going to go through Tony's office and try and check out some stuff there. Mostly things about the business, though we're going to locate the old pizzeria so that we can see if anything was left there in the move. Maybe some animatronic parts or such. Erica attracted their attention as she shifted the knapsack on her back. I'm going to do a quick run-through of what is in storage in the basement, just to get some parts for later since I'm bringing the toys home this morning to really get started on them. I should be finished by the time that the pizzeria shuts down for how long again was. Having already talked with the others, Harry frowned. About 2 years, max. From what a friend of Remus said, they need to practically tear down this building due to issues since they built it cheaply back in the late 70s. Apparently that will take 6 months at least. Then we also need to look into getting an architect to come in and design the new place. After that comes the building and inspections. We're doing everything as above the level as possible to give as little excuse as possible for people to bring up bad press. As she thought it over, Lisa frowned a bit. There's still the bad reputation that the animatronics themselves will be fighting. That caused Harry to grin. And that is where Erica really comes in, said young woman blinked. This summer we'll be having the guys walking out and about. Officially, we'll be testing their new and updated systems in the real world. Unofficially, we're going to give them a chance to explore the outside world. It'll have the effect of showing them off as well. Rubbing her chin, Lisa slowly nodded. Could work, though it does need some polishing. Any further talk was interrupted as Chica rushed into view and grabbed Michelle into a bear hug. Shay, her smile slightly pained. Michelle patted Chica on her shoulder. Hello to you too, Chica. Once she got out of her bear hug, Michelle smirked as she saw her two friends get a similar treatment before she noticed that Harry had ducked into his office to get a bag. What do you have there now? All Harry did was give her that slightly lopsided grin she likes to see on his face before he answered. Oh, just a little something that everyone should see. Several moments later, after they greeted the other animatronics, Harry set down the bag and pulled out 2 newspapers, one of which he tossed onto the table. Go on, read that one first. With a frown, Freddy picked it up and started to read. It's about a car accident that happened in town. Apparently, the guy swerved into a ditch beneath an rock outcropping and it fell on top of him, crushing him to death. Even though his tone was dry, they could tell that Harry wasn't insulting them. And there's a name there as well. That caused them all to blink and Freddy read it again. Wait, Tony was in that car. Which means, Harry nodded with a slight relieved expression on his face. We won't need to worry about him. Meanwhile, he died being crushed in a mangled mass of sharp metal. A fate not unlike those night guards he got killed. He then threw the other newspaper onto the table. Not that Barb's fate is much better. Picking it up, Lisa looked through it with a frown, though she was impressed by the moving pictures. According to this, she was found on something called the night bus with her mind completely wiped. No suspects, though the driver said he picked her up nearby and stated he saw a shadowy figure near her. How bad? As he crossed his arms, Harry shook his head. Her mind is completely gone. At best, she's like a newborn without even the instinct to cry. That's how bad her mental state is and apparently will remain until the day she dies. Having known what she had been about to do to Harry the night before, none of them were particularly sympathetic. After a few moments of reading, Lisa put the paper down and sighed as she leaned against the table. So now what? The wizard of the group shrugged a bit as he scratched his head. Well, Chica's gonna make up some food with Chelsea helping while the rest of us work. All that needs to be done is decide who goes where. For a few moments, Erica hummed before she smiled. Well, I really only need one or two with me to help collect the parts I'll need. And since your job is looking through papers, slowly, Harry tilted his head in agreement. Okay then, Michelle?
Lisa.
Can you help me, Freddie, Bonnie, and Aunt Rose in going through the manager's office? That leaves Vicky, Andrew, Rebecca, and Robbie to help Erica. With a scowl, Foxy turned toward Harry. And what shall I be doing then? Sitting on me tail, I suppose? Chuckling, Harry tapped the tablet. No, you'll be taking my job as a security guard for the night. Someone needs to check the cameras every once in a while after all. Foxy perked up at that. Really? I be the security guard for the night? With a slight grin, Harry nodded, which caused Foxy to rub his jaw. That bein' the case, there be just one more thing I be needing from ya. Raising his eyebrow, Harry gave Foxy a look. And what would that be now? A moment later, Foxy's hook reached out and plucked his hat from his head. If I be a security guard for the night, then I be needing a nice security hat. There was a pause as Foxy placed the hat crookedly on his head before Harry sighed and face-bombed. Of course, you need a hat. Shaking his head as the pirate animatronic laughed, Harry gestured for his group to follow. Well, come on then. It didn't take long at all for Harry to unlock the office door, and they stepped in to find it mostly intact except for a few scattered papers. Frowning, Bonnie looked around as he squeezed his bulk through the door. Looks like everything is still here. Weird. Having taken a key from Harry, Lisa walked over to the filing cabinets. Not that weird, according to what Michelle told me. They were planning to get rid of all the evidence last night after wrecking you. Probably figured that they would have all night to go through the files. While Lisa opened the filing cabinet with the key, Harry passed out 3 others with him as he explained them. This is the key for the safe along with the combination. Don't know how Andromeda got it, but I'm thankful. With a nod, Michelle took that key while Bonnie reached for another. That's for the desk drawers. Just open them all at once so you and Freddie can go through them. The rabbit animatronic took the key and shared a look with Freddie as they walked toward the desk. Wonder what's in it. Meanwhile, Harry walked over to a final cabinet mounted in the wall and frowned as he looked it over. Sighing, he pulled at the lock that kept it close. Lovely, the one thing that I don't have a key for. Hearing a snicker, he turned as Rose gently pushed him to the side as they heard the others go about their work. No need for keys while I'm here. She then reached up and grasped the lock in one paw. With a wink, she clenched her paw and everyone paused at the sound of metal squealing and breaking before she yanked the remains of the lock away from the cabinet.
Tada.
One good thing about what I am is super strength. As he whistled at the mangled mass of metal in her paw, Harry nodded. Tell me about it. Still shaking his head, Harry opened the door and blinked at what he saw.
Wow.
Beside him, Rose's eyes widened as she nodded as well, her jaw dropping. Yeah, what he said. At the looks, Rose pointed at the cabinet. Since you're doing this on your own time, Lisa, how about you girls take this as your payment? Confused, Lisa walked over and blinked. That's a lot of alcohol. She reached up and took one of the bottles and examined it. Holy shoot, this is the high-end stuff at that. 25-year-old scotch. Turning it over, Lisa examined the top. And still sealed, thank God, which means no one has drunk out of it. Her own eyes wide, Michelle abandoned one of the folders she had gotten and walked over with her jaw dropping. Darn, she says, then turned toward Harry. And you're just giving this to us? Harry just nodded. Sure, I'm not going to use it. Searching his face, Michelle suddenly smiled and, to Harry's surprise, gave him a kiss on the cheek. You really know how to make a girl feel special. With a snort, Rose raised a finger with none of them having noticed that Bonnie was looking through a magazine along with Freddie. Please flirt with each other somewhere I can't see. Please. As they flushed, Harry and Michelle looked at each other and then blushed deeper before they turned back to Rose. not having seen Foxy poke his head in and walk over to Bonnie and Freddy. Both Michelle and Harry glared at the smirking Rose and Lisa before they spoke at the same time. We're not like that. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Michelle and she grew pensive as she looked back at the cabinet. Should we even be taking this? I mean, it doesn't actually belong to us like the paperwork does. Scratching his chin, Harry frowned. Well, it technically does since according to the agreement, anything left in this office after midnight, which passed a bit ago, belongs to the new owner. Which, well, is me. The 15-year-old then shrugged. And I can't take it because I have no doubt that Uncle Vernon would somehow find it. Though maybe save a few bottles for Remus and Sirius as a gift, maybe for Andromeda as well. He took another glance before his tone became dry. Not that there won't be enough. Rose then added her 2 cents. And considering what that prick was going to do to my family, I can't find it in me to give a darn. It was then that they heard Chica's voice. Hey guys, pizza will be ready in, hey, what's that you're looking at? They slowly turned to see Chica looking over Bonnie's shoulders at something he had in his hands. Huh? Despite the growing sense of unease, Harry cleared his throat as he also saw Foxy there, but looking over Freddy's shoulder. Foxy, Chica? What are you two doing here? With a second's glance, Foxy turned back to whatever Bonnie had. I be checking in with ya, matey, when I saw Freddy and Bonnie looking at yonder magazine. As she raised a wing, Chica didn't take her eyes from it as Bonnie turned a page. I was coming to tell you it will be about 40 minutes for the pizza. And wow, that looks painful. Her own stomach sinking, Michelle took a breath. Bonnie, what kind of magazine do you have there? The rabbit looked up and shrugged. Don't know, it has all these people without clothes in it. Bonnie didn't notice how the humans in the room all turned red as he pointed at something. Why would you put that there, do you think? While he scratched his head, Freddy shrugged. Don't know, but it looks like she's happy. He then looked at Harry and pointed at the magazine. Hey Harry, could you tell us if you know what's with this? Hopeful, Harry looked toward Michelle only for her to back away with her hands in the air. No way in heck am I getting involved in that. You've known them longer than me, your problem. Just as Harry was about to say something, Rose ambled over and blinked herself as she looked over the magazine.
Yeah, Harry?
Why are they doing that? There was several seconds before Harry hung his head. Oh bloody freak heck, the wizard then looked at the alcohol. I might be needing some of that before I even attempt this. Lisa held back laughter as she nodded. Hopefully Erica is having better luck. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose evens hello? Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. Erica gestured at one of the crates with a slight smile. Could one of you two bring that one over? With a blink, Andrew and Rebecca walked over and grasped the crate before they set it down in front of Erica. Before she could use the crowbar she had, it was taken out of her hand by Vicky. Let me handle that. It was the work of maybe a minute or two before the crate was opened to reveal a bunch of parts that belonged to Mangle. There we go. Smiling, the young woman nodded. Useful, you make a great assistant, Vicky. With a nod, Erica smiled at the happy and bashful expression on Vicky's face before she started to go through the parts. Seems like all the costume parts are here. A frown then crossed her face and she scratched her head some. Seems that they went for a commonality of design between your costume and, Chelsea's. Though considering your height, Erica had to tilt her head back to look at Vicky's face as she towered over her. Yours is a bit bigger than hers. As she rubbed the back of her neck, Vicky looked down and shivered a bit at the costume head of hers that stared up with empty eye sockets. Is that a bad thing? Once more shifting parts around inside the crate, Erica shook her head. Not really. She then glanced at a bored Robbie and held out the flashlight. Mind giving me a hand here and holding the flashlight? His face lit up in excitement as he bounced in place. Doi! A moment later, he scrambled up onto the side of the crate and shined the flashlight down into it. There we go. Giving him a smile, Erica took a moment to pat him on the head before she went to work. They don't look too badly degraded despite being down here for a bit over 15 years. Still, they only have to do for a bit while I plan some changes and upgrades. That was the first that Rebecca heard about this and blinked. Upgrades? And changes? While she examined a chest piece, Erica nodded some. Yeah, technology has advanced in the past 15 years big time. I've got some ideas of how to work advances into your guys' systems and costumes, such as ones a bit more lifelike to make it easier for you. Her finger came up and gestured at Rebecca. For example, giving you a more female figure rather than a copy of Bonnie. And something a bit more realistic for Chelsea. Already asked the Fazbear gang though, and they just want something less scary. Vicky perked up a bit. What about me? A small grin answered her before Erica nodded. Definitely going to give you a more teenaged body. I'm thinking a soft layer over the harder costume with false fur to start with for all of you. Seeing the excitement on Robbie's face, she smiled. And you'll look more like a real boy, maybe a Pinocchio look perhaps. Tilting his head as she trailed off in thought, Andrew frowned a bit. Will you be able to do this? I know that you mentioned some kind of project. However, Erica simply shook her head. Otterly is actually coming along very well. Maybe a few more days before I'm done, especially with the fact that Vicky let me use some bits and pieces from her parts that were removed due to damage are too small to be used in her. But perfect for Otterly. Harry's also told me that I can use some of the extra parts here to work on her, which makes it go even further. Biting her lip, she pulled back some and nodded. Okay, this looks good. Let's close it up and get it to the van outside. With a nod, Andrew set the crate's lid back on and pounded his fist on it to drive the nails back in. All done, now what? For a few seconds, Erica blinked before she shook it off. Well, could you take this upstairs and set it by the door? When I leave, I'll have you guys help load the van with any crates I'm bringing and then secure them in place. After that, you're coming with me back to my place where I'll get to work after some sleep. Confused, Robbie tilted his head some as Erica gave a long yawn. Are you tired, Miss Erica? Shaking it off, Erica chuckled. A little bit, been a long week for me. Rebecca's cheeks lit up some as she poked her fingers together nervously. Are you sure that you don't mind the work you're talking about? I don't want to trouble you too much, slightly unnerved with how sometimes when Rebecca became extremely shy and nervous when she thought she had done something wrong. Erica reached across and placed her hand over Rebecca's paws. I'm sure, Becca. In fact, I'm more than happy to help you guys out as you deserve every bit I can give you. Knowing that she had embarrassed the rabbit animatronic, Erike looked down at the sheet in her hands. Now then, there's a crate around here with parts for you as well. It seems we just need to find it. Smothering a yawn, Erica walked into the party room and blinked at the sight that met her and the others. Michelle and Lisa both looked embarrassed, but amused while Harry looked like he wanted to die. What really caused her to become confused was how the Fazbear gang kept looking anywhere but each other while the lights in their cheeks were on. Anyone know what's going on? Beside her, Chelsea shrugged a bit. No clue, but Chica has not stopped blushing since she came back from the office. As she watched, Erica saw Chica look toward Harry, and the blush on her face brightened before she looked away. Okay. Shaking her head, the young woman walked down to the table. Once she sat down, she poured herself a drink and grabbed a slice of pizza. So, how did you guys do? Michelle choked a bit before she held up her hand as Harry groaned. After she took a drink and cleared her throat, the auburn-haired young woman bit her lip. It was informative, let's just say. Having raised an eyebrow at how Harry groaned and as well as how the Fazbear gang all flinched a bit, Erica hummed. Okay, so, anything in particular? With a slight greenish tinge to her face, Lisa nodded as she gestured at what looked like a dirty jar full of loose change and a safety deposit box. Well, I'm going to be looking for some charities that could use some money to donate that to. For a moment, Rebecca blinked and then looked at the jar and safety deposit box.
VHY?
Doesn't it belong to Harry? Shifting a little, Harry shook his head. I want nothing to do with that blood money. That caused more than some confusion, so Lisa sighed a bit and rubbed her eyebrow. As you know, night guards here kept getting killed and shoved into suits. Have you wondered what happened with any money or valuables they had on them when they died? Slowly, Erica set down the slice of pizza as she felt her stomach lurch. Why, you mean that the money in that jar? All Lisa did was grimace and nod. Is what they managed to salvage from the mess, which is why it's mostly loose change. The safety deposit box contains receipts and such from what looks like some pawn shops and second-hand stores for things like rings, earrings, and so on. These guys were some real freak. They go back years too. Rubbing her face, Michelle felt a weight on her shoulders. And the last one is from more than a month ago, so there's no way to backtrack it. And even if we could, we can't go to the police with it or else. With a grimace, Erica nodded as she understood what was unsaid as she glanced at Freddy and the others. The police would want to know how they were killed and would not care if they were being controlled or not. They would scrap them. She then turned to Harry to say something but blinked as she noticed for a second that his eyes were black with a white pupil before they went back to normal. What was that? Harry shook it off and sighed before he glared around the room. Let's just say that the animatronics are not the only ghost here. But before you ask, they apparently agree with the plan and don't mind if the police are not informed, as Tony and his sister already got theirs, and it wouldn't help. Their words, not mine. There was silence for a moment before Lisa raised her finger, her voice barely a squeak. Why you mean that the dead guardsy? Can T talk to you? At Harry's nod, she slumped some in her seat and looked around nervously. They're not angry at us, are they? When Harry shook his head, she let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it was Erica who noticed that only her and Lisa were surprised and pointed at Michelle. You knew? Didn't you? As she took a bite of her pizza, Michelle shrugged. Yeah, found out the other night, actually, when I came here. Besides, why does it surprise you guys? You know my dad, right? At their nods, she shrugged. You know how someone said he had multiple personality disorder? Dad always said that it was a ghost who haunted him named Faith. So people talking with ghosts and being possessed by them isn't something way out there for me. Besides, we have some spirits possessing animatronics. Is a bunch of ghost guards really that odd? For a moment, Lisa and Erica shared a look before Lisa sighed. Yeah, she has a point there. Erica laid her head down on the table and raised a finger. And what does that say about how strange our lives are now that she does have a point? Said finger then pointed at Harry as he opened his mouth. And don't bother to apologize either, Harry. I don't think that any of us regret it. Besides, this makes our lives interesting at least. With a clap, Chica changed the subject. All right now, we should finish up eating so that we can finish up. It's already 2 a.m. after all. Taking a bite from her own slice, Erica watched as the animatronics each took a slice of pizza for themselves and bit down. Part of her, the animatronic engineer, winced a bit before she remembered that somehow the pizza always disappeared as if they had actually eaten them. I wonder how they do that. Not too long after, they finished up and continued their work for that night. A few hours after Michelle and the toys had left, Harry smiled as he waved to the Fazbear gang after checking the clock. Come on you guys, it's time. There was confusion on the animatronics' faces before Freddy cleared his throat. Time for what? In reply, Harry just gestured for them to follow him as the bear frowned and turned to the others. Do you know what he's talking about? Foxy shrugged some. I be not knowing what he be planning, Nonetheless, they all got up and followed Harry as he walked to the door outside and then unlocked it and opened it. Well, come on. However, they all paused as Chica looked outside. Harry, why do you want us to go outside? We're not meeting anyone or saying goodbye. Are we? Chuckling, Harry shook his head. Guys, we don't need to worry any about Tony anymore. So come on out for a bit. He then stepped outside and held open the door before Freddy and the others shared a look. Then, slowly, they walked outside into the early morning and onto the parking lot. There we go, we got some time so you guys can enjoy yourselves rather than rushing around. As she flexed her claws on the pavement, Chica looked around at the empty and dark parking lot. I haven't really enjoyed the night air for, I don't know how long, having walked to a stand of grass. Bonnie crouched down and ran his paw through it. Amazing. With a slight grin, Foxy started to run a distance across the parking lot before he turned and rushed back to the pizzeria. Then he leapt before he hit the wall and used his momentum to reach the small roof area above the door. Whoa, now this be fun. Harry turned to Freddy, who stood in place with his eyes closed, just listening to the sounds that drifted through the air. The morning bird chorus. I've missed it so much. He opened his eyes as he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Harry smiling up at him. Soon, a similar smile was on his own face as he leaned down and hugged Harry. Thank you. The hug was soon joined by Rose before Chica leapt in, as did Bonnie. With a laugh, Foxy dropped from his perch and then bounded over and joined in. Thank ya for this, matey. 'Tis a gift fair, this here old sea dog it is. Detaching herself from the hug, Rose took a deep breath of the air. Can you smell that? It's wonderful. All of the other animatronics took a moment and also breathed in the air before they agreed. Suddenly, Bonnie stumbled forward and looked to see a smirking Foxy. Yeah, be it. And then the pirate fox was off, laughing. It took a moment for Bonnie to realize what had happened, and he glanced toward Harry, who grinned and waved him on. With a grin of his own, Bonnie took off after Foxy. I'm going to get you. However, just as the two passed Chica, he reached out and tapped her. Talk. You're it. The chicken animatronic stomped her foot. Oh, Bonnie, get back here. It did not take long before all 5 animatronics were running pell-mell across the parking lot as Harry leaned against the building and kept an eye out for anyone who might come by. Not that he expected any, as the area barely saw any traffic until close to 8 from the one time he had hung around. A laugh caused him to turn to see Bonnie dodge Freddy trying to tag him by leaping more than 15 feet into the air. Well, at least they're enjoying themselves. Harry continued to watch for several minutes until he saw what he was looking for. Guys, can you come here? Still grinning, the animatronics slowed down and walked over to him before Bonnie clapped him on the shoulder. Something the matter, Harry? With a smile, Harry gestured beside him. Stand here, you guys? Now confused, they all did so before Harry tilted his head. Look over there, that's what I wanted to watch with you guys. All 5 of them turned in the direction that Harry had motioned and blinked. The sky slowly lightened and changed colors as the birdsong grew louder. It was Freddy who realized what it meant as he gasped as the sun began to rise over the horizon. It's dawn. Gently, Rose pushed Harry a bit so that she could get behind him and then placed her paws on his shoulders. Thank you, Harry. Thank you so much. The group met the new day with smiles on their faces before they closed their eyes and basked in the sunlight. Taking a breath, Freddy slowly let it out. Can you feel that? The sun? Chica nodded as a single tear slipped out of her closed eyes as she held out her arms, unknowingly mirrored by the others. It's so warm. Minutes passed as they all stood there, just enjoying the early morning before Foxy opened his eyes and looked down at Harry, who was surprised that the pirate had what passed as tears for them in his eyes. Matey, this be a wonderful gift fair us, thank you fair. This, as he shook his head, Harry chuckled and placed his hand on Foxy's arm. You don't need to thank me, it's something that I do gladly for you, just as I am sure that you would if the positions were reversed. He got nods and smiles in return before he stretched out and checked his watch with grimace, which was something that Bonnie caught and sighed. We got to go back inside now, don't we? With a sigh, Harry nodded. Yeah, it's almost 6 now, and while you guys are not to be taken off free roam until 8, we should be inside, before anyone catches sight of us. His expression brightened some. Though if you want, we can do this more often. The others' expressions all brightened at that, and they nodded before they headed back inside so that no one would catch them. Leaning back in his chair, Harry looked up from the newspaper as he heard someone reach the door and raised an eyebrow. Something the matter, Freddy? The animatronic bear glanced at the clock and frowned a bit as he scratched his chin. Not so much of a problem, Harry, as idle curiosity. Chica and Bonnie as well as myself are wondering when we should head back to the stage for the day. Checking the clock himself, Harry hummed a bit. Well, it's only 7:30 in the morning, and according to the instructions I received, you guys can wander around until 8. So, be back at the stage by about 10 to the hour, I think, so that I can take you off of free roam. Freddy considered this and then smiled. Thank you, Harry, for giving us at least 2 more hours. He then ambled off to talk with Chica and Bonnie as well as Foxy. Suddenly, Harry heard a knocking noise and got up to go to the front door. Seems like the first of the employees have shown up. Once he reached the door, he had to blink before he unlocked it and stared at the similarly surprised girl. Susan Bones? So you really do work here. The red-haired witch blinked before her eyes widened. Harry, you mean that Professor Lupin was not kidding that you worked here as a night guard? She then frowned a bit. Wait, what are you doing here anyways? I thought that you got off at 6:30? Leaning a bit against the doorframe, Harry shrugged. Got my hours extended from the new owners as well as some other stuff. I'm going to be here till 8 now. It was then that he noticed a blonde-haired girl behind Susan as well as a rather stern-looking woman with robes, a monocle, and gray-streaked red hair. Hannah? And, sorry ma'am, But I don't know your name? With a raised eyebrow, the woman looked him over for a moment. Amelia Bones, I'm Susan's aunt and guardian. Nodding, Susan grinned. She's also the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A moment later, she cringed a bit at the unamused look her aunt gave her. Sorry, however, Harry just waved it off. Don't sweat it, anyways, you still have about nearly 20 minutes before people start to come in. Susan shrugged a bit as she looked at a watch. Well, I like to be a bit early. She then noticed that he looked back toward Hannah and Amelia. Hannah will be hanging out a bit here, while Auntie wants to spend some time with me. After some thought, Harry nodded as he moved out of the way. Sure, shouldn't be a problem. While they walked past him, he cleared his throat a bit. Just to let you know, the new owners want the animatronics to be put on free roam for a bit longer than they used to, so if you see them wandering around, pay them no real mind. That caused Susan to stop and blink as she turned. Free roam? Having raised an eyebrow, Harry nodded some, as he noticed a red object peek around the corner before it ducked back. Yeah, they used to be able to freely roam the pizzeria years ago, but that stopped after an incident. So now they're put on free roam during the night so that their servos won't lock up. With an unsure nod, Susan shared a look with Hannah. Okay then, the group started to walk down the hall as Amelia turned toward Harry. So then, Mr. Potter, how are you enjoying your job on the night shift? According to my niece, it's odd that anyone has stayed as long as you. Harry shrugged a bit as he noticed Hannah looking at the security office. It's always interesting in some way and I like it. Keeps me on my toes. With a slight smile, Harry cleared his throat. Something catch your interest, Hannah? Jumping a bit, Hannah turned and gave him a sheepish smile. Just looking, though I am wondering why you have a button for doors or for lights here. As he chuckled, Harry walked up. Well, at night the entire place runs on limited power. That means if I want to look out into either hall beside my office, I need to press the light button to see, like so. He pressed it and the three witches looked up to see the light come on. The security doors are mainly if there's trouble or if I don't want the wandering animatronics to enter the office. Her eyebrow raising, Amelia took a step back along with Susan and Hannah like Harry motioned for them to do so. Then he pressed a button and with a loud bang, a steel door fell blocking the doorway. A moment it raised and she looked at it in some trepidation. Rather much, isn't it? It appears that it would withstand some hits with curses before coming down. All Harry did was chuckle mysteriously before he knocked on the window glass. Not that much, it's just like how the windows are, bulletproof glass. It was then that he noticed something inside as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Foxy, what are you doing? There was a voice behind them that caused the three witches to turn before they jumped back with Susan and Hannah gripping Amelia's arms. I be seeing who came in, Harry. Part of Harry was amused that Foxy shuffled a bit when he realized that Susan was there as the small lights came on in his cheeks. Hello there, Susan. Be good seeing you, lass. Confused, Susan relaxed a bit as she noticed that Harry was unconcerned before she looked up into the face of the 7-12-foot tall animatronic fox. You know who I am? Slowly, Harry's amusement increased as he watched as Foxy rapidly nodded. I be seeing and hearing you sometimes through the curtains when ya passes me Cove. Yeah, also be in the employee database we can be accessing to know who works here. He then wrung his hook some. I be wishin' to meet ya for a while now. Now really confused, Susan glanced back at Harry who only grinned and snickered. That's nice, I guess. It was then that she realized what he meant. Wait, you're the out-of-order animatronic in Pirate's Cove, right? Foxy winced at that before he reached up and rubbed the back of his head as he looked away. Yes, that be I, lass. Pirate Captain Foxy. Greatest pirate in all of the 7 seas. Sighing, Harry stepped between Susan and her off-kilter aunt. This is nice and all, Foxy, but time for you to get back to your cove for the day. With a scowl, Foxy kept glancing at Susan as he crossed his arms. I be not wanting to go back to me cove just yet, matey. I be wanting to stay here with Susan for a wee bit longer. Neither Harry nor Foxy noticed another group of employees walk into view and freeze as they saw the fox animatronic as the wizard walked up and poked him in the chest. Foxy, the agreement with the new owner says that you have free roam until 8. It is now nearly 7:45, which, considering that I have to take you off free roam manually, you need to get back to your cove now. Crossing his arms again, Foxy stomped one foot before he bent down so that his muzzle was inches from an unamused Harry's face. I not be wanting to. Harry narrowed his eyes and Foxy was about to say something else when Harry reached out and used his hand to shut Foxy's jaw as he growled at him petulantly. Foxy, get to your cove. Now or else the new owner might decide it's not worth it. For a few seconds, Foxy glanced between Harry and Susan before he whined a bit and stomped his foot with a paw. I be going, no need fair threats. As he walked off, Harry sighed and shook his head. What am I going to do with him? He then turned to a stunned Susan and grimaced. Sorry to cut this short, but I need to make sure that they're getting back to their places. Harry then quickly checked the cameras near the office and leaned back into the security office. Foxy, stop trying to get around me and get your furry tail back to your cove. There was a growl from just out of sight before they heard clanks as Harry cut across his office and walked into the other hallway. I swear sometimes there was silence for a few moments before a slightly odd voice spoke up. Holy shoot. I knew that the kid was badass, but facing Foxy down? That takes it to a whole other level. He's got to have balls of pure steel for that. With a blink, Susan turned to see one of the senior waitresses there, Ashley, who had taken over as day manager. What do you mean? Sure, he's a bit scary looking, which might be why he's out of order, but it can't be that bad. She took in the expressions on the older employees and swallowed. Right? Sighing, Ashley grimaced a bit. Look, you're new here and everything. But Foxy is old and has been with the pizzeria for decades now. The reason he's out of order is because of the bite of 77. Her eyes narrowing, Amelia took a step forward. Bite of 77? Once more, there were looks shared by the older employees before Ashley swept her graying hair from her face. Yeah, there was some issues with Mangle, another animatronic, so they rushed Foxy, who had been in the back decommissioned, into full active duty using parts and such. Problem being that he was a bit glitchy and during his performance stopped. The day guard, who also had been the night guard, Jeremy Fitzgerald, was beside him and leaned in. Next thing anyone knew, Foxy had his head in his jaws and clamped down. Biting the poor man's frontal lobe off, a shudder ran through her body. It was during a child's birthday party, and there was so much blood everywhere. Aghast, Hannah paled, as did Susan before the blonde gulped. That thing killed a guard? Ashley shook her head a bit. No, poor guy lived through it, though he was in a coma for a few months as they waited to see if he would survive or not. During that time, Freddy's moved here and they set up Pirate's Cove for Foxy, wanting to use him after they fixed him up. But after Jeremy woke up, his family sued, and if I remember the settlement, the last bit was that Foxy was not to be used, so they decommissioned him. Never knew that he was still active at night, though I do remember some rumors. Once more, Amelia's eyes narrowed. Rumors? Shrugging, the new day manager walked past. Yeah, I've heard stories from some of the other night guards before they quit. Strangest thing though, some of them didn't remember saying anything about what happened on their shift, and one didn't remember even working here at all. Really weird, probably contracted not to say anything. Pieces started to fall into place in Amelia's mind as she followed alongside Susan and Hannah as they entered the party room to see Harry walk out of the curtained cove and head toward where Freddy and the others were getting back on stage. Having seen that, Ashley whistled lowly as Harry started to take them off free roam. He went into the darn cove. Kids got even bigger balls than I thought. Gulping down some near-scalding coffee, Erica stretched enough that her back cracked a bit. Much better. She glanced at the clock, which told her that it was getting on into the late afternoon before she turned back to the small endoskeleton on the table before her. Finally, all the repairs are done. Time to suit up. Picking up the small endoskeleton, roughly the size of a small child, Erica walked over to the costume and began to place it inside. Gently, gently now, we don't want you to get hurt, utterly. Once it was inside, she nodded and performed the final checks she needed. Good thing that Harry let me have those parts as well as an advance on my payment. It would have been weeks before I got to this point. Okay, looks good, utterly, time to finish up. With deft fingers, Erica closed up the suit before she pulled up a chair and opened her laptop and smiled at the animatronic that sat on the end of the table. Well, time to boot you up then. Cracking her fingers, she took a wire from the laptop and then placed it into a socket in the back of Otterly's head and began typing with one hand as she drank some more coffee. Let's see, systems look good so far, beginning boot up process. On the table, the animatronic shook as its systems booted up fully for the first time in decades. Her face lit by the computer screen, Erica glanced over at Otterly as her laptop chimed. There we go, boot up complete. The animatronic otter suddenly opened her green eyes and looked around before it focused on Erica. Hey there, how are you feeling, Otterly? However, she did not expect for an answer back as Otterly blinked and then rubbed her arm some. Okay I guess. Her eyebrows then furrowed some before she tilted her head in confusion. Otterly? Despite a feeling of unease having slowly rose in her, Erica nodded some. Well, I gave you that name because when I found you, there was none on your endoskeleton. Why? Do your databanks have a name? Slowly, the otter animatronic nodded some. My name was Olive. The lights in her cheeks then lit up as she kicked her small legs where they hung off the table's edge. But I don't mind being called Otterly. Humming, Erica folded her arm across her stomach for a moment as her laptop began to run through Olive's programming. How about a compromise then? Olive Otterly, the otter? It was worth it in her mind as Olive lit up at that and nodded as her eyes teared some before the laptop chimed again. Ah, there we go. Confused, Olive leaned over some though she was careful to not lose her balance. What are you doing? Erica glanced over at her as she began to check what was on the screen. Just checking your programming to make sure that you don't have any bugs or anything. That's all. Especially with how many parts that I had to replace. Her eyes wide, Olive fidgeted some. Oh, you were the one who fixed me? Thank you. Something about both what she could see for programming as well as Olive's answers bugged her. You're very welcome, and suddenly, it all clicked together and she set down her mug as she stared at the animatronic who watched her. How did you know that I fixed you? While she tilted her head, Olive blinked. Well, I sensed someone fixing me though I could not move or talk. I felt really tired all the time, but now I'm better. A thought seemed to occur to her and she became bashful. Since you fixed me and all that, does that mean that you're my mommy? Stunned, Erica slowly nodded and was further surprised as Olive hopped off the table and rushed over to hug her. Yay, I got a mommy now. I told Daddy and anyone that I would have a mommy one day. The alarm bells inside Erica's head blared before as she patted the back of the animatronic. What do you mean by Daddy? Olive looked up through tearful eyes as she sniffled. Daddy was always mean to me and yelling mean things. He said that my mommy didn't love me and left because of that. But I told him that mommy did love me and would come back, and you did. And I'm not a puppet anymore. As her throat felt constricted, Erica gulped. Puppet? Nodding rapidly, Olive tightened the hug a bit. Yeah, the mean puppet man used me in his show as a puppet. Her eyebrows furrowed a bit in confusion. I don't know how I became a puppet though. Maybe that man who gave me the bad cake turned me into one? With her body shaking a bit, Erica glanced down. Oh God. Oh God. Please don't tell me. Having wet her suddenly dry lips, Erica stroked the back of Olive's head. Honey, what do you mean by bad cake? Her expression unsure. Olive frowned. I was outside of Fredbear's diner in the rain watching a birthday party inside. I wasn't invited though, and I never had a birthday myself. Because of her growing suspicion, Erica's heart went out to the small being. So, I was crying when a car pulled up behind me, and this man stepped out with purple on him. He saw me and asked me why I was crying with this big smile. So I told him, and then he gave me this slice of cake. I was really happy and ate it, but her feet shuffled some as she really didn't want to remember and began to sniffle. Then my tummy started to hurt. Really hurt. And then it wasn't just my tummy, but the rest of me as well, and I started crying because it hurt so much. Mommy. But the purple man just grinned and held his finger up against his lips and told me that I shouldn't make so much noise. Then I felt really tired and it was hard to keep my eyes open even though it hurt so much. For a moment, Erica stared at the crying animatronic in horror at what she was hearing before she put her laptop to the side and hugged her close. Shoo. SHHH, it's okay. Olive, it's okay. Now bawling, Olive began to wet Erica's shirt. And then I woke up. But I was in this puppet show with this puppet man with a white mask and 2 purple stripes on his mask. He used these strings to make me do things that made all the other kids laugh at me, like hitting myself in the face with a pie, Why was he so mean? Mommy? Barely able to keep her composure, Erica just swallowed heavily. I don't know, Olive, despite every bit of her not wanting to really know, she looked down at Olive with her vision blurred by tears. How old are you? Sniffling, Olive looked at her paw and held up for claws. This old? Mommy. That turned out to be the final straw for Erica as she began to cry and held Olive close and rocked her back and forth. Oh dear sweet merciful God. Oh God, hello my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans hello? Hello? Phone guy, dear Harry. Writing. Theodore looked up from where he had been talking to a damaged wolf animatronic as Opal ran in looking frightened. Opal? What's wrong? Whimpering. She looked back out in the hallway. She's out and about again. Despite the vague answer, there was actually no need for her to actually state who she was as Theodore was already running for the door. Liz, get back here now before she catches you. He stood there for almost a minute before a cat-like animatronic ran pell-mell through the halls before she leapt into the room. And not a moment too soon as Theodore slammed the shutters down and quickly jammed a hunk of rebar through some holes to hold it in place. Slowly he backed up. There, that should keep her out. A whine came from the disabled wolf animatronic in the corner. Are you sure, big brother? With a grimace, he looked at the vents. Opal? Liz? Block those darn vents now. The two worked together to move the heavy crates in front of one of the vents as Liz, her costume's fur dull and matted, glanced toward the large form of Theodore. What about Jace and Elric? They're still out there somewhere and she might catch them. Sighing, Theodore swallowed thickly. Hopefully they has managed to find himself a bolt hole. There's not much that we can do, and I am not sending either of you out there while she's out and about. It was just then that a moan echoed from nearby and the group turned to see what looked like reddish-yellow Foxy with baleful eyes step into view as he quiche. Hello children, won't you come out and kesh? Play with my little Eric, he's ever so quiche. Lonely, he. It twitched for about a minute before it turned to the bundle in its arms and bounced it. Shoo. SHHH. It's okay. Eric, mommy's quiche. Air, to the animatronic's disgust. The bouncing caused what looked like a rotting arm full of bits of metal to fall out. Twitching madly for a moment, the animatronic outside the window gently tucked it back into the ratty blanket, revealing a child's skull for a moment. Shoo SHHH. Hush little baby. Don't say a word. Mama's going to buy you a mock quiche. Angie bird. If that mocking bee quiche. Don't sing. Mama's going to buy you a. Suddenly she started to shake again before she screamed and looked around wildly. Eric. Eric. Where are you, Eric? Mommy wants you. The being then, seemingly noticed the other animatronics through the glass and with a screech, slammed into the glass as she dropped the bundle. What have you done with Eric? Where is my baby? Baby? Get away from my baby. Are you in there? Bolts of electricity shot through her as she twitched and spasmed before she slumped a bit. After a moment, she blinked and picked up the bundle as she trundled off. Oh, Eric. What are you doing on the FL quiche? It's nearly time for you quiche. Party. Freddy will be there. Oh, mommy has your pacifier right here. It then pulled out what looked like a human leg bone, still red, and shoved it into the skull's mouth. There we go, rock-a-bye baby. In the treetops, insane giggles and high-pitched singing slowly faded away with distance as inside the room, Opal shuddered. I don't know if I should pity whoever she is, or just wish that she was destroyed. With a frown, Theodore shook his head. It would be best if we just destroy her, let her and her son rest in peace, if we could get close without being attacked. In the corner where she laid, Jessie gulped. Still, she's freak nuts. An image flashed through all their minds of when they found the destroyed child's coffin in a room and shuddered before Liz shook it off. No argument here. She freak went to a graveyard and dug up either her kid or someone else's and thinks that he's alive and talks to her. Rubbing her arms, she glanced around. Not to mention killing people who stumble in here and adding bits of them to him to make him happy, or bring him back depending on what part of her is thinking. Opal gagged a bit. Please don't remind me, at least she's becoming comatose more and more often. Maybe in a year or two she won't wake up. While he shook his head, Theodore glanced over at her. We should be only so lucky. There was another scream of pure, insane rage that echoed through the hallways as she started screaming for her baby, and telling him she was sorry. Really so lucky he shuddered a bit before he turned. Hopefully though she'll go back to her room and we'll block it off again. Somehow. Grunting, Liz sat on a busted table that was used in the barricade. We've already shoved as much as we can in front of that entry. She still gets through. All Theodore did though was shrug as a nursery rhyme drifted past them. Suddenly, there was a bang which caused them all to jump, and they looked to see that the crazed animatronic had returned and flung herself against the door as she scratched, clawed and bit like a possessed animal before she stilled and then picked up the bundle as she walked off. Mama's little boy is such a good boy. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle and here is my Eric. Eric baby. Where are you? Mama's sorry. She didn't mean to hurt you? Come back to Mama baby. Having whimpered, Jessie sniffled. Please come soon, Dawn. Please come soon so that she'll leave. Opening the door, Harry raised an eyebrow at how Erica's car screeched to a halt before said young woman leapt from the car. A moment later, she opened the passenger side door, and a child-sized animatronic otter hopped out and took her hand. It was only after Erica had entered the pizzeria that Harry cleared his throat as he saw a van pull up as well as Michelle's car. So what's going on? Erica looked around and took a deep, calming breath. Let's wait until the others get in here, please. Intrigued, Harry nodded, and once they all sat down with the Fazbear gang, Erica ran her hand through her hair. Guys, I want to introduce Olive Otterly Perks. Both the fact of how the animatronic smile brightened at that and how Erica had referred to her as caused more than one eyebrow to raise. Coughing into his fist, Harry gave Olive a smile. It's nice to meet you, Olive. He then tilted his head some. I thought her name was just Otterly though? All Erica did though was raise a hand. Before I answer that, Freddy, do you guys sense anything about her? That caused them all to straighten before Freddy frowned as he looked at the nervous otter. After a moment, his eyes widened some and he nodded. Why yes, I am sensing that she's like us. Freddy's eyebrows furrowed as he shot Erica a look. How? Within the tone of the voice was a threat which Erica recognized and nodded at. Well, at least I know for sure now, sighing, she picked up Olive and set her in her lap. Like I told you, I had found her exoskeleton in an old, abandoned diner and took it home to rebuild for my school project. The diner's name was Freddy's. She was cut off by Rose, who stiffened some. Freddy's? You're certain that was what it was called? At her nod, Rose sighed and rubbed her face with one paw. Freddy's Diner was actually where the Fazbear gang played until it closed down, and they eventually reopened it elsewhere as the first Freddy's. From memory, it was also where he Marionette originally was, as he had a puppet show he oversaw. Having noticed their looks, Rose shrugged. Overheard Mum and Dad talking about it once. Her eyes now gentle, Chica looked at Olive. And if the Marionette was there, then we can guess what happened. Grimacing, Erica shook her head. More than you know, since the person who killed her wore purple clothing. Once more, everyone stiffened and the Fazbear gang, along with the surprisingly hairy, growled as their eyes turned black with a white dot for a pupil. Gripping the table's edge, Freddy nearly broke it. That utter bloody. A hand on his arm from Michelle caused him to stop, and when she gestured with her head, he noticed that the toys and Olive looked frightened alongside Lisa and Erica. With a sigh, he calmed and tipped his hat to them. My apologies, it's just that man brings out the worst in us since he was the one who killed us. Harry rubbed his eyebrows as his eyes went back to normal and sighed. Erica, are you certain? However, she nodded with a sigh of her own. Pretty much what she told me matches what you guys told me anyways. Uncomfortable some. Bonnie cleared his throat and turned toward Olive, who was now back to examining her surroundings curiously. So Olive? That caught the little animatronic's attention and she turned toward Bonnie. Would you mind telling us how old you are? And how you're feeling? With a smile from where she sat on Erica's lap, Olive held up a paw with 4 claws and a grin. I'm 4. And I'm feeling good because Mommy helped me. As her eyebrow raised, Lisa looked toward the embarrassed Erica. Mommy, huh? Nodding rapidly, Olive let herself be moved off of Erica's lap by said woman and sat down next to her. Yup, she's my new mommy. With a sigh, She leaned against Erica, who just slipped an arm around her shoulders. She fixed me and made all my ouchies go away, just like I've been told a mommy does. So she must be my mommy then, and she agreed. Highly amused, Michelle nodded with a slight grin as Erica reddened. Oh, I see then. That makes sense. Shooting her friend a look, Erica leaned down and smiled at Olive. Honey, do you want to go exploring? The otter's eyes widened as she nodded and her tail wagged from side to side. Okay then, you can go ahead, just stay in the building, okay? With a laugh, Olive hugged her around the waist. Thank you, Mommy. And with that, she took off and was soon joined by Robbie. Once she was a distance away, Erica's smile became a frown. You guys understand why I told you as soon as I could, right? At their raised eyebrows, she rubbed one finger against the side of her head. Guys, she was left at the old Fredbear's diner. I saw that there was a few endoskeletons that could not really be moved, with her being the most complete. And if there was one there with a child's ghost, while he sucked in a breath, the pieces fell into place. And where there was one, there might be others at the different locations. Nod from Erica caused him to get up. 1 second. There's something that I remember, just wait here. He walked to the office and soon after, returned with a folder and some tapes as well as a tape player. Found the tapes in the security office in a locked drawer, and the folder talks about some other locations, including the old founder's home, which is used as a storage area for animatronics parts. Michelle frowned as she looked over one of the tapes before she opened the tape player. Well, let's hear them then and look over the papers. As he nodded, Harry pressed play on the cassette player and heard a familiar voice. Hello. Hello? Welcome to your new career as a performer-entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. These tapes will provide you with much-needed information on how to handle climb out of mascot costumes. Right now, we have 2 specially designed suits that double as both animatronics and suits. So please pay close attention while learning how to operate these suits, as accidents, injury, irreparable, and grotesque maiming can occur. Her face one of disbelief. Lisa pointed at the cassette player. Is that some kind of joke? Did he just freak seriously say that? What she did not notice was how the Fazbear gang and Harry narrowed their eyes before Rose slowly brought up her paw and placed it onto her costume. A wearable suit. It didn't get much better, and the second tape caused Lisa to stand up and shout as she waved her hands in the air. What the freak heck is wrong with these people? Did he just tell people that if they're dying, to get out of sight so customers would not see the blood? Seriously. Meanwhile, Michelle just rubbed her eyebrow in annoyance. Oh yeah, I am starting to see why Dad says he hates phone guys so much. Having gone through the tapes, Harry brought out a list and put it in front of the group. Anyways, this is the locations of the various Fazbear restaurants. Lisa took it and examined it before she grabbed a map. Okay, according to this, there's a number of them, amazingly enough, though it lists a few as having closed. Popping off the top of a pen, she began making circles. Now, according to this, the closest place is Fredbear's, a few towns over. Then we have 2 Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, one in Greater London, and another in close to Cokesworth in Northamptonshire, which was the one that closed down and reopened here as the pizzeria. Frowning, Michelle took a pen and marked down on another section of the map. There's apparently a storage depot for animatronics from Fazbear's here as well, according to the maps. With a frown, Foxy got up and leaned over to get a better look as he flipped his eye patch up. Which one we be hitting first then, mateys? The question. For a few moments, Harry was quiet before he tapped where Fredbear's was. I think that this would be easiest. It's not too far away, though I might have Remus and Sirius check it out. As she frowned herself, Erica tapped a pen against her lips before she then tapped it against the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Inn. I think that the best bet might be to hit the one in the Midlands first and see what is there, since we have a few here who would know their way around. Meanwhile, Lisa, can you try and find out about the one in London? Let us know how big and the layout. Nodding, Lisa did so. That I can do. She then frowned a bit as she looked at the one in Northamptonshire and then around them. I wonder why they moved it so far? Chica was the one who answered as she thought it over. They wanted to move as far away from the source of the rumors as possible, so they came here. It helped some, not much, but some anyways. From where he sat, Freddy nodded. It was just enough to keep us open all these extra years. Scratching under his chin, he frowned at Harry. So how are you going to do this, then? Humming, Harry tilted his head. Well, I will have to let the local police station know that we'll be entering the building, so that they don't mistake us for burglars or vandals. Other than that, I think it would be a good idea if whoever goes brings along some animatronic backup just in case a fight happens. After all, none of us can use magic to fight back. With a grin, Bonnie smacked one closed fist into his open paw. Hey, I don't see a problem with that. Another glance at the list caused Lisa to frown. There's a few other sites, it doesn't say if they're open or not. If they are, we can let them know that there's new ownership if they don't already know. If they're closed, then we can investigate. The pen in her fingers twirled around. A lot of work, honestly, but I think that we can manage. Erica gave a glance to where Olive and Robbie were playing tag before she turned back and grimaced. And if nothing else, we'll get some spare parts if we don't find any more unique animatronics. There were nods and sounds of agreement from the others. With an explosive sigh, Harry leaned back into his chair. Okay, with that decided upon at least, there's one last thing to do. The others all gave him curious looks as he got up and started toward where the office was. If you'll excuse me, having raised an eyebrow, Michelle and the others got up and followed him. They noticed him duck into his office to grab a notepad and a pen before he went outside. Clearing her throat, Michelle gave him a bit of a look. So what exactly are you doing? Harry glanced over at her as he set the notepad down on the hood of Michelle's car. I'm going to write a letter for Remus and Sirius to ask if they could check out FREDDY'S and when. As she nodded, Erica scratched her chin. Sounds good. Do they know about us, by the way? Starting to write, Harry frowned a bit. They know that I hired you to take care of Freddy and the others, Erica. But they don't know about either Lisa or Michelle. A thought then occurred to her. Why? Sheepish, Erica raised a finger. Well, you've told us about them already. So, if they're going back to FREDDY'S to check it out, maybe I could come so that I can identify things? Her tone then turned dry. My experiences with wizards and witches is that they have issues with anything that's not magical in nature. A soft snort escaped from Harry before he smiled. Sure, I can do that. Michelle raised an eyebrow as she watched the animatronics wander around the darkened parking lot with their night vision mode on. Those eyes are so creepy. She then turned to Harry and coughed. So why write it now? You won't get to mail it until morning. Anyways, slowly, Harry smirked before he looked over at the animatronics. Would one of you mind holding one of your arms out straight? Blinking, Rebecca did so. Like this? Not even a moment later, she felt a weight settle on it and looked over with surprise on her face at the snowy owl that now perched on her arm. Harry? There's an owl on my arm. While he chuckled, Harry nodded. Yes, that would be Hedwig. Just as she was about to say something, Rebecca noticed that Hedwig was slowly moving sideways up her arm and leaned her head away. She's crawling up my arm. As she chuckled, Chica walked over and cooed at Hedwig. Don't worry. Hedwig is a lovely and kind bird. Aren't you? Hedwig gave her a stare and then barked. Don't worry. I'll go and get you some nice bacon bits. Just you wait here, staring. Michelle noticed that Hedwig had reached Rebecca's shoulders as Chica walked back into the pizzeria and had begun to nuzzle the surprised rabbit animatronic. Why, do you have an owl? Now highly amused at what she is seeing, Erica chuckled. Wizards and witches use owls to deliver mail and newspapers. Gulping, Rebecca looked over at Harry slightly nervous. What should I do? Harry glanced back at her and smiled. Gently rub her chest. She likes that. And if she gives you a small nibble, that means that she really likes you. With a nervous look, Rebecca brought up her paw and gently brought up her finger which rubbed Hedwig's chest. Hey there, Hedwig. The owl looked over at her and nibbled her finger before she closed her eyes in enjoyment. Rebecca just stared at her in awe. She's so beautiful and likes me. The other toy animatronics as well as Olive walked up to watch Hedwig, with Andrew and Chelsea also giving her some strokes which Hedwig preened under. Seeing this, Harry shook his head. She's going to get as spoiled by them as she does Freddy and the others. It was then that Chica walked out with a newspaper held in her hands with bacon bits on it. Oh good, you're still here. She then held it out. Okay, everyone take one piece at a time to feed her. She really likes bacon. Lisa raised an eyebrow as even Michelle joined in feeding the owl. She's going to get fat. A moment later, Hedwig gave her a glare after having taken a piece of bacon from Olive as Rebecca had crouched down to give her access. Having seen that, Harry laughed. She does way too much flying to get fat. Besides, it's a treat that she likes. While she gave a nervous chuckle, Lisa looked around before she walked over. I'll just give her some bacon. Maybe she'll stop glaring at me. Several minutes later, Harry tied the letter to Hedwig's foot and held up his finger, which she nipped. Get that to Sirius, okay, girl? With a bob of her head, Hedwig nodded before she spread her wings and took off as the animatronics waved at her. As the owl vanished into the darkness, Rebecca gave a small squeak. That was so amazing. Thoughtful. Freddy rubbed the bottom of his chin as Chica pulled out some sanitizer wipes and began cleaning hers and the other animatronics' hands. Now that is done, what shall we do for the rest of the night? Bonnie grimaced a bit at how hard Chica was rubbing the wipe across his hand, as well as the thought that had occurred to him. Well, there's more paperwork to go through. However, he relaxed some as Lisa shook her head. I'll handle that rather than what happened the other night to happen again. As he leaned back against Michelle's car, Harry frowned some in thought. Actually, I want to find wherever the sealed rooms are. With a raised eyebrow, Foxy grunted some as he ran a wipe across the top of his hook. And how do ya expect to find said sealed room, I be the first one to be fair a treasure hunt, matey. But if they be sealed then they also be hard to find, are. All Harry did was grin a bit. Well, if they just put up a wall, then all we need to do is find a space behind the walls. Tapping or knocking against the wall should let us know where they are. There was a moment of silence before Foxy thrust his hook into the air. Ya be hearing that, me hearties? 'Tis time fair a treasure hunt. He then rushed, followed by most of the others, as Chica called out, I'll make a pizza for when we're hungry. After they had all left for the inside, Rose walked up to where Harry was still leaning against the car, staring up at the night sky. She then sat down beside him and stared up as well for several seconds before she spoke. Harry, you do realize what event likely caused them to seal up the rooms in the first place, right? Crossing his arms, Harry nodded as his expression turned grave. Yeah, it was likely the murders, and your suit is a spring suit, Aunt Rose. Rose only nodded as she sighed into the air. Is there any particular reason for you wanting to find them? For several moments, all was silent before Harry grimaced a bit. I have this gut feeling that we're going to need to know where it is. The door to the bedroom was slammed open violently, and a 15-year-old girl poked her head in and scoffed. Wake up, Erica. Said girl sat up in bed with a bad case of bedhead and glared at the girl who now leaned against the side of the door chewing an apple. What the heck is your problem, Sally Ann? I've been pulling late nights and busting my ass and you know it. With a scowl, Sally Ann snorted. Yeah, probably clubbing or something. She ignored the growl as she took another bite from her apple. Anyways, it's time for you to wake up. The teen trailed off as she saw Olive sit up in the bed and look at her. You actually have that in your bed as well. Erica glanced at the saddened Olive and then gave Sally a glare that caused the younger girl to flinch. She nodded it as she. One finger then gestured at her. And you should be more respectful of me since I'll be paying your Hogwarts tuition past 5th year? Or have you forgotten that your parents won't pay past then? And if no one comes forward, then you're out of Hogwarts once you finish your OWLs? That earned her another scoff, though there was an air of unease. With what money? You don't make enough for the exchange rate. All she got though was a smirk. I got a job involving animatronics from a muggle-raised wizard. Guy is willing to pay in half muggle and half wizard money once I asked. Confused, Sally and shrugged it off and turned away. Good for you, I guess. Anyways, I'm heading out, so I'll catch you later. After the sounds of her footsteps faded away, Erica slumped back into bed as Olive looked down at her curiously. Sometimes that brat gets to me, though I know she acts like that because she's worried. One eye turned toward Olive before she reached out and grabbed the surprised animatronic and began to tickle her with a grin. Unlike you, honey. Kicking her little feet, Olive squirmed to try and get away. No, Mommy, stop it. For a moment, Erica paused as if in thought before she grinned and began to tickle her with both hands. No, get ready for Erica the tickle monster. Once they were finished, a giggling Erica laid back, as Olive was slumped against her. Well, that got me in a better mood. Pouting, Olive looked away. That was mean, Mommy. While she squealed at how cute the otter animatronic looked inwardly, Erica leaned across and gave her a kiss on the forehead. Don't be like that. She then glanced at her clock and sighed as she started to get out of bed. Looks like it's nearly time to get up, as is. Having tilted her head, Olive was about to ask why when the robotic cat on the alarm next to her opened its eyes and let out a yowl as it got up. A moment later it was walking around still yowling, which caused Olive to clap her paws against her ears. Make it stop, Mommy. Wincing herself, Erica grabbed it and pressed a button on the back of its head, which silenced it. Then she put it back on the alarm clock with a sigh. Yeah, sorry about that, Olive. Mommy's alarm clock is one of the new models to help her wake up. Erica had to bite her lip though as Olive reached over and poked the cat and jerked her claw away. She then looked up and pouted. I don't like it. With a giggle, the young woman only nodded. Neither does Mommy, Olive, but it helps her wake up. Reaching down, she swept up the small animatronic into her arms, having thrown on a housecoat. Anyways, today will be a bit busy. Laying her head against Erica's chest, Olive sighed as she could hear the heartbeat of her caretaker. Really, Mommy? What are we doing today? Still heading out? Erica tapped Olive on the nose, which caused her to go cross-eyed. Well, today you're coming with Mommy to school. Mommy's special school project was rebuilding you, so she has to show you to her class. A slight whimper escaped from Olive as the idea of being stared at brought back bad memories regarding her time in FREDDY'S as part of a puppet show.
I'm scared.
Her expression saddened. Erica bounced her thumb in her arms and kissed her brow. Mommy won't let anything bad happen to you, honey. In fact, Mommy knows that her classmates will love her little one for sure. As they passed Michelle's room, neither of them noticed an eye peeking out at them. You really do make for a great mom, Erica. Grunting, Remus threw his weight against a door which shuddered before it finally opened enough for him to squeeze through, followed by a large dog. Once they were inside, the dog transformed into Sirius, who lit his wand and looked around the old and decaying diner, which he gave a low whistle to. And I thought that Grindlewald was a bit creepy and dark. Beside him, Remus turned on the large flashlight and shined it around. Well, considering the history of the place, a wince passed over his face and he reached up to rub his shoulder. I wonder how that Erica girl managed to get in. In reply, Sirius shined his light over toward a window which showed some boards missing. Just enough for someone to have crawled in. I think that's how. The wizard then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box which he enlarged to a properly sized trunk. He then winkled his nose some and, with a wave of his wand, cleaned the area before he cast a bubble head charm on himself and Remus. They're much better. Remus gave him a suffering look before he started to walk around the small area. We're in a muggle area, so if you could keep the amount of magic down, that was part of the deal for Albus to let you come. No undue attention and keeping out of sight. With a grimace, Sirius walked over to a door and then kicked it, the rotting wood easily having given way. I know, but can you really blame me? This is the first mission that I have been on for a while. Finally, I'm doing something, and it being for Harry is a bonus. Having given him a look, Remus sighed as he walked over to a closet and busted it down before he looked inside. He was getting a bit stir-crazy. This should help. A sound caused him to turn towards Sirius. What was that, Padfoot? As he rolled his eyes, Sirius leaned against the wall with a slight grin. I asked you if you think that there is anything going on between Harry and this Erica person? Shifting around some of the decaying crates inside, Remus grimaced at the rat that scurried out before it was killed by Sirius with a wave of his wand. No, not between Erica anyways. The tone in his voice caused Sirius to raise his eyebrow in askance at that. You know something, Mooney? His fellow marauder turned slightly and gave a grin before he left the closet. Harry may think that he's being secretive and smart, but I have been his guard for a bit at the pizzeria. Turns out that Erica is not that only one who knows about the animatronics and he has been hanging out with. Now that really caused Sirius to perk up. Really now, while he clapped his hands, Remus chuckled. Turns out there's two other muggles there who Harry somehow let in on the secret, one of which is a girl called Michelle. And let me put it this way, she has a figure that any witch would be more than jealous over. Seeing that Sirius was about to say something, Remus held up a hand before he shook his head. I'll try to sneak you out when I can so that you can see her. Though Harry and her are really in denial over it, I can tell there's something there. A grin spread over Sirius' face as he walked through the door and followed into the diner fully. Let's give it a few months, and if nothing has happened, then we make our moves to get them together. The grin then faded some. If there's anyone who deserves some happiness, it's Harry. And if it's with a muggle, then all the power to him, and may whoever be against it keep silent or else. The werewolf nodded with a similar expression on his face. Agreed. It was then that he spotted something and frowned. Is that something over there? Sirius turned and then frowned before he walked over and looked down at the ground before he picked it up. Doing so revealed what looked like a falling apart metal human skeleton. One that missed the head. Well, seems that we found the first one. Shining his lit wand on it, he grimaced some. Pretty rusted though. Walking past, Remus grabbed something else and picked it up with a frown. He turned around what looked like a skeletal bird made out of metal. To his slight disgust though, there was some small bones inside it. I think that there's more here than we thought. He shined his flashlight around at the shadows of the room and shivered some. I only hope that there's just animals here. As he put the partial endoskeleton into the trunk, Sirius nodded. Agreed. Once they went through the main area of the old diner, Remus and Sirius broke open the basement door and walked downstairs. After they reached the bottom, Sirius looked around and gave a low whistle. Okay, this place is creepier than the upstairs. As he walked past him, Remus could only nod his head in agreement as he glanced at the boxes and old furniture piled up in various spots. No argument from me. He then frowned a bit and hummed. I wonder if Harry would let me take any of these. That caused Sirius to give his old friend an odd look. Really? That's what you're wondering? However, Remus just shrugged. 50s era items are hot on the market, and a bit of magic and some good old TLC can make them look new. If Harry lets me have them, then I could make a tidy profit. At the strange look, he waved a hand around as his eyes caught sight of something. I've had to find work wherever I can. Padfoot. Selling furniture and other items after they have been fixed brings in a surprisingly nice amount of money. Slowly, Sirius blinked in confusion. Okay. It was then that he noticed that Remus was waving his wand over something. Got something there, Mooney? With a frown, Mooney opened the book and started to flip through it. It's a notebook actually. And looking through it, it talks about the various characters that were being worked on, like that bird. His name is, right, Polly. Both him and Sirius shared a look. He built it because the trained parrot he was using was getting up there in age. Though according to this, soon after he built Polly, the parrot vanished. Remembering the bones, Sirius sighed and rubbed his brow. And judging by the bones, we can guess what happened to it. He then reached over and turned some pages and stopped. What the heck is that? A similar frown to his friend's was on Mooney's face as he leaned down. Leica the Space Dog? According to this, it was named after a real dog that the Soviets sent into space and died? Though, it seems that this Flashback person was quite angry over what happened but wanted to honor her with an animatronic? The shadows behind them moved slightly as Sirius scratched his head. A space dog? Why would you send a dog into space? All Mooney did was shrug a bit. I honestly don't have a clue. Suddenly, a sigh escaped him. I wish Lily was here, then we could ask her. Behind them, a shadowy figure slowly slunked over toward them as Remus looked down. Seems that while she was never an actual attraction, Flashback still had her activated right up until they closed down the diner. Though he notes that she was a bit odd. His interest spiking, Sirius looked over at Remus. Oh? How was she odd? With a frown, Mooney looked over the pages. Leica when he first activated her was normal, but a few days later started to act like a normal dog, so he kept her out of sight. Over the next couple of years though, she slowly changed and seemed to go back to what she had been. Both wizards stilled for a moment before they whipped around. There, behind them was a large endoskeleton that watched them curiously as a tail swept from side to side. From its frame hung a few ragged pieces of costume which looked like a strange suit with a broken glass helmet. Sirius was the one who spotted something in the machinery of the endoskeleton. Mooney, slowly, look right there in the chest? See that jawbone? That's not human, is it? Careful not to startle the animatronic. Remus waved his wand and shook his head. No, it's a dog's jawbone. Nodding, Sirius took a deep breath. Out of curiosity, what do you think would happen if an animal spirit possessed one of these? That question threw Mooney for a loop before he figured out what he meant and frowned. I suppose that with how smart the animatronics are normally, from what I have been told, that the animal spirit might become much smarter over time, possibly human level. As the endoskeleton walked up close to better examine him, Sirius only nodded. Ah, I see. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans, hello? Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. Both wizards kept their attention so completely on the endoskeleton that watched them, that neither heard soft footsteps upstairs. It was not until they heard the basement door open that their eyes widened, and they looked toward the stairs to see Olive hop down the stairs with Erica behind her. Sirius? Remus? Where the heck are you? She froze as she spotted the endoskeleton, which now was watching her. Oh, what none of the humans expected was for Olive to gasp and smile as she jumped all the way down and rushed over to hug the endoskeleton's leg. Leica. The little animatronic cocked her head to the side at the sound of gears before she pulled the now identified Leica by one skeletal claw over to the bottom of the stairs and pointed at Erica. Leica. This is my new mommy, Erica. Mommy? This is Leica. She's a space doggy and my friend. Slightly off kilter, Erica gave Leica a small, nervous smile and a wave.
Hello, Leica.
Not having noticed the nervousness, Olive turned back to Leica and stared at her. The two seemed to be having a silent conversation if their body movements were anything to go by before Olive suddenly clapped her hands and turned to Erica. Mommy, we're bringing back Leica with us, right? And you'll fix her up just like you fixed me? Relaxing, Erica nodded with a smile as she chuckled. Of course I will. A moment later, Erica blinked as the giant endoskeleton hugged her. Being careful, she patted her on the back as she looked down at Olive with a raised eyebrow. So how do you two know each other? The lights in Olive's cheeks came on, showing that she was blushing. Well, after I became a puppet, I heard, but not heard, barking. Turned out it was Leica who was trying to talk to me. But she didn't know how to speak except as a doggy for a long time. She did learn, though. Curious, Erica crouched down some to look at Olive in the eye. Did she ever, tell anyone about you? Olive's face fell some, and she looked down as her foot kicked at the thick layer of dust. But Mr. Flashback just laughed and patted her on the head before he stated that the programming must be wonky. With a bit of a scowl at the thought, Erica gently pulled Olive into a hug. Well, you don't need to worry any more about that. And I'll make sure to fix Leica up really nice. As nice as possible. As she smiled, Olive suddenly blinked and looked over at Leica with a frown before she pointed at Erica. She's not a silly. She's a mommy. Snickering some, Erica guessed what was said before she kissed the confused Olive on the head. It's okay, honey. With a smile on her face, she stood up straight and then looked toward Remus and Sirius, who had been watching with stunned looks on their faces. What? It took a few seconds for Remus to shake it off before he smiled, though he kept an eye on Leica. Good to see you again, Erica. All she did was chuckle before she grasped his hand and shook it. Anyways, we found some items and such that you might find of interest. Erica took the notebook he handed her and began to flip through it. Some of these are pretty darn retro. One of them caught her eye and she realized it was a puppet and glanced at Olive, who was about to sit down. Olive, don't sit down and get all dirty. Mommy will be giving you a bath once we get home. Thankfully you're waterproof. The otter stood a bit straighter. Okay, Mommy. With a smile, Erica turned back to the book and frowned some. So that was what Olive looked like? Creepy. Turning a few more pages, she came to Leica's section and frowned some. Okay, at least this is detailed so I can rebuild her. But with some improvements, obviously. Tilting her head some, Erica slowly nodded. Going to have to do a lot of research on this one. Blinking, Remus raised an eyebrow at her. What do you mean? All Erica did though was chuckle as she realized that she had been thinking out loud. Oh, just need to do some research on Soviet space dogs in order to better fix her up, that's all. Getting out of her car, Erica glanced over at Remus with some nervousness. So you already know about us, how my friends, though not supposed to, know about magic? At the nods from Remus as the dog hopped from his truck, Erica continued. And you're not about to tell anyone or modify their memories. Remus just raised an eyebrow as he opened the moving van's rear door. Well, neither me nor Padfoot are good enough with memory modifications to work with you since you all have known about magic for a few weeks. And then there's that I suspect that Harry would be rather annoyed with us. The moving van shook on its suspension as a large form walked to the edge. In the dying sunset, the form was revealed to be Leica's endoskeleton. It looked around before it leapt down, flakes of rust falling from her. Unheeding of this, Olive jogged up best that she could and pulled her toward the house. Come on, Leica. Mommy said that she has her workshop set up and will be able to fix you soon. From where she stood, Erica only shook her head and chuckled. She's excited, though since this is one of her old friends, I can forgive her. All Remus did was smile before he reached in as he ignored Sirius in his dog form running everywhere in the yard. So you'll be working on her first? Her attention having been caught, Erica turned to her and gave him a raised eyebrow. Of course I'll be working on her first, though mainly in her endoskeleton until I can get together the parts for her new costume. Other than that, I'll do some work when I can on Polly, though she'll be the easiest of all of them. That caused Remus to blink as him and Padfoot followed Erica toward the house. Don't you need to fix him a costume as well? Chuckling, the animatronic engineer grinned. Nah, Polly's costume is actually the easiest to work on for costumes. Partially because I know a guy who makes animatronic birds, so I can ask him to make me one for Polly. Guy owes me some for stuff I've done for him. They then entered the house to see Michelle watching the basement door from which conversation drifted up from. Hey, Michelle. Did Olive already take Leica downstairs then? With a blink, Michelle nodded before she turned to see Remus there along with a dog that seemed to be, Is it checking me out? What the freak? She shook it off before she glanced back at Remus, who seemed highly amused. So who's this? Before Erica could say anything, Michelle smirked and crossed her arms across her chest. I didn't know that you were into older men after all. Both Remus and Erica jerked back before the young woman held up her hands. Whoa, it's nothing like that at all, Michelle. This is Remus. As Remus held out a hand, Michelle took it and nodded. Right, the pervert. The werewolf paused as Erica face-bombed and the dark barked as if it was laughing. Why do people keep saying that? Michelle gestured at her upper lip with a slight grin. It's the mustache, most likely. She then turned but was surprised by the dog transforming into a man and jumped back. What the freak heck? However, a moment later she winced as Erica smacked her in the back of the head. Calm down with the swearing, Michelle. I do not want Olive to start because she overheard you. As Michelle rubbed the back of her head, Erica gestured at the man who had been a dog. This is Sirius Black that Harry told us about. Ignoring the glare that her friend gave her, Erica walked over to the basement door and called down. Olive, Mommy is going to be running a bath so that she can get you all nice and clean. There was a pitter-patter on the stairs before Olive appeared with an excited look on her face. Can it be a bubble bath with lots of toys, like a rubber ducky? While she tried, and failed, to hold back some giggles, Erica nodded. Sure, Mommy doesn't mind making it a bubble bath. And Mommy just got you some new toys for you to play with. Still smiling, she reached down and grasped Olive's paw as she started to walk. Now then, we won't be in the bath long as we have guests. But we should get you all squeaky clean in a snapdash. As she cheered, Olive clapped her paws together. Yay! From where she leaned against the wall, Michelle sighed and rolled her eyes. Man, I swear that Erica enjoys being her mother way too much. It was then that she noticed something and narrowed her eyes. Is there some reason that you're staring at me, Black? Sirius just held up his hands with a grin. No. So you're Michelle Schmidt then? At her nod, he leaned over toward Remus and whispered toward him. You really weren't kidding. Girl's got a bloody cracking figure. Harry's a lucky man. He trailed off as he felt breath on his neck and slowly turned to see an highly unamused Michelle there using a glare her father taught her as she gritted her teeth. 1, I really hate people staring at me in that manner, and 2, Michelle's hand shot out and grabbed him by the collar and dragged him close to her face. Me and Harry are just friends. Then, with causal ease, she flung him back and stomped off. For several minutes, Sirius stood there as he patted himself off before he turned and looked at Remus with a serious expression on his face. Mooney? All the werewolf did was raise an eyebrow. Yes, Sirius? Suddenly, Sirius grinned as he cackled. Our little pronkslet seems to have taken after his dear old father with how he likes them fiery. I fully approve. With a sigh, Remus face-bombed. Oh brother. Harry and Michelle slowly walked away from the cinema behind them before the teenaged wizard looked at the watch he got for his birthday. Only 10? Not bad. He then glanced at Michelle and smiled. That was a pretty good movie. Thanks for inviting me. All Michelle did was slurp her drink before she smiled back at him. Well, I really wanted to see it, I'm just sad that none of the others could show. Erica's too busy fixing up the animatronics and Lisa had other plans with a guy that she's dating. Besides, it really sucks going to a movie alone. So I'm thankful that you managed to make. Suddenly she grimaced. Only problem were those dickheads in the back of the theater making a ruckus. I'm just thankful that they were thrown out. There was a similar grimace on Harry's face. Right, them. Narrowing her eyes, Michelle frowned. Let me guess, you know who that bunch was? While he released a sigh, Harry nodded. They're a gang led by my cousin, Dudley Dosley, or as my Aunt Petunia calls him, Dudders or Dudleykins. Michelle started to hack and cough as soda sprayed from her nose. You bully. I was drinking. She handed him the soda as she took out a napkin and blew her nose. God. I hate it when I laugh when I'm drinking something. Once she was sure she had got it all. Michelle gave a playful glare before she shoved Harry. You jerk. You did that on purpose. However, Harry just shrugged with a small smirk before he handed her soda back as his face fell. But yeah, I know them unfortunately since I live with Dudley and his parents. Once more, there was a frown on Michelle's face. And let me guess, going by the nicknames you gave, your cousin gets away with a lot of stuff. The fact that Harry only shrugged told her a lot more than he thought. But having guessed what prying deeper would cause, Michelle dropped it. But besides that, it was a fun movie. Before Harry could say anything though, there was a shout and both turned to see a sneering Dudley walk up with his group. Hey freak, what are you doing here? Then he saw Michelle and gave her a grin as he ran one hand through his hair. And who's the hottie? Not having seen Michelle's twitching eyebrow, Harry rolled his eyes. Her name is Michelle Dudders. As for what I am doing here, I was watching a movie with her. Piers Polkiss walked up with a sneer and poked Harry in the chest. Yeah right, why would a hot girl hang out with you when she can hang out with a real man? What they did not expect was for Michelle to raise an eyebrow and lean on Harry. You're right, which is why I'm hanging out with a real man right now. None of them noticed the look at Harry gave Dudley or how he was fingering something in his pocket that caused his cousin to become nervous. Let's just leave, Michelle. It's really not worth it. Just as they turned, Piers snarled as he grabbed her wrist. Hey, I'm not done talking to. He yelped a moment later as Michelle turned and grabbed his wrist before she twisted it. Then she brought it up behind his back in a hold. Listen here, little boy. Touch me again like that with that hand and I will break every bone in it. Understood? Not getting an answer, she growled as she twisted a bit more. I said, is that understood? When he nodded, she let go and he hopped a bit forward as Michelle glared. So how about you bunch go away? As he rubbed his wrist and scowled, Piers looked at Dudley. You gonna let her get away with that, Big D? Dudley though had his eye on his cousin's hand as it seemed to grip something in his pocket. That, along with knowledge of how his mother would react if she ever heard he got in a fight with a girl, caused him to look around. Suddenly he hissed. It's a Bobby, run. The others barely glanced around before they took off after him, which caused Michelle to blink as she scratched her head.
Yeah, Bobby?
Why are they scared of someone called Bobby? Harry just sighed as he smiled a bit, his body relaxing as they started toward her car. Bobby is another word for police here in Britain, Michelle. He ignored her blush as he looked her over. Where did you learn to do that? Confused, Michelle blinked. What, the whole arm twist thing? After he nodded, she shrugged. Dad was always a scrapper with things like bar fights and was a bouncer and all that. Told me he did some underground fighting when he was younger. So when I was still a little girl, he taught me some stuff about fighting so that I could defend myself. Having reached the car, she unlocked the doors and slid in. Why do you ask? Slightly embarrassed, Harry started to rub the back of his head. Well, it was pretty cool and I was wondering if you could teach me some things? Blinking, Michelle felt her cheeks heat before she nodded. Sure, I don't mind. As the car started, she sighed. Well, anyways, that kinda brought my mood down. While he frowned, Harry scratched his chin before he blinked. I know this place close to Freddy's that has some good coffee or hot chocolates. They also have some good pastries as well if you want. I'll pay. His only reply from Michelle was a grin and a nod as she backed out of her parking spot. Dudley watched as his parents talked about his cousin after he gave his version of what had happened outside the cinema. Of course, he gave some embellishments to what happened. Inside, Dudley laughed at how his cousin was sure to get in trouble over it. Embarrass me in front of my gang, will he? He barely even paid much attention as his father growled. If Tony was around, then I could have some words with him in regards to the freak. Maybe get him fired or something, but he's dead. All Petunia did was nod before she turned to comfort her boy, only to see him looking at something. Is something the matter, Dudleykins? Confused, he showed them a flyer for Freddy's that had a golden bear on it. Just this weird thing. With a frown, both her and Vernon shook their heads and grumbled about freakish posters before they both stiffened as they noticed what looked like a golden version of Freddy Fazbear limp in the sitting room across from them. Suddenly, 2 green eyes opened in the eye holes and it slowly stood. Hello, Toonie, I would ask how you are, but I'm guessing that you are the same as always. Shaking due to having recognized the voice, Petunia tried to back away, only to be frozen in place. I can't be, you're dead. The being before her chuckled as it took one step forward. Oh, I am Petunia, though I do not rest easy. Being murdered does that to a person. Rose's eyes narrowed as she glared at her older sister. You know, I have been waiting for this for a long time. I had so much to say to you. But you know what? I really can't be bothered to say much to the likes of you. Suddenly, she blinked and then shoved Vernon on the couch after he tried to attack her. Oh, do sit down. Vernon tried to bluster. I will not be manhandled in my own home by some freak. For several moments, there was silence before Rose spoke. Her voice just barely above a whisper, and yet heard by the entire family. Freak. I have heard those words before to describe me. Do you remember, Petunia? The very day that Mom and Dad took me on that ill-fated trip to Freddy's along with Lily? You didn't want to come along because it was in celebration of me getting a Hogwarts letter. Do you remember what you said to me that day just before we left? Even though she was shaking, Petunia swallowed and spoke as best that she could. I told you what I thought of you and your freakishness. Her voice broke a little. I said that I hoped that soon I would not have you in my sight ever again. With a sigh, Rose leaned in some as all three were unable to move much. Oh, there was much more than just that. You said that you hoped that I would just disappear from your life, even if I died. Did you know that those words, from my very own sister, were what echoed in my skull as I breathed my last? As I was murdered? Rose seemed to search in Petunia's eyes, which were set in a pale face. I said that I would not say much to the likes of you, and I won't. I'm past caring about what you said 18 years ago. But I will say that I am disappointed in you, Petunia. Harry, our nephew, was placed in your care. Swallowing, Petunia tilted her head back some. I did not have to take him into my house. That old man said that he would be protected, and so would we if I did. I out a roof over his head and food on his plate, which was more than I could have. Once more, silence descended onto the room as the 2 Dursley males watched. Oh, I won't deny that you gave him a place to live, Petunia. But that was all that you did. Where was the love? The care? No, you did not give him all that he needed, especially when you know that if the positions were reversed that Lily would have taken in Dudley without a second thought and cared for him as if he was her own. But you didn't do that, did you? There was the slightest tremble in Petunia's body and her eyes had a slight shininess. Rose, finally. Vernon broke the spell on his and grunted as his mustache bristled. I don't know who you think you are, but enough is enough. Leave. Rose's shoulders shook in silent laughter before she shook her head.
Ah, Vernon.
I am Rose Evans, your dead sister-in-law. Don't believe me? Slowly, She reached up and grasped the costume's jaws and pried them open to reveal what was inside that caused all those living in the room to pale and turn green. Dudley bent over the side of the chair and threw up as Rose continued to speak. "Do not call me a liar again," having shocked him back into silence. Rose turned back to Petunia. "I will finish this up soon before I go and continue to watch over our nephew. But I will leave you with some information, Petunia. There is an afterlife. One day, far in the future when you pass on, you will meet not just Lily, but Mum and Dad there as well. And when you do, there will be a reckoning, Petunia. Of that, you can be sure." It was then that she turned toward Dudley, who cowered a bit. What do you want?" All Rose did was shake her head. "Just a piece of advice for my other nephew. I may be dead, but that means that there is much that I have seen. And you? I would advise you strongly to take a good, long, hard look at yourself and where you might be going. Trust me when I say that if you continue on this path, it will not end anywhere good. I tell you this because despite everything, you are family, and I do not wish for you to come to an unpleasant end." She then turned away from Dudley and looked back at Petunia. "Remember what I have said. Tonight, goodbye, sister." Then, as suddenly as she appeared, she vanished, leaving behind 3 shaken people, including a suspiciously wet-eyed and shaken Petunia. Harry frowned as he leaned back in his chair as he checked the cameras. Having clicked onto the one for the party room, he noted how Freddie was mopping the floors while Bonnie was tweaking his guitar. Suddenly, the phone rang, so he brought it up to his head and held it in the crook of his neck. Freddy Fazbear's Family Pizzeria, where fantasy and reality meet and fun comes to life. There was a chuckle on the other side before Erica's voice came over the line. "Hey Harry, it's me, you have a minute?" The young wizard nodded as he answered. "Sure, I got plenty of time." With an intake of breath, Erica began. "You know how I was going to get in touch with a guy I know? A computer programmer I take some classes with who does a bit of work around town checking. Programming?" Now frowning, Harry slowly hummed. "Yeah, the one who had to sign a non-disclosure agreement." For several moments there was silence before Erica spoke up. "Harry, he thinks that we should get in touch with law enforcement." Stunned, Harry sat up straighter and placed the tablet to the side. "Why?" Unknown to him, Erica flinched a bit at his tone, though she recognized that he was worried about the animatronics. He was checking the programming in Andrew. Brave kid volunteered for it. Anyways, while most of the programming escaped him, he found something disturbing. The silence from Harry's end caused her to continue. There was a patch of software in the coding that did not belong there. It was so well hidden that it was only because he was using the newest programs to examine the ones in Andrew that he caught it, but it was still there. Shifting a little, Harry furrowed his eyebrows. "So what does it do?" "I'm guessing that he figured out what it did." On the opposite end of the phone line, Erica nodded. "It was added to screw with the facial recognition of the toys. On the one hand, it would ignore one person entirely, no matter what they did. The other bit was worse, as after a certain bit was triggered, they would become hostile toward adults, seeing them as predators. Combined with their ability to learn, eventually it would conflict with their core programming and cause them to become violent. It was especially focused on figures of authority like police or security guards." She then took another breath. "Harry, when Foxy was rushed into action, they very likely just grabbed the facial recognition. That means that there's a chance there. But that's not the real issue. According to him, whoever did it had to have access to the core programming and had been given master access. There's only one who could do it." His teeth grinding, Harry growled. "Tony, you bloody son of a jerk." Suddenly a thought occurred to him. Erica? Who was the one that the programming was set to ignore? There was a pregnant pause before Erica sighed. Lisa found out who. Apparently Tony decided to save money and had one of the guards as the head technician as well. Said guard's name was Vincent. Harry was waiting outside when he heard the rumble of a moving van echo. Not too long after, one pulled up close to the pizzeria with a car next to it that stopped before Michelle got out of the car. "Sorry about the wait, the van needed to get fueled up." All Harry did was shake his head with a smile. "It's not a big issue, Michelle." He glanced at the van to see Erica roll up the back to reveal 2 red pinpricks inside. "So we're bringing along Leica?" Clapping her hand, Erica turned and shook her head. "We're also bringing along Vicky." I got her costume all fixed up and she did not want to be left out of this," said Animatronic, leapt out of the truck and easily landed on her paws. Brushing herself off, she stopped as she took notice of Harry watching her with a small smile which caused her cheeks to light up as she shyly looked away. Hello, Harry, how are you?" With a smile, Harry walked up and clapped her on the shoulder. "I'm actually doing well, and you're looking pretty good yourself. Much better than before, though why are you wearing clothing?" If anything, that caused her blush to brighten still further as she dug her foot claws into the asphalt. "Well, me and the others, we really don't feel comfortable walking around naked. So Erica and Lisa managed to get us some clothing that fit from a second-hand store for now. It'll work great in the pizzeria we're checking out as they can get dirty." That caused Harry to smile with a nod. "Sounds good." He then looked toward Erica. "You put it down under the expenses, right?" Erica glanced at Vicky in amusement before she turned back to Harry and chuckled. "Yeah, billed to the expense account that you set up for me." With a frown, she leaned sideways a bit. "So who are you bringing along?" Reaching back, Harry knocked on the glass of the door and a moment later, the Fazbear gang showed up. "We're bringing Bonnie, Foxy, and Aunt Rose with us. Meanwhile, Freddy and Chica can hold down the fort with Michelle watching the place." To the slight surprise of said young woman, Harry plucked the hat from his head and put it onto hers. "They're looking good." Meanwhile, Erica walked over to the other side of the cab and brought out Olive and set her down before she crouched. "Now, be good for Auntie Michelle while Mommy goes with your Uncle Harry for some work. Okay?" While she nodded, Olive walked up and hugged Erica around the waist. "Okay, Mommy." As Olive trotted over to where Michelle was, Harry walked up to Erica. "So what's the plan then?" There was a smile on Erica's face as she handed each of the animatronics and Harry a paper. "These are photocopies that Lisa ran off about the London Freddy's layout. There's some more bits and pieces at this one apparently in the form of costumes, but from what I read, they also had some unique animatronics as well there before they shut down in the late 70s, early 80s with most having just been left behind." Having given the paper a look over, Harry looked up. "Unique animatronics? Such as?" Frowning, she pulled out a folder and then laid it out onto the bed of the moving van. "There's not a lot that we have found on them actually, not names anyways." Erica then gestured at them. "We have, from the top, a T-Rex, a possum, a wolf, a cat, and 2 badgers. There might be others there though." With a frown, Foxy rubbed the curve of his hook against his chin as he studied the papers. And with how ye have already found active animatronics, we cannot take any chances. We may be seeking booty, but we be needing to keep a fine eye out fair danger." Vicky frowned herself. "And since it's in London, and we need to get there and back before 6 in the morning, just in case," all Erica did was nod. "It'll take about an hour to get there hopefully and an hour back. Since it's going to be Sunday, we won't need to worry much about traffic, making it easier. It also makes it easier as the pizzeria's employees don't start coming in until 8:30, which means that I have some time to sort and make repairs if needed." Folding up the sheet showing the layout, Harry did a quick check of himself. "Let's see. Flashlight, extra batteries, water, crowbar, hammer. Yeah, looks like we're as ready as we can be." He then looked over to Erica and nodded as she had a similar group of items. "Well, we're wasting the night just standing here, so," with a grin, Foxy leapt up onto the back of the moving van. Let's be on our way to adventure, Mr. Potter." Both humans shared a smile before they helped the other animatronics as needed inside the van before they closed it and entered the cab. Michelle, Freddy, Chica, and Olive watched from inside the pizzeria as the moving van slowly disappeared out of sight. With a rumble, the moving van came to a stop in front of the abandoned pizzeria and then shut down. Inside the cab, Harry and Erica sat there for several moments as they listened to the clicking of the engine as it cooled down in the air as around them. The sounds of the night rushed in. Harry then opened the door and got out as Erica did the same before he stretched a bit as he watched the building. "Wonder why this one closed?" Frowning, Erica walked over toward the moving van's door and threw it open. Back in 1978, they started to have issues with their main Fazbear animatronics, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. So they took them back to a central location to fix up, leaving behind the location's unique animatronic characters to take over until the Fazbear gang returned. But Tony kept putting off the repairs and checks because he did not want to spend the money, and business suffered here even though the characters were popular. They just were not popular enough to cover the missing animatronics. Didn't help that he started cutting wages and benefits as well, the cheap jerk that caused Harry's eyebrows to raise as Foxy and the others climbed out of the moving van. Erica, is there more to it than that? After all, that should not have been enough. As she sighed, Erica gestured over to where Harry could see what looked like the remains of a building's wall, charred and broken. One night in 1980, a children's home here pretty much exploded. According to the official explanation, an old World War II bomb that was under it had gone off and set off the gas line. There were no survivors from it. Slowly, she shook her head. There was a panic as it had not been found beforehand despite the land surveying they had done for the gas line. So there was an evacuation of the local neighborhood until they were sure that there wasn't any more. Seeing as it would take at least a month, if not more, Tony closed down the pizzeria and they only had time to board it up with everything left inside. It was Bonnie who noticed the frown on Harry's face and coughed. Something the matter, Harry? Harry glanced over to Erica as his frown became more pronounced. You said it was in 1980? At her nod, he ran a hand through his hair. Doesn't the fact that they somehow missed a big World War II bomb while placing a gas line right by it strike you as more than a little odd? Now thoughtful Foxy rubbed the curve of his hook against his bottom jaw. I'd be most odd I'd be thinking they should have been finding said bomb before. However, Rose figured it out as her eyes widened. Wait, 1980 with a deadly incident whose explanation makes little sense. Harry, are you suggesting that this was the doing of Death Eaters? There was a dry tone in Harry's voice as he nodded. It certainly seems right for the time and how Obliviators operate. While the others scowled, Vicky looked between Harry and Rose in confusion. Death Eaters? What are those? A scowl was on Bonnie's face as he answered. Harry and Rose explained them before. Think magical Nazis or something. They hate people who don't meet their definition of what is a human. Slowly, Vicky nodded, still slightly confused though she decided to ask later. I see. Meanwhile, Erica turned on her flashlight and began to shine it around the front of the building. Anyways, we only got some time so we should probably try and find a spot that get inside. Maybe split into two groups and make our way around from opposite directions? After a moment of thought, Harry gave a nod. Aunt Rose, you and Foxy are with me. Erica, mind taking Bonnie, Leica, and Vicky with you? Even though she raised an eyebrow at her getting the larger among of animatronics, Erica nonetheless shrugged. Sure, I don't mind. With a last wave, the two groups began to walk in opposite directions as they attempted to find a way inside. Unknown to them, someone had already spotted them. Theodore looked up from where he was attempting to fix Jesse's leg as what had been Snow Leopard animatronic sped in. Teo! A truck just pulled up in the parking lot with a bunch of people. That caused him to sit up a bit more, his joints creaking from the grime and rust on them. Wait, you're sure about this? Her head nodding as fast as it could. Liz pointed in the way she had come. I saw them pull up and then get out. Pretty big group as well, though I couldn't see too clearly due to how far off they were. She did her best grimace she could with her rotting costume. My eyes are not what they used to be after all. As he thought it over, Theodore was distracted when his sister reached up and grasped his hand. Big brother, it's still night, right? So why would they show up now? While he tapped his claw against his chin, Theodore shook his head. That is a good question, and while it could be nothing, it might not be good either. Liz leapt up onto a crate which creaked under her weight. Well, I did manage to overhear one group of them talking. It's what took so long for me to get back. They mentioned something about needing to return to the pizzeria by no later than 7. For the first time in a long time, the Tyrannosaur animatronic felt something flare in his chest. Hope. Not even a few seconds later, he stood up to his full height. Liz, go find the twins now. Bring them back here as fast as you can and ignore any of their complaining. This is too important. It was then that he looked unsure before he looked down at Jessie.
Sis.
I'm sorry about this, but the disabled wolf animatronic shook her head before she gestured with her hand. Go on and find Opal, big brother. I'll be fine. She noticed that he was still unsure and so reached out and smacked his leg. Go. Theodore left, but not before he piled up some boxes to hide his sister in case someone showed up before he returned. Then, with a final nod to Liz, they left to find the others. As they walked around the building, Foxy frowned some as he looked toward Harry as they searched for a way inside. May I be asking a question, matey? When Harry nodded, he frowned some. Why ye be having the lass take the most animatronics, with you only having Mizelf and Rose? Chuckling, Harry shook his head a bit. Well, firstly, she has not gone through what I did. And don't you dare apologize again, Foxy, said Animatronic shut his mouth from where he had opened it to say something. So, it's best that she has the most if needed. Secondly, you and Aunt Rose are the two most dangerous and powerful of us. Here, with the possible exception of Leica. After all, you know how to fight, Foxy. There was a thoughtful look on Foxy's face as he gazed up at the sky above. He paused for a moment and continued. Sometimes I be remembering things from when I was, 'tis all foggier than a English harbor on a cold morn. But I know that I was a real scrapper. I remember me nose all bloody after some older kids tried to hurt. Chica, I think, grunting in pain, he did not notice that Harry had stopped as he reached up and held his head. But it'd all be hard to remember having felt something on his arm. Foxy blinked and turned to see Harry gently holding his hand against the animatronic's arm. Don't force yourself to remember, Foxy. He glanced around before he turned to Rose. Can you both keep a secret? Both Rose and Foxy looked at each other and then nodded. I've been doing some research in my spare time trying to track down your families just in case. Foxy stood there for a moment before he turned toward Harry. Yar? 'Tis not a joke? At the shake of Harry's head, he reached down and hugged him. Thank ye, Harry. This here ol' sea dog appreciates it greatly. For a moment, Harry hugged him back. You're welcome, though I don't want the others to know just yet, as it's a bit of an issue. But there is one problem. When Foxy tilted his head, Harry took a breath. Trying to find which one of you is which. I'll be handling that a bit after I found all the families and figure out a way for you to meet. Once more, Harry found the breath driven from him as Foxy hugged him before he let go and pulled away. With a sniff, Foxy wiped at his eyes. Dusty out, it's making me lens cleaner dispenser work. Over time, it was then that they heard a shout and they noticed that the other group was just at the edge of their sight. Hey, over here. The three looked at each other then jogged over to where the others were. Once they reached them, Bonnie, who had been the one who shouted, gestured at a door that was slightly ajar. Found this, it looks like someone already got in through here at some point. As Harry examined it closer, Erica pulled out a sheet and started to look at it under her flashlight. If this is correct, then this is one of the exits close to the kitchen. Bonnie tapped his chin for a moment before he reached out and grabbed the door. Then how about we go in? There was the slight squeal of metal before the door opened fully. There we go. Poking his head in, Bonnie nodded as he looked around, his night vision letting him see everything. Yup, looks like the kitchen all right. A tap on his shoulder caused him to pull out a bit as Harry looked around. Everyone got something just in case? Her eyebrow raised, Vicky pulled out a crowbar. Yeah, got my little weapon right here. The others stared at her for a moment before they shrugged and walked inside. The animatronic's eyes turned pitch black with a little white, to signify their night vision was now fully on. With a frown, Harry glanced around the darkened room. Where should we start first, do you think? While she looked around, Erica gestured to the door. Let's head out into the main party room. From there, we can visit the smaller ones as needed. Once they were in the main party room, Erica slowly moved the light from the flashlight around. Maybe we should go up front first, where the security office is, and start there. After some thought, they all agreed and began to walk through the pizzeria, not having noticed that they had two pairs of eyes that followed them. Eventually, they reached what was the security office, only to stop and blink as Harry said what they were all thinking. Wait, there's only one door? Sure enough, the security office had one door and a large window as it was entered through one hall. Once inside, they looked around and noticed all the boxes strewn around as Vicky frowned. Think that there's anything here? However, Bonnie raised a single paw and looked around with a frown. We're not alone, Foxy. Rose? Mind giving me a hand here? The golden bear nodded as she walked over. Sure, I can feel it somewhere under these boxes. Rose shared a look with both Bonnie and Foxy as they could just hear what sounded like a whimper. Okay, easy now, we don't want to damage anything under here. Harry was the one who spotted it first. Guys, is that a paw there? With a shared look, they quickened their pace and soon uncovered what looked like some kind of canine. After she looked it over, Erica frowned a bit. I think that this is the wolf that was listed here. As she walked up, Vicky frowned as she felt something and glanced toward Foxy, who just nodded before she made a noise like she had cleared her throat as her audio sensors heard a slight whirl. We know that you're not deactivated. Suddenly, the wolf's eyes lit up as she stared with a frightened expression on her face. Please don't hurt me. Before they could say anything, there was a shout behind them. What the heck are you doing to my sister? They all turned to see a large animatronic that looked like a dinosaur in the door. Knowing that this could turn nasty, Harry glanced at the others before he turned back to the unknown animatronic in the doorway. Your sister? The animatronic growled as he took one step in before he realized that he was outnumbered by other animatronics. Yes, not wanting a fight to break out, Harry glanced at Foxy, Rose, and Vicky before he motioned them to move out of the way. Okay then, none of us hurt her though. With a snort, the dinosaur animatronic walked in as he skirted just out of Harry's group's reach. Once he was beside the wolf, he leaned down some still with an eye on the group. Jessie? Did they hurt you? Slowly, the now identified Jessie shook her head as she glanced at Harry and the others. No, they just, scared me when they found me is all. Another voice then spoke up as a third animatronic walked in. See, you're overreacting again. Theodore. She then turned and they could see that she looked kind of rodent-like. Please excuse my idiot boyfriend. He's extremely protective of his sister and the rest of us. He does have good reasons though. A smile then bloomed on her face as she held out one hand. I'm Opal, by the way, and his name is Theodore. As he shook her hand, Harry smiled some.
I'm Harry.
And he's got no reason to be sorry for taking care of his family. Merlin knows that I'm protective of my aunt and other members. Erica and the others knew who he meant as well as those did not include the Dursleys. Now, let me introduce the others. Once the introductions were done, Erica frowned as she shined her flashlight on Jessie's leg and winced at how beaten and battered it was. If you don't mind me asking, what happened? Theodore seemed to be fighting himself, only for Jessie to speak up. About 2 weeks ago, a homeless guy broke in, and when I came across him, he, panicked and grabbed a fire axe in a wall. There was a wince from the animatronics there before Harry turned toward Erica with a frown. Can you fix it? Snorting, the young woman rolled her eyes. Can I fix it, he asks at his raised eyebrow. She glared a bit. Of course I can fix it. I'll make it a priority, in fact. A gasp brought her attention back to Jessie, and the look of hope on her face was almost painful. Really? You're going to fix me? When Erica nodded, Jessie sniffled a bit. Thank you. While she tapped on her chin, Opal looked at the other animatronics in the room. I don't know why, but are you, like us? There was a wet, hacking sound from Rose before she looked at her. Kids' spirits possessing animatronics? Yeah, we are. She then looked around. Are you the only ones here? Before Opal could answer, there was a chuckle and another animatronic was leaning against the door frame. This time the animatronic in question was feline, and they could just make out some spots on her rotted costume. No. Having popped the P in the word, the feline grinned.
Hey, I'm Liz.
Suddenly 2 more poked their heads in with identical grins on their badger-like faces. And I'm Jace, and over here is my brother Elric. You can tell the difference because I'm the handsome one. With a short, Elric shoved his brother. Now there's a lie if I have ever heard one. Everyone knows that I'm the handsome one of the 2 of us. Good looks and brains, thank you very much. The hairs on Harry's neck slowly rose as the instincts honed that week and a half at Freddy's started to scream at him. Or maybe that was Aya. Meanwhile, he looked around, which the others all noticed. Is this all of you? Slightly concerned, Theodore shook his head. No, there's one more, but she is nothing to do with us. Bonnie looked at him with a frown. What? Wait, who's this she? After they shared a look, Liz shook her head and frowned. No clue. She kind of looks like Foxy over there but was gold and is utterly insane. We only found out about her after she clawed her way out of the sealed room in the back near the kitchen. Then she broke out and dug up what she calls her baby from the local graveyard and returned. Now she just kills things and such. Now Harry's instincts were not just screaming, but shrieking at him as alarms blared in his head. Then where the heck is she? Confused, Theodore shrugged. Probably in her room as we piled up a bunch of stuff. It was then that a bone-chilling scream echoed through the building. My baby! Where is my baby? They all turned in time to see the vent grate blow off as what looked like a golden Foxy launched herself at shocked Erica, only for Harry to shove her out of the way. Scree, hello my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans hello? Hello? Phone guy, dear Harry. Writing, hey there Harry Aya. Warning, mention of suicide in this chapter near the beginning. A moment later, before anyone could have reacted, the animatronic collided with Harry. Having hit the ground, Erica scrambled back to her feet. Harry. She then turned toward the animatronics. Do something. With a shaken look, Bonnie turned to her as he tried to ignore how Harry's eyes had gone pitch black with a white pupil. And do what? With the way they're struggling, if we grab at the wrong time then she could have a chance to hurt Harry. To their shock though, the animatronic began to scream and shake as smoke wafted out between her joints as her and Harry grappled. Suddenly, she started to jerk and contort as if she was being electrocuted, or maybe having a stroke as her screaming reached a new pitch and was joined by Harry. All there took a step back for a moment as there was flashes of light before Foxy growled and leapt forward. He then grabbed the animatronic. Let go of him. With a heave, he threw it across the room where it laid limp except for the odd shudder now and then as smoke continued to waft. However, Foxy ignored this as he crouched down to look at Harry who seemed uninjured except for some scratches and bruises. Are ya alright, Harry matey? Shaken. Harry grabbed Vicky's offered hand and hauled himself to his feet. Yeah. He then glanced toward Erica who was walking toward him. Are you alright, Erica? With a frown, she looked herself over and nodded. I'm okay. But before Harry could say anything, her arm swung and Harry's cheek stung as she slapped him. You idiot! Why didn't you just pull me out of the way instead of throwing yourself in front of it? A moment later, she clutched him in a hug as she sniffled. I would never forgive myself if you got killed trying to save me. Confused, Harry looked toward the others only for Bonnie, Vicky, and Rose to shuffle around a bit. Okay. Just the same, Harry decided to copy what he's seen done before so he hugged her back. Sorry. Before Erica could reply, a sound caught all their attention. It took them a moment, but then they turned to where they could see the strange, reddish-gold Foxy-like animatronic curled up into itself as it tried to squeeze into a corner as it whimpered. It's me, it was me. Why did I? Harry shared a look with Bonnie and Foxy with the two staying close. Finally, he crouched down just out of lunge distance and frowned as it ignored him in favor of crying. Hey, what's wrong? The head whipped up and stared at Harry with one glowing eye as she spoke with a voice full of horror and anguish. It was me. I killed him. I killed my BB baby. If anything, she and Harry could tell from the voice, curled up even more to the point where he could hear the sounds of things cracking and snapping inside the suit. I didn't want to. Why you have to believe me? Boo, but that V voice. The voice from the M-man in the cloak forced me to. I knew what I was doing and didn't want to. But I was just FL floating as my body killed him, his breath having caught in his throat. Harry gulped as his stomach twisted into nose, already knowing what she was talking about. Did this man have a silver mask? Now he had the animatronic's full and undivided attention, though it seemed she was looking through him at something else in the distance. Yes, he had a mask and there were others. They forced me to do things. Then there were just these flashes of light and this woman WW was in front of me. Then, there was a pause before the Foxy look-alike continued, reliving those memories as her whole body shook and shuddered. I forgot everything that happened. Except that I killed my baby. I don't know how, boo, but I somehow knew what happened. Could feel it even if I could not remember. Then the police arrested me and the trial and, once more, shivers ran through her before Harry scooted closer and laid his hand against her shoulder as she clinched at her head, her claws digging into her costume. I remember now, after they released me, I got a J job here because Eric loved Freddy's. I was an entertainer in a SS Spring suit. I loved to make the CC children laugh and smile because the P-Pain wasn't so bad. Though it always CC came back when I left because I was reminded that I would never hear Eric laugh and see him smile ever again. And the P-Pain would return worse than before. And no matter what I did. But then I overheard that they were going to stop and seal the safe rooms. I would never again make CC children laugh and SSM smile. Just like Eric would never again laugh and smile because of me, the P-Pain. The pain was so bad at that thought. So I hid in the room when they sealed it and once they left, more than slightly sickened, Harry guessed what had happened next as the pieces fell into place. He focused on what he was doing, otherwise he felt he was about to lose what food was in his stomach, like he could hear Erica doing. Dear sweet Merlin, sobs began to escape her. Everything had gone dark and I knew that I was going to get what I deserved. Then I woke up and there was blood everywhere. So much blood. And the pain, my body now hurt like my heart, but yet it didn't hurt and everything felt so wrong. Then I remembered everything. The men in the cloaks, what they made me do, how it felt. Her whole body shook with her sobs. I don't know how long before I clawed my way out. I couldn't think. But then I escaped to the GG graveyard and found Eric's GGGRA. Her voice just broke as she struggled to speak before she managed as Harry felt a growing horror in him. Grave. The stone was just there, all alone, so alone. No one to CC care. I had abandoned him and it showed, so I dug up his GG grave and CC carried off his bones. Like some sort of an animal. I desecrated my baby's grave.
Ah maman monster.
Nothing more than a beast. I don't deserve to be called his MMO mother after WHWHA what I did. And what I have done. To her surprise, as well as the others, Harry closed the distance and pulled her into an embrace, trying to distract himself from how his stomach rebelled at what he heard. It's okay. Everything will be better now. But even though there was horror, there was also anger and disgust pointed toward who he knew was to blame. Darn you, Voldemort. Darn you, your followers, and the Ministry for what they did to her. Once more feeling that strange warmth, no longer so hot as to burn, the soul inside the animatronic was reminded of a similar warmth. The warmth that she had felt inside her whenever her son had laughed, smiled, hugged her, and many other times. Memories drifted through her head of her son and all the times they had shared. Even though she was unable to actually cry, she still sobbed as each memory brought back a pulse of fresh pain, which was soon soothed by the strange warmth. I am so sorry. So sorry. Please, as Harry comforted the emotionally devastated animatronic. The animatronics who had dealt with her before just stared in shocked disbelief. Finally, Theodore found his voice as he turned toward Bonnie. How did he, what? Bonnie didn't take his eyes off the scene before them as he spoke, his tone filled with sadness and something that could only be identified as understanding. Harry is special. He's used to murderous animatronics and helping them free themselves from the darkness that surrounds them. I'm not too surprised that he managed it this time. That caused more than a few looks directed his way from Theodore and the other London animatronics. Having noticed, Bonnie just shrugged. Let's just say that she was not the only one who was lost in the darkness that Harry had saved. Still confused, Opal nodded until one of the things that Harry had said returned to her. Wait, the both of them, those people they described. There was stiffening from the other London animatronics outside of Spring Foxy. Cloaks with a mask? That sounds like it was a shivering Jessie who finished the thought. Like the people who killed us. Having caught that, Spring Foxy stiffened a bit and then whipped around to stare at them. They have harmed you too? Her head twitched a bit before she turned toward Harry. And you know who they are? While he shared a look with Rose, Harry nodded. Yeah, years ago their leader killed my mum and dad when I was just a year old. He tried to kill me, but some magical protection that my mother placed on me when she died prevented it, and it left him powerless for years, though he returned and, for a moment, he stumbled over his words before a glance into Spring Foxy's eyes gave him the strength to continue. He killed a classmate of mine in front of me and tortured me a bit in front of his followers, the Death Eaters. Several moments passed as Spring Foxy repeated the name over and over as if to memorize it as her eyes glowed. Then her expression softened as much as it could, and she pulled Harry into a tighter hug much to his surprise. I lost my son because of them, and you have lost your parents. Confused, Harry blinked and missed the facepalm from Rose. They were all distracted though as they heard something and turned to see Erica spitting out water she had drank from a bottle over the small puddle of vomit. Shaking it off, Theodore glanced at Opal and the other animatronics before he shrugged. We were children in the children's home next door. One night a bunch of these Death Eaters appeared in front of the home and, well, they set it afire and we died, I think. He then motioned at himself. Then we woke up in these animatronics. Part of him was unnerved by the intensity that Spring Foxy was giving him and the others before she began to stare off into space. Theodore then turned to the animatronics who had come with Harry and Erica. So what about you? It was Vicky who answered with a shrug. Not quite the same, but we're all kids too who died. There's myself and 4 others who had our souls sucked out by this monster, and then entered the animatronics somehow. Bonnie, Foxy, and Rose here along with Freddy, Chica, and Olive back at our normal pizzeria were all murdered by a man named Vincent and had their bodies shoved into the costumes by a being known as the Marionette. Leica wasn't a child though. She was a dog, a very smart one. That caused the London animatronics outside of Spring Foxy, who was now watching the other animatronics with an intensity that caused some discomfort to them, to stare. Nonetheless, Jessie ignored it as she looked at Erica. So you're going to fix me? With a smile, Erica wiped her mouth a bit. Well, yes, I'll have to see if there's any spares here to give me any clue for your costumes. Though, a frown then crossed her face. The map doesn't say exactly where parts and service is though, as the one we peeked in was more a closet than anything. And I might need what's in there to fix you all up maybe. As she blinked, Spring Foxy looked up. You will need to look in the basement where parts and service was. They should have what you are looking for. She slowly got up, pulling Harry to his feet before she began to walk with one claw crooked. Follow me, please. I'll take you there. The others all followed her as there seemed a sense of purpose in her step. Harry raised an eyebrow at her though he didn't say anything. They're children, all of them. And they need help. Harry stopped in front of a large door a few minutes later and blinked. What's this? Staying close to the strange warmth that came from him, Spring Foxy gestured at door. Parts and service was kept in the basement and out of the way as it gave more room and kept it out of the way. There were 2 ways of Arya reaching it. One is the service elevator, the other is the door next to it. They tried to open said door only for the knob to break off due to rust. Even Vicky trying to pry it open didn't work as she shook her head. It's jammed pretty good in there. I don't think that we'll be able to open it. Having ignored the conversation between Harry and Spring Foxy where he was explaining about how the suits could be possessed, Foxy tilted his head. It'd be a real hard chest lid to break. It was then that he noticed that the hallway led to it. But I be having a great idea. To Vicky's confusion, she was gently pushed out of the way. What are you doing? If anything, her confusion increased as Foxy ran to the end of the hallway. Sometimes, you need to be hitting a chest lid to open it. Gangway. He was a blur as he sped down the hallway to kick the door. But then, just as he raised his foot, Foxy stepped on something slick on the floor. He proceeded to crash into and through the door and go flying down the stairway. Everyone cringed and winced at the crashes and bangs. Several seconds passed after the last one when Harry stuck his head into the doorway and looked down. Foxy? From below came a voice. Be okay, ow. Erica turned on her flashlight and began to walk down the stairway. I swear to God. Foxy. If I need to give you any big repairs, then I am gonna make you regret it. Shaking his head about a minute later, Harry stood above the laid-out Foxy as Erica checked him over. And what, exactly, have we learned today? Foxy slowly blinked as he stared upwards before he raised a single claw. Be making sure that someone has swabbed the deck clean before running. Sighing, Harry face-bombed as he ignored the sound of flesh hitting metal as Erica slugged him in the shoulder. He then decided to distract himself and shine his flashlight over the basement and gave a low whistle at what he saw. Whoa, this place is packed with parts. It was then that Erica looked up and shined her light across the crates and felt her eyebrows raise. You're right. Then she noticed the tool bench and walked over before she opened a drawer. Wait, these are top-end tools. A little bit corroded and rusted, but still good. Heck, some of these are still sealed like they didn't get the chance to open them. With an amused look, Harry chuckled some. And they're all yours. He chuckled some more as she grinned at him and gave him a thumbs up before she went back to going through the drawers. Harry then noticed that Spring Foxy was quiet and staring off into space with a thoughtful look. Something the matter? Having shaken off her distraction, Spring Foxy turned to him. No, not really. I am just thinking over what USA said. That's all. Even though he wanted to know more, Harry was soon distracted as Vicky bounced up. Harry, Erica wants us to go and look for a undamaged box to see if there's anything really salvageable. Come. He gave Spring Foxy one last look before he let himself be pulled along. If he had looked back, Harry would have seen Spring Foxy wander off to another section of the basement with an unsure look. Eventually, they found one crate that was sealed and laid it out. It was only the work of a few minutes to open it, which caused Erica to grin widely. Jackpot! That caused Harry to look at her oddly, as did the others as Theodore looked in. What's the big deal? They're a bunch of parts. For a moment, Erica chuckled before she shook her head. Theodore, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? The dinosaur animatronic just shook his head, utterly confused. These parts are still all wrapped up and sealed. That means that they probably have very little corrosion, if any. She then rubbed her chin as she looked around. Of course, there's probably just a few like this, but they're still good. Any of the others which might be corroded, I'll have to look into. Even those corroded parts might be of use after I get them fixed up a bit. Then I can use them to fix you guys up. However, as he looked around, Harry's face fell a bit. There's just so much here that we need to handle, though. We'll have to make a number of trips back and forth just to make sure that we have it all. He then ran one hand through his hair tiredly. It's times like this that I wish that I could just say, Dobby, could you come here and give us a hand? Sure, it's lazy and everything, but you